it won't get like through very easily, because this is the case now. And then we have some more stone and wood just for structure and health points. And I will say this, if I made this ship today, I would make it a lot different. I constructed this a while ago, so this is not updated to the current knowledge I have of the game and my current building style. Nevertheless, you can see the front here is mostly just for a nice shape. It's not going to be much important here, and we just have some alloy and metal foddered by some wood, basically. Anyways, here we can see I started compartmentalizing the ship properly here in the beginning, you know, just to be able to play some bullocks easily. But we should check the next little version of this. And suddenly we are having 500,000 of ship here. Indeed, I have started to install the main turrets of this vessel. We have the really cool cram cannons, the detonator I made before, which is the current installed turret on the Gimle. It has an upgraded, more armored version than this, but these are some really good cram cannons nevertheless. Then I also have my bolters. I got the big caliber version here. 4 of them in total, and these are of course rail supported gunpowder guns, which are shooting really big shells really fast. And the total cost of this ship, I'm kind of surprised it's only 2.5 million because these turrets are not cheap. Anyways, we're having problem with floating, so we shall be checking out the next version instead. And this is the version 4. Since I had the extra materials to really spend here, I tried to just make an efficient thing. We are having 3 layers of alloy as the base plate of this build. And that is because we can afford the materials, and I thought that maybe someone brings torpedoes that come underneath. We're very toast. But I later constructed the Gimle, and I now understand that having the base plate very thick doesn't matter very much. Because your enemy is probably not going to come with very much firepower there. Anyways, for this iteration, you can see that we have added a lot of steam turbines. The large prefabs I have, which all the commissioned officers in the army of GMODISM actually can access, by the way. So that's pretty cool. About that, huge thanks to Admiral Scubrox, Commodore Owen, and our lieutenants, Parbagreed Vincent Veritas, and Cravey. Thanks a lot for supporting the channel every month. It really helps a lot. If you want to become a commissioned officer in the army of GMODISM, you can join it via Patreon. If you just want to be an enlisted member in the army of GMODISM, you can self-assign Matros 3rd class in the Discord, and future challenges will upgrade your position within the enlisted and non-commissioned officer ranks later. Anyways, these railguns lift huge amounts of power, so that's why we need so many of these prefab turbines. We also have really big engines, and I've set up my systems of AI cores, missile cores, and also my little ammo barrel. I'm pretty happy with this ammo barrel. It uses these heavy armor pieces to kind of section them off, and we have a core of 2 of them, and then like this again, and this actually prevents chain detonation. So I think that's a little setup you definitely can steal. In any case, should we listen to the song of these guns or not? Isn't this a absolutely beautiful sound? That's why I chose this caliber. It's 425. Yeah, it's a 2 milliliters. That's a unit. Yes. What is it? 225 millimeters, not milliliters. What am I even trying to say? And anyways, we got the cool little battery here, and all that stuff we actually need. We have 8 million power in total, And, well, we kind of need all this to keep it going. I started to work on some of these paddle wheels on the side here, just to get a really strong forwards propulsion, hopefully, was the idea anyways. We're kind of sinking though. Here, ladies and gentlemen, is the 5th iteration, which adds more armor. I installed staggered era here and there, just to not be very penetrated by sandblasters. No, sandblasters will get through, not to get very penetrated by insane railguns, like these ones, but with other ammunition. Like on the BBS 5th season or whatnot. So we started to outline that, and having the big internal sections like this will really spread the damage done by explosions and stuff like that. And this staggered era is just a must-have. The front here, most tournaments spawn ships against each other, so I thought having this little shield in the front here to not get shots going through too far and damaging too many steam components would be a good idea. Then we have started to work on the structure here, as you can see, with some heavy armor, spall catchers inside of there after these beams, trying to make it pretty strong. I thought the armor up here because I added an extra little of the bolters, but actually the small caliber bolter. And I thought it was a little bit unprotected, so I just added a bunch of heavy armor, which is a very unserious way to build a ship. But anyways, this is not my most serious project. So let's listen to this small caliber bolter just a tiny little bit. Isn't this absolutely beautiful? I think so. And I just want to say that if you want to support the channel another way, and you maybe don't vibe with joining the YouTube memberships down below or with Patreon, you can just get some of our merch. It's available on Spring Store, Fourth Wall, and Redbubble. Fourth Wall is my new main place. Spring was the old one, but this is only available on the Spring Store if you like this shirt. But in any case, enough with touting my own in-house designs. Let's just check the next iteration of this super battleship in construction, the Super Davidos. Here we can see we have started to outline the deck on top of here. We added LAM system as well. So we're having these LAM connections just going connection all over, crisscrossing with those remote connections, just to provide a pretty decent LAMs nodes. So I think that works pretty well. I don't usually have expensive LAMs only. I like to connect them up to the main laser, but that's something I learned after building the Gimle. And this is... I think I started on this when I was building the Gimle, but most of my knowledge when building this thing I didn't have when constructing. So yeah, there is that. Now let's see here. I do think that I had some heavy armor here in the mill, and it's still here. So here we have the AI. So behind the around the AI here we have the most complex armor. We also have staggered era for this entire compartment, and here is where we have all the computers, all the AI, some extra power generation, all that stuff. It's kind of inside this little compartment, together with an extra little turret. And all the turrets have, of course, pretty well protected casings. You can see how they look here. It's metal and then heavy armor around it like that, except on the backside, which is not supposed to face the enemy. Anyways, here we have big storage units with laser stuff, so we can have, like, not the charge LAMs, but kind of almost the charge LAMs. The first blast is gonna be real powerful. On the surface here, I just added some wooden tetras just to redirect incoming HESH shells to cause minimum damage for the first couple of shots. Not that HESH is a big deal when we're building on this scale, but I thought, you know, one of these little sheets cost one material. I think it's probably very much worth it. Started to work on some good structures for holding these paddle wheels here, and I'm thinking This is going to be awesome, and I'm probably having my hopes up for this ship being fast. And getting this to go over like 10 meters per second is gonna take a lot of power. Anyways, maybe you haven't watched the channel before or whatever. Let's just check out this little cram cannon. You can see it's a frag with a little bit of high explosive. And if we check here, you can see it's 1970 millimeters, so almost 2000. And I'm having it just slightly below 2000, so that the enemy lambs will target some decoy stuff with like really big missiles or cram shells, and kind of ignore these ones because they have a smaller millimeter. And that's kind of the thought behind just having it 30 millimeters below max. Shell health is at almost 180,000, so it's gonna take considerable damage to take these out. And it even has a tiny bit of EMP damage if it hits the right spot. I wanted to be able to do an AI kill or whatever. And another thing I just wanted to check out a little bit here is the main guns loadouts here with the APS system, the bolters. So I think the bolters has some pretty cool mix of ammunition, which, I don't know, I think they're pretty efficient, but maybe they're not. I will say that the bolter isn't a very efficient gun. Of course it's very good, but due to this insane rail assisting, man, it's expensive. It's expensive to run this system. But anyways, it has 3 shells. One is armor piercing and secondary heat, which means that we can get through some serious armor, which is pretty nice, and then deliver a heat shell. So this is a really efficient and a really good counter to most people's remembrance of having a air gap. Anyways, the second shell is a skimmer tip, and it has EMP. So basically, the skimmer tip will make sure that none of the shells go underwater. And we want all the EMP over water, because that means that we will deal damage to the detection systems and whatnot that's above water. So that's kind of the thought of having a skimmer tip. So it kind of bounces on the water and always hits the superstructure and hurting the detection of the enemy ship. Pretty smart, I thought. Also, we got a visible tracer to kind of make all the other shells more accurate. And the last shell is just a regular old squash head, great for obliterating era armor and whatnot, and deleting turrets and all that good stuff. Anyways, now we're going to go through and check out the next iteration, which is iteration 8. Here on the iteration number 8, you can see we have started to add this platform above the crammed cannons, because they will not be able to target anything above them anyways, since this ship is going to face other battleships. We have really started to form out this little structure here, and I really like this little rim of golden color there. I do like my housings for the water wheels, and I'm just trying to go with a kind of good looking but still semi-low effort design of it. This is gonna be a kill brick look, but hopefully it's not gonna be one of the ugliest kill bricks you ever seen, but one of the more good looking ones. I don't think there is much more to add over the iteration number 8. I kinda feel a little bit lost because the recording crashed midway, and I'm just trying to remember what I said and didn't say. So sorry for any confusion, but I do think this is it for this iteration. You can see I really started to shape out the hull and stuff like that. It's not gonna be the most good looking thing, and trust me, it's gonna get a lot worse. But yeah, let's jump to iteration number 9 instead. Here on iteration number 9, we have added some missiles and stuff like that in the front. And I think we worked a little bit more on the structure of the hull and whatnot. But if we go up here, you can see that here we have these. And if you remember that our cannons, our cram cannons are 1970 millimeters. Here we have a couple of huge missiles. And these huge missiles are cluster missiles. And these cluster missiles carry EMP and frag warheads with active radar seekers. So if we kind of just, I don't know, fire these things here, or we're just gonna go on top of here, you can see that this is a health sponge. It has 250,000 of health, and it, well, never mind. At some point it will release this swarm of frag bodies and EMP bodies, and since they are working with active radar seekers, they are going to spread out, and these EMP and radar shells are going to cover the enemy ships, and hopefully the EMP will be able to take out some detection, and the frags might too. So it's basically set up to be both a decoy for the enemy to the enemy civ system to target, since it's a higher caliber than the main cram guns, but also to deliver a blinding array of small, medium missiles to take out detection. That's the thought anyways. Who knows if it works really good. Let's check the next iteration. And now we're speaking about the ugliness of the design. I started to work on a weird framework superstructure thing, I don't know. We have added diff guns to take out incoming shots, more diff guns with the same purpose. And man, it's not looking too cool, is it? It's not. In any case, we have the HyperX anti-missile missiles, short range with turning thrusters. These are real quick. We have really outlined the structure here. You can see we have a kind of shape here. We're also having these crams here, which is actually only hardeners, and that is because these shells are going to just confuse the enemy. If they try to target cram shots, well, they're probably gonna target these ones, because these ones are 2000 millimeters, so slightly bigger gauge than our main cram guns. And these are just decoys. Some I think have hollow point, so they will kind of decimate thin decks, and some I think are regular, so they will just go straight through the enemy when they hit. So that's cool. Just a good decoy and giving some additional damage. LAM system going on here. We have some anti-munitions there, and we have this thing. This looks like a train. I don't know, it's like a train card. I don't know why I thought this was a good design that I would use on many future builds. Who knows? I never used it. This is the first time which I've actually used this thing. So yeah, this is a command center. We have the controls, fire control, detection, all that integrated in one. I thought that I would use this in all future designs. I never used it. This is the first one. Well, it's in the prefabs that all the commissioned officers in the army of GMODIST have access to. So I guess that's nice. And here we have another mostly anti-missile missiles. Up here we have some extra detection and a beautiful little tracker setup. Very nice. Let's check out the most horrible iteration of all of them, which is iteration number 9. It is, I guarantee you, the ugliest of them all. I almost thought the game crashed a little bit there, but it didn't. Behold, the worst version of the Super Davidost class. So, to kind of buff up the firepower on this thing for the battle with Suzu's, I remember it now, the Saturnus class ship. I think it was like 16 million or something like that. So I tried to buff up the firepower with just adding an absolute shit ton of diff guns. Turns out she couldn't even record the battle with 2 of these because this amount of firing pieces just made the game lag too much. So the next iteration of this ship doesn't have all of these diff guns, but I will tell you that despite the absurd ugliness of this design, this is a stronger version. This is the strongest version of the Super Davidos class, because these diff guns actually does make some kind of difference. Anyways, we added a lot of vertical launch heavy missiles here, so that's nice, and we added a good little array here too. And I thought that I could salvage this ugly design with just spawning a nice little shield from the Gimle's Golden Hall. It didn't work. So let's spawn the last and final iteration of this ship. And there we have it, the final version of the Army of GMODIST Super Davidos class to commemorate our missing in action Admiral Super D. Anyways, this is a pretty powerful ship, and I removed most of the ugly diff guns. Tried to add some flags to make up for it, who knows. It lags much less, it's slightly less powerful, but alas, under 6 million. And the funny thing with this thing is that if we fire up these PAL wheels and all that insane, crazy surface of, what do we even call them, azipods underneath, we can see that we are moving up to a pretty decent speed, which we couldn't think was possible. Anyways, here we have some nice anti-torpedo guns and stuff like that, and I did protect the lift propellers with a slight layer of alloy here, so that's nice. One more change we did, if we click this button here and doing something like that, who knows, you can see that one of the heavy armor layers, which was protecting us from the side here, has been removed because I found out it didn't really make a difference. Yeah. So our armor has been made slightly lighter. Anyways, I don't know if I mentioned this since the previous recording crashed or whatever, but here you can see this surface of wooden beams. Like each of these little 4-meter squares cost 1 material, and they are just there to redirect the first round of HESH shells to do less damage. That's basically it. Anyways, one thing that has been changed other than just removing most of these diff guns is that some of the diff guns has incendiary rounds, and these 6 missiles, 3 on this side and 3 on this side, also has incendiary ammo to set the enemy on fire, which is pretty nice. And I still don't know how I thought that this little train-like structure would be a reoccurring thing on my designs, but whatever, we have some kind of command center and it could be worse. And when you're watching this video, this 31 meters per second top speed, which is much more than I thought, and 6 million costing craft will be available on the Steam Workshop. So if you want to test your design against something scary and expensive, well, you can test it against the Super Davidos class Army of GMODIST Super Battleship. Anyways, to have some fun, I think we should probably spawn in some enemies, and for better than something, I guess we're just gonna spawn in like 3 Megalodons, because that would be the approximate... Let's clear this here. 3 Megalodons should be the approximate, like, cost of an enemy against this ship, right? All right. We have detected the enemy. turrets are starting to turn around. Some of the diff guns has already fired. Some of the diff guns blew up on themselves somehow. That is rather unfortunate. Alright. We have some frag rods popping up here. It looks like they might even hit actually. Ooh, yes, some of them did actually hit. Isn't that amazing? We have incoming torpedoes for sure. This is probably gonna be pretty bad frame rates. Let's move back to full speed. I don't think it will be full speed even if we set it as full speed. Here we can see our things are trying to do its best job. The failsafes seems to have not been working to satisfaction, or we got hit by some kind of stray shot. That's possible too. The game speed is like basically half speed. Anyways. And this is pretty funny. The vertical launch missiles, the large one, they are actually launched backwards on the Super Davidos class. They pop up here, get a strike angle. They are really timed to do the maximum amount of damage. And they just get into this beautiful straight flying mode, which I think is pretty nice. I do kind of feel it was a mistake to spawn these many Megalodons at the same time, because I do really feel that the game speed we're running at now is really sad. Oh, do you see this? The hollow points on the Megalodon really hurts us a little bit here. Yeah. And we do have a trouble of targeting all of them at the same time here. And do you remember that this is basically equal in terms of materials? So we are materially not outmatching the enemy here. We are actually having a per material pretty fair fight, which I think is pretty cool. On my old computer, before I upgraded to this laptop, I would never have been able to even run this battle. So even though you might say, what are you doing, Eric? What the hell? Stop this. I'm saying, wow, we are finally able to see a decent battle. I kind of feel that I don't know what this missile is doing now. That's weird. Well, that's a bummer. I'm kind of thinking that we have enough engine power, right? That's cool. We have enough of stuff. I kind of want to check. Do we have one target? 100%. Detection needed, 64. System efficiency is at 100. I don't feel we should be losing track of the enemy. But at this point, it might lag so much that who knows what makes sense. We are playing in degraded mode. I've started to record in 1440p, so better than HD, which also affects the frame a little bit, and I am having the max settings, so that's probably something I should have changed, but whatever. We're playing in degraded mode, and we are not seeing the like tracers and stuff of APS and whatnot. Seems we have a new main target though. Sunsin 100% and 68%. Okay, so one of the megs is basically almost taken out. I wonder if that's the meg that's close to us or not. It kind of looked like we changed targets midway. What a bummer. Well, they're mostly there to be decoy, but... And we're not really built to be able to handle 3 enemies at the same time. You can see this one turn is just super confused. Alright. I'm pretty happy Just checking this little battle out. I haven't even had the ability to have a fair fight with the Super Davidos class, so I think it's pretty cool. Oh, and oh no, it's going for the decoy. Oh man. Oh well. Our anti-missile missiles, I guess most of them are just too short range. So many of them just doesn't even reach the target. Kinda feel like this is not our main enemy anymore. I just wanted to check that we're not controlling our main gun. We are shedding! Those hollow point shells are shedding or killing our attack wheels. Or the failsafe didn't really work because of the lag. That's possible too. Well, let's follow this thing. I think our shells are going pretty much very deep into the enemy here. Let's see the stats now. 92%, 100%, 63 percentages. Oh! Now these ones are popping in here. Well, that one missed. This Megalodon is starting to look pretty sad indeed. I'm wondering how much it takes for it to sink. I'm a little bit sad we can't see the APS shells. Oh, there we can see the release of the blinders, the EMP and frag blinders from the decoy E missiles. This Megalodon? Oh, no, I think we're targeting this Megalodon now. Look at that. And this missile is just not about to be taken out by anything. Oh my god! It kinda killed this turret. Look, it looked like it. Yeah, it's definitely that one. We should probably be targeting the 100% one. The Super Davidos class is up at 95 percentages, so I think it's doing a pretty good job. I mean, it is built to battle after all, so it would be really sad if it were doing a bad job. I wonder though, these cram cannons, do they ever hit? Yeah, 83 percentages. Well, let's follow this little frag telephone pole. This is 20 meters, by the way. Don't forget that this frag rod is 20 meters. Kinda missed, so whatever, but yeah. Nice. Let's see if the enemy's torpedoes will reach us or not. You can see some shells popping in there. Oh, it got sniped. It looks like the Megalodon's... yeah, you can see we're shooting it with a high frame. I don't know if we even can catch this frame rate, but we are targeting it with our sieves here. Our kinetic sieves, yeah, that's right. Well, the Super Davidos class is really holding up here. Those hollow point shells though, they have dug through the main armor here. And the interior one too, yeah. Damn, we're down to 93 percentages. But here we have one of the Megalodons despawning and the other one is very close at despawning. I don't know what happened to the third one at 100% though, it feels like it's very far away. And I'm wondering if we are trying to target it. We can't be hitting it. Oh my god, that's so far away, man. We're targeting it. And it's despawning though. Wow, that's pretty cool though. We're pretty accurate. I just love having tracers. And one thing I really like about the Super Davidos class is those backward firing missiles here. I don't know where this one is, but it's just a matter of time. We're still at 93% and I don't see it changing that much. You know, I don't think I can show you much more interesting stuff than that, basically. Here we have the Super Davidos class. I do hope you enjoyed the little journey of making this thing. If you enjoyed this video, please leave it a like. And do also subscribe to the channel if you aren't subscribed already. That would be pretty cool. If you want to support the channel a lot, there are more options than the Army of GMODISM Commissioned Officer section via Patreon to join, and all of the options are available at gmodism.com/support. You can just check out whatever option you want if you want to support the channel more than liking and subscribing and stuff like that, which does help a lot, of course. Other than that, this blueprint is downloadable in the description of this video. I will make sure to upload this to post a link to this ship. If you want to test it out against some really heavy-hitting things you made, if you want to try and build something big, you may want a pretty meaty foe to pitch it against that's not the Megalodon. And here we have something that has the cost of 3 Megalodons popping up here, the AOG Super Davidos class, which should give you a pretty fair fight. It will test your ship against Doomcrams, crazy APS, and a really scary barrage of missiles. It kind of does many things at the same time, so I think it should be pretty interesting. Damn, we're kind of tilting a little bit here. Well, anyways, with that said, thanks a lot for watching. I will be seeing you next time, because this is your host, GMODIST, Eric of GMODIST, your Lord High Admiral, and I am very much signing out. Man, I'm just so disappointed with all of you. Just kidding! We have a big range of such amazing designs. You've sent in 24 different designs in total. Some of you have sent in several, and first I thought that I'm not sure if I can take more than one submission per person, and I probably shouldn't, but I'm gonna do all of them. So we'll have all the submissions you sent in. One of you sent in 4. That's a bit much, but let's go. In any case, I am very, very amazed over how beautiful designs we have in here. So today, this is the first episode of the Season 1, Episode 1 of the Trials. This time we will go and look through the lineup that each of your designs that will pop up during this challenge. And if you for some reason miss your design from here, well, get in contact with me ASAP. Huge thanks to Admiral Super Dave, Captain Y, Commander Jacob, Lieutenant Albert Brecke, Lieutenant Asteria, Lieutenant C2, Lieutenant Cravey, Lieutenant Parabagri, Lieutenant Talaras, and Lieutenant Vincent Veritas. Thanks a lot for supporting the channel. Let's go and look at these ships. Well, as you can see, we got some pretty amazing designs here. Let's just have a quick look at them all. This is a highly anticipated build. Oh, and here we have a ship from another game. Like the video if you know what game it's from. Here we have, this is such a beautiful shape. Here we have a more conventional one, looks very quick. And wow, this is a thick design. And oh my god, here is the ornithopter. So I was told we will have an ornithopter popping in here, and here it is. UFO style build, very nice. Ah, the penguin. You can see it looks like a penguin. And here we also have some extra engines. Will not be participating, but they look cool and are animated. Here we got the beautiful classic plane design with a top wing. and a very fightery stealth bomber type of look. Ooh, this is a fat one from Pizza Summoner, I believe, with some pretty darn cool interiors. And here we get a big missile equipped guy. This looks dangerous. And there we have, ooh, this will bounce off many shells with that heavy armor cover. Biplane design, love the classics. Here we got another UFO type design. A helicopter type bomber design with some really cool custom missiles. And there we get a VTOL plane, looks very futuristic and cool. Interesting design. And here we get a very thick airship type bomber. And here we get another very thick boat airship type bomber. We'll see about the effectiveness, but I must say I dig that aesthetics. And here we get a beautiful plane type bomber with a cool, I don't know what these type of tail wings are called, but I like them. We can see another one there. And a beautiful, here is the commissioned officer, Captain Y, has submitted this beautiful build. I just love the text popping up with the logo. And here we get a beautiful little bomber that also comes with a little platform that explains stuff. So we'll be diving into them a little bit more in detail, or a lot more in detail right now. So that's the overview at least. And some of these has a really beautiful cockpit view, look at that. And if you are feeling that you're lacking a bit of structure, well, that's probably because you didn't see the intro little video explaining about this challenge, but basically I have asked you, the community, to build me a couple of bombers because my bombers were bad and outdated. So there were a set of rules, has to cost between 16 and 32,000 and should be able to engage with a range of targets. This was previously explained in that episode, so if you haven't watched that, watch that precursor episode. And yes, it is too late to participate, but make sure you're subscribed to the channel and that you're in the Discord and you'll be able to participate in the next trials season. Alright, so let's look a little bit closer at this lineup. This is a design from Adnikrias, which has the name Storhiana right now. It costs 35,800 materials, so it's a good bit too expensive. It has a very much sci-fi vibe to it. It reminds me a lot of what is called Firefly, a science fiction series. Interesting with this little, is it on a spin block? No. It has guns in the wings. Interesting. But anyways, looking pretty cool. Has a firepower DR-24-2. In any case, I noted down each ship's firepower and cost also. This is a build from Kovrax, also known as the Secret Advisor. And I'm not sure how many iterations I have gotten of this. It feels like I saved more than like 100 different iterations. Because Kovrax has been working on this a lot. Like, he made so many updates, he made so many fixes, and he has really coded a breadboard for hours and hours to make it act exactly as he wants. I also got a text with the list of features for the Manta War. So it has evasive pitch up and down maneuver when facing enemy ship, flapping Manta wings, as you can see there is a little thing there. And it also has tail to make it look organic, so the tail will be flapping a little bit too. Completely insane. Very cool. Sets the tail perpendicular to sea to place tail sonar to detect underwater targets and get a good bearing on them, as you can see here. That's pretty cool too. Switches APS shell types to super cavity against submarine targets. regular against normal ships and aircraft. If rolling, wings are straight. That's cool. Disables evasive maneuvers when below 1,200 meters, and bearing is negative 30 to 30 degrees. Set accuracy and synchronization. Yeah, it has some different settings like that, and it shoots all guns below 900 meters, and this is a diff gun build. So as you probably know, I'm even not sure if this is actually, no, this is probably just mimicked alloy on top. This is probably, no, we have some tetras here, or some, no, okay. We actually got some blocks there, but I guess many of these alloy blocks may be actually wood, because the secret advisor loves building with only wood to make it cheap and that. So it's a diff. It's like the ships, they're huge. You can see it's larger than many other submissions, and that's because it's mostly wood, and it has diff guns. So it also has the highest firepower rating among all of the submissions. You can see 64, that's the absolute max we've seen, so that's pretty cool. And it also turns off all the engines and sets the power locked with the valves or something like that. Yeah, so it keeps the pressure, and it goes into storage mode, so it's just gonna sit in the water and wait for an enemy to appear. So it's not burning any materials when it's out of that. And also, because it's a diff craft, it also has a maneuver where it goes away to 5 kilometer range and reloads its guns if it's not able to deal with the target during all of the shots. So that's pretty cool. We have a little crammed cockpit thing there, but that's like diff guns. And one thing that could be interesting to check is to see what type of, okay, so we have squash heads with some frag and high explosives on it. So we have a really mixed shell going on there. Pretty cool. Next up, if you know what ship this is, please write it in a comment fast, because I'm gonna tell you. This is the Isanth 5 from StarMade, and this happens to be Jono's second submission. It's a little extra submission just for fun, as we can see, and it does provide that fun. It does, however, have some... It's not looking AOG, and it's really blocky because it is the Isanth design, but I think it's so cool we get the StarMade ship, the StarMade default old pirate Isanth 5, like what's happening in from the depth. So it will be funny to see that. Anyway, here we have Jono 1928's real submission. We're honored to present the XA-1 multi-role tactical bomber for your consideration. This document is classified. Oops. Please delete after reading it to round out the blueprint cost. Yeah, that makes sense. So this unit costs exactly 20,000 materials, allowing you to field a squadron of 5 for a mere 100,000 materials. We are sure you will see the advantage over our competitors, who can field only 3. So yeah, this is a low-cost build, and that will give him some extra points in some later considerations when we go through the different stages. So we have a propulsion here, pierce-resistant fuel engine. That's pretty cool. Powering very efficient deadly blades, and that's probably propellers. Deadly blades are removed. And redundant jet engines. This system is highly resistant to both flak, high explosive, and even frag, as well as highly efficient. Wow. Furthermore, the plane is capable of landing and takeoffs from both land and sea to save even more fuel. That's amazing. Armament: the bomber carries 2,000 millimeters cram cannons, firing every 26 seconds. Wow. Ooh, or it can charge it up to 50 seconds. I see, it can fire it at half packing to increase the firepower, or something like that probably. This is enough to devastate the heaviest armor on land and sea, and to penetrate the defensive laser systems and civs. Wow. Well, I think that Jono is probably a copywriter at other days of the week. Well, range-based fuses and 25 meters explosive radios that might make limited effective strikes against enemy aircraft. So it has loads of different uses for those crowns. Pretty cool. Detection. The bomber has 360 full spectrum detection suite covering the thermal, radar, visual detection with multiple redundant sensors. Inter-vehicle communication allows detection to be shared with bomber squads and surface assets. Furthermore, these systems allow the anti-missile system to counter all kinds of missile guidance systems. Well, we're gonna put that to the test. Be rest assured about that. Multi-role system, strategic radar for scouting missions, repair bot and tentacle to promote unit and squad independence, walkable cockpit, origin block in the tail for easy spawning, generous material storage for long-range operations. Well, that sounds pretty amazing. We're gonna delete that before we resave it later. And as we can see, it looks absolutely fantastic. It looks really cool. Just gonna see, yeah, exactly what I thought. It can fire at 50% packing to reduce the load speed. Makes a lot of sense. And we have some detection going on there. Looking pretty cool. Even has the ability to remove some fog of war. The missiles look like drills. Do you remember before in the Army of GMODISM, each and every design we made had the unicorn horn? So this is definitely homage to the early Army of GMODISM designs. Maybe we should bring that back. Write me in the comments if you think we should bring that back. In any case, I think these are some rubber parts to make it stand on the ground without taking damage. Makes a lot of sense. And I must say, this is a really amazing design. I think it looks super cool. It's really not what I'm used to seeing here. We have a beautiful cat ear person sitting here. Isn't that nice? A walkable, sittable cockpit, I guess. Oh, look. Yes, okay. We can actually get down there. That's pretty cool. That's definitely some bonus points later in the aesthetics assessment. Very nice. We'll be moving on. So here we have a build from Kinda Sexy. Here we got a beautiful, even cheaper design. So this is only 17k. So here we're really going down to almost close, only 1000 materials above the minimal limit. So we have a really efficient and tight design going on here. And we can see that here we are relying on laser guided missiles. So all of them seems to be laser guided missiles. Pretty safe and cool bet to go for. I'm sure it's gonna be pretty handy in taking out various amounts of targets. Right, having the Army of GMODISM colors too, so that's great. Here we have Light of the Worlds with, I don't know, this is a super weird L. I think it's interesting. I don't know exactly how to make that, but I just pasted it. Anyways, I'm surprised the game even reads it. But this is a just also 32k ship, and this is World Stardrop, is it called, right? And it has even more of those weird letters. The armaments, let's see here. So we have a torpedo here for submarine and marine targets. And for some reason we're going with ion engines. We have some cool, what are called, flares here. Yes, that's a sticky flare. And radar simulator to get some missiles off one's back. We got some really crammed interiors here, very interesting. We got loads of steam and stuff like that to generate electricity, I believe, because we have batteries and we have a big pack system here for the size. This is a pretty big pack system. So this is a pack bomber. Seems to be using impact. Impact. Very cool. Well, should probably be able to crush all sorts of enemies there. Very interesting to see how it will perform. Anyways, we're gonna move on. So hello to Netrameira's hummingbird. That happens to be an ornithopter. So an ornithopter is basically a thing that flies by flapping its wings. That's pretty cool. This thing actually, I think it actually flies with the help of flapping its wings. Now, I don't want to unpause the game because all of the ships are here and some will collide, and we're gonna go through all of them and check them out. So, yeah, I can only quickly... If you do like this, you can see they move. That's bad. I shouldn't have done that. Anyways, it has Army of GMODISM here, looking pretty cool. Has the flag, all the decals, all the colors, looking absolutely splendid. And above that, we even have a pretty beautiful looking cockpit, as you can see here. Look at that. Doesn't this look pretty amazing? We have even some personnel sitting around here, and one is drinking coffee, the other one is having some kind of panic. Well, will be interesting to see. We have, I don't know if this is only for decoration. Is it an APS-based system? We have some pretty medium steam in here too, that's interesting. And yes, there is APS for sure. Down here we have a, what do we have? We have a squash head for this one. So this is an APS bomber. I wonder if this is a diff bomber. Probably is. We can just dive in here. We can see the firing pieces. Yeah, this is a diff bomber too, so that's cool, like the Manta War, and it's looking super cool. I'm just very excited about seeing this actually flopping its wings and getting about and see what happens with it, because well, it's looking very funny. So if we're moving on to Nilden's second submission. So here we have AOG Invader. It's just below the allowed limit here, and you can see we got some lights and stuff, and it looks like a flying sorcerer. And we've got this pretty cool little the brushed logo there, but it's almost made 3D thanks to these decorations here. Well, bare bones but functional interior, and it's gonna be funny to see how it's working. Next up, we have Nilden's third submission. Yes, they're not in order; they're in order in ascending by name, and the same kind of cost almost. So here we have actual magnet explosive bombs. So here we have a bomber. As you can see, it has a full bomb bay going down here. And this is an interesting choice of blocks. Is it like firing pieces above that? I don't know if the bombs themselves are gonna look like firing pieces dropping down. Will be very interesting to see in action. So there we have a missile system popping along there, and this thing is called the Penguin because it looks like a penguin. Makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? Nilden also sent me this with the cool 3D logos here with gears and stuff. These are prefabs that we can use in our future projects, and these are steam engines. And as you can see here, if we go inside, you can see some of the steam parts going on here. It's a turbine. Yeah, it's a steam turbine. Now I don't want to unpause the games too much, because then, okay, a little bit quickly. You can see they're turning. But anyways, they are here to look cool, basically. This thing, I believe, is empty and just rotating, and the other ones here, they're generating some electricity using steam like that. They're looking very splendid, however, but that's not what we're here to look for. We shall be looking more at this thing, which is Nilden's first submission, B8 Bomber. And this one has 4 propellers going along here, looking pretty splendid. And we have some pretty cool interiors that I'm going to be very excited to take a little look at. If we sit here, you can see it looking pretty cool. And we even have the Matros in control of the bombers, bomb cam showing up here. So we can see the action in real time, which will be very delightful. And to go with that, we of course have bombs. As you can see here, we have radar seeking bombs with the thrusters. So it's kind of a VLM system, but it's shooting downwards, and that should probably be pretty, well, should probably hit the targets pretty well. And some cool logos right here. So yeah, looking splendid, and on top of here we have some balloons in order to get out of the water if we'll need to. Next up we have this thing, which is OVO's white phosphorus bomber. 22,000 materials, and let's see what armaments we got here. Ooh, we're having APS and some articulated jets here. We also have some really cool looking missiles here. You can see this looking super modern like that. Let's see if they're the same. Infrared seekers, high explosive. Well, I'm sure this is gonna pack a punch. And I believe we have 3... Is it... It's probably diff guns, right? I think it is. 3 diff guns, yeah. I should have anticipated this. I didn't really think about it, but probably diff guns on bombers is probably the best system. I was thinking like missile bombers, that's probably what I would have built, but we're gonna see them in actions with the diff guns there. So, well, bomber class is a little bit broad as we discussed earlier. It needs to perform the tasks that a traditional bomber could. So we need to be able to deal heavy strike against multiple of targets. And it does not need to be very good at shooting interceptors and stuff like that. So that's why we get big heavy weapons. And back in the day, the only way you could deal that type of damage was basically bombs, if you were not having big mortars and howitzers and big artillery systems, and they could only be fitted on ships or on the field or on trains. Why not trains? War trains are cool. In any case, but a modern bomber can also do some other stuff, like some even think that like tactical ground support like AC-130 is also close to a bomber basically, because I think it actually has a howitzer on board. Never mind, it's looking very cool, it's looking very sleek and very fast, even has the flags, the colors are there, looking very amazing. So we'll see how OVO, so white phosphor bomber, competes here. And I'm not sure why it's white phosphorus, because they're armor piercing high explosive. Maybe it's just a cool name. Let's be moving on. This is probably one of my favorite cockpits. Look at this. Look at this. I don't know if this is gonna do something. We'll see when we test it out later, but look, it has a little target display area. Looking absolutely splendid. And this is from Pizza Summoners. This is AS Sardalk. It's the working name of it. And it has huge amounts of firepower. I think it's the second highest. And it's a really fat boy. But we're gonna see how much pack punch. Wow, this thing turns. I just had to check. Yeah, it looked like it would turn. So here we got some really cool little decoration here. Looking absolutely splendid. Well, that's looking all cool. I think this is a cram, right? It is. It is a cram, and it's what type of cram do we have? Frag. So it's an AP frag shell. Cool. Let's check the other one if that's also. Yes, that's also AP high explosive frag. Cool. We're gonna see how well this performs, but it's looking absolutely splendid. It's like somewhere in between a spaceship and something, I don't know, old, steampunky. Anyways, here we are at our next design. This is made by Rush, and this is the Butterfly Wasp. So you can see here we got some detection in the front, looking pretty modern, and we have a big array of missiles. These are thumper heads. They are laser beam riders. That's pretty cool. They can go underwater, they can go above water. These missiles will not be stopped by anything. So that's looking pretty splendid. We got some jet engines there. It's looking fast, and it even has, is this a, I believe this is a sonar boy. It is a sonar boy. Well, that's really cool. Will be interesting to see this detection in action. Really crammed, really utilitarian, but it's looking absolutely dangerous. having some auxiliary guns there to help gun down some smaller targets. Right, now we're moving on, and this is Sean Reed's first submission it is. And here you can see it is called the Dagri. And it has, I think this is a diff one as well, as you can see here. We got 2 types of shells for this build, armor piercing high explosive and armor piercing high explosive, but really accurate. Interesting. Look, it has a smoke for protection too, that's cool. And this thing, revolving blast guns on top here, that's scary. I'm gonna be very interested to see how it's gonna use them, but well, will be interesting for sure. Down here we also have a bomb explosive warhead with magnet. Oh, I forgot you can use several magnets. Can you? I thought, does it make it better? Well, in any case, that's really cool. It has double magnet bombs. And these are some big bombs too, so I'm sure this will pack a punch. Very interesting. Now we go down to, now Sean Reed is the one who has submitted 4 designs. And, you know, I didn't say stop, and I'm happy I didn't, because they look so cool, so funny, that we have a different array. So Sean Reed has been pretty active with making builds for this. This is Sean Reed's 4th submission, the Sunspot, and it's a biplane design. You can see we got a lot of revolving blast guns, or as I like to call them, revolting blast guns, because they can be a little bit scary. We even got a little, it seems like we can land with this thing, so it can probably stand on ground, chilling around. And we got missiles too, short range thrusters, active radar seekers. Wait, what? Cool. Right, reinforced bodies. So this is like this side is kinetic basically, and this side is explosive. Interesting. Well, I never used the for kinetics. I never used the active radar seekers as a front. That's interesting. Will be interesting to see how that works. Well, looking pretty cool. Let's be moving on. This is Sean Reed's 2nd submission. This is the Jin. So. Interesting. What do we have here? We have some thrusters in the front, in the back. This is a flying saucer type of design. We got thumpers and explosive. Interesting choice. It has short range thruster and thumper, so it deals thumper and explosive damage. It also have mines in case it misses. Yeah, I'm gonna be very interested to see how that works in practice. It also looks like it's burning a little bit. And there we go. We now move to Sean Reed's 3rd submission. And this is the Aspirant. What was this called? Jin, right. This is the Aspirant helicopter. So we have a helicopter. Helicopter can also be a bomber class, I thought. And it has a really cool custom looking missiles here. Short range thrusters, laser designators. So that's a kinetic missile. Both are actually kinetic missiles. That's an interesting choice. Because of the size, I'm sure they're gonna deal pretty much a lot of damage. We have a little auxiliary micro sniper here, so that probably is very useful to deal some extra damage. Well, will be very interesting to see that one in action too. Next up in the lineup, we have Shotgun's Dart, 23,000 materials, which makes it one of the cheaper designs submitted here. That's gonna give some extra points later if it performs the same. You know, firepower is very important, but we're gonna try and judge them by the cost too. So we're gonna judge some different points in the different episodes where we test them. So that's basically one factor. So having a cheaper craft can be beneficial, but if it lacks firepower, it will not be beneficial. So it depends, but it's going to be interesting to see. Now I'm a little bit confused what types of armaments we have here. We have a little 30mm cannon in front here. Here we got some missiles. Wow, that's a lot of components, man. Very cool. Looks very versatile. Active radar seeker going on there. And these are probably magnets. Okay, so we got some small bombs here too. Very useful, and we have some pretty cool VTOL looking parts there to make it hover. And this one actually has a little cockpit here, so we can sit inside of it there and enjoy the view. Interesting to use this as part of the design here. This is probably for balloons, yeah, so if we need to start from the water. Right, moving on, we go to Scuvimation's first submission, having some flags and stuff. Is this cram cannons? Well, in any case, this is the Trival, and I'm not sure what Val means, but it has some cool guns going on there, some cool detection. Do we have an EMP insulated thing? Well, we got some nice guns there, and this missiles looks absolutely beautiful. Active radar seekers, explosive frag. Wow, looking nice. We have a lot of 30mm on this thing. Wow, looking very airshipy. And in the front here we got APS. This is indeed APS, and this fires. Oh, so here we have the shells. This one is an armor-piercing frag with pen depth fuse, high explosive. Wow, okay, high explosive. Why do we have solid warhead bodies in the back? Is it so that Lamb should not take it out? I'm not sure actually. And then we have grenade launcher. That's pretty cool. So we have a shaped charge grenade launcher. That's very interesting. Where do we have the grenade launchers? I'm not sure. Oh, it's probably this thing, right? That's really cool. So we have a little grenade launcher going on here. Wow, will be very interesting to see this one in combat too. The 3-1. So let's move on to Scuvimation's second submission. This is the Pigeon. Oh no. So here we can see it has a very cool boat looking design. Airship boat looking design, and I really dig the aesthetics of this. I think it would be really cool to walk around on this thing while it's performing its duties. This looks like it would fit on the Gimli even. Very cool. And by the way, you can submit ships to battle the Gimli. Check that episode if you want to be a part of that challenge, because as said, we don't take submissions for this challenge anymore, of course, because the deadline was a long time ago. So, but the Gimli is open submission, so that you can submit whenever you're watching this video, probably. I don't promise forever, but there is an open submission for the Gimli battles. Well, the 30mm cannons on this build looks really cool, and this is a cram bomber, if you couldn't guess that, having an airship and stuff like that. Oh, we even have an EMP insulated AI. That's super useful. So what do we have here? Crams. We can even turn off the hood here so we can see 13mm. That's interesting. And it's pretty fast reload time. And we got some in the back too here. So this particular one is a hardener high explosive. And in the back, let's see if it's the same. No, it's a frag one too. So they penetrate and deal some frag damage. And they are bomb shoots, so they won't be firing fast. But if you didn't know that, the speed of cram shells does not affect the penetrative capabilities. So basically having a bomb shoot shell does the same penetration as something else. From the depth is weird like that. Anyways, we should be moving on. Here we have the Cringe's first submission. And this is actually a little bit over the cost. It's 68 materials over allowed cost, but that's under 100, so I'm just going to pretend that it's not over, and it will not receive minus points for being so little over, because I'm pretty sure that's just a mistake. Anyways, as we can see here, we got a beautiful little cockpit going on here, looking absolutely amazing there, and the engines look so decorative too, as you can see. Very decorative engines. And alongside of that, I have no idea what types of armaments we have here. Like, oh, here we have missile systems. Okay, we got missiles. Do we have some bomb bays that will open in a magical way? Well, oh no, here they are, right? Do they shoot downwards? No? Well, I guess we'll see later when it's dealing with enemies. They are in any ways riding with laser designated explosive missiles here. So we have fins 1 turn. So these are guided bombs. So they're not missiles. A lot of people used missiles instead, and that's absolutely okay. But these are actually guided bombs. So that will be very interesting to see how that works. This also features a pretty fast fire gun. Let's see how fast fire. 500 RPM. Wow, that's cool. I'm gonna see what type of shell we're packing here. We have a high explosive spammer. Well, small caliber high explosive spammer will be really cool to see. And I just love this little dome here. Really World War II canopy type of turret. Looking very cool, logos and all. So we're gonna see how that turns out. Next on, we have another one of these beautiful tail designs, and it's the Cringe's second submission. And here we have a well, a little lower cost vehicle, not a lot cheap like that, but we have a lot of missiles on this. As you can see here, we have active radar seekers with turning thrusters, and these are missiles basically. And down here we got some shaped charges, so we can penetrate deeply with variable thrusters and stuff like that. Laser beam riders too, to not get tricked by decoys, right? Well, very cool indeed. Will be interesting to see how it deals in how it's working in combat. I just love this type of plane with a propeller in the back here. I thought myself to make a couple of planes like this, so it will be really fun to see how this plane deals with it. That's actually made for the army of GMODIST. A very cool design. Oh, we have a little spammer in top of here too. This is an armor piercing high explosive micro spammer. So this is, yeah, 300 RPM, pretty quick there too. And here we have Captain Y, the army of GMODIST Captain Y. And he's made this absolutely beautiful plane. It looks super cool, and it is it's actually pretty cheap, 19,000 materials. It's I think it might, it's not the cheapest, it's the next cheapest. But it's also the craft that has the lowest firepower, so it will be interesting to see how much it delivers in practice. What it does deliver, however, is some beautiful engines. Look at these engines, they're absolutely gorgeous. I almost want to copy and steal those engines and use them on all sorts of planes. I think they look super cool. Yeah, I really like those engines. In any case, this has a very nice little cockpit. I think we have a little wider for Captain Y. We can access this cockpit pretty easily here, and we can sit in here, and you can see, if we just make the game play, we can just experiencing some cool action from within there, I think. And I like the text with the logo here and the exterior decorations. It's looking very nice. But what does it pack? Well, it's packing APS. We're also packing some sticky flares here on the side, so that's cool. And we're even packing a harpoon. Okay, so it's gonna harpoon the enemies and drag them with them and just shoot. And we have some 500mm guns here. So we have EMP. We have something called dive frag. That's cool. EMP there. And here we have frag internal, so AP frag. Very interesting mix, and as you can see, I think that these are probably not diff guns, right? These are actually autoloaders. So this is like a regular APS bomber. That's gonna be very interesting to see. It's easy to get the high firepower rating by using diff guns, but here we have actual autoloaders, so this can do whatever it does all day. I just love that we have my face here with the Army of GMODIST logo popping in here, so this is like the face of death. And as you can see, we have some pretty cool. I tried to make it look a little bit creepy, so hopefully I succeeded. Any case, Captain Y has made a beautiful model. It's gonna be very interesting to see it in combat. And our last participant is this beautiful design here, and this is the AOG submission play by straight American imperialist who's built this rubber-covered thing. So I suppose this will make it less susceptible to bumping into things, so that it doesn't get just crumpled by having contact with stuff. And here we have another APS one, so this is probably dealing a lot of damage, 500 millimeters. What type of guns do we have in here? We got high explosive, wow, high explosive frag. And it's probably shooting him pretty quickly, right? Yeah, no, 200. Okay, this one is super slow, man, and this one is super fast. Okay, so this gun powers an armor-piercing shell with a pen-depth fuse, and the other one is just pure payload. They have the same size of the barrel, so it will be looking really funny when this guy shoots, because when the shots are popping in here, I'm sure we're gonna see the shell speed difference. So we got some variable thrusters, a lot of fins, and frag turning thrusters too. Oh, well, that's some really quick and adaptable missiles, I believe. And as we can see here, we got one turns and the other predicting guidance they both got, so they should be hitting pretty regularly. Well, we got some notes here. Actually, we have not a few notes, but a lot of notes. This is, by the way, the thing that this was based on. So this is a little cheaper thing. Submission's ancestor, okay plane, but doesn't have the cost that it required for this particular challenge, and it's doesn't perform all the tasks. So this plane is unnamed at the moment. Well, that's fine. It's supposed as an Alpha Strike supporting arm, or a small craft smasher thing bomber. It has 2 5mm diff guns. Okay, diff guns. One shooting a simple high explosive frag log hurts your soul. Yeah. The other shooting in armor piercing high explosive to kill targets and lighter armor. Also has 4 medium missiles for sustained damage. Additionally, it has 1 torpedo for light anti-submarine sustained damage. Ooh, I think I missed that. Although diffs are entirely capable of anti-submarine, just inaccurate. Sure, due to detection, that makes sense. Additionally, the plane mostly runs on 2 small cruise custom jet engines that consume low resources and move the plane at about 45 meters per second. It additionally has a large interjector custom jet engine that activates only in combat, which uses a stupid amount of fuel, but brings the plane to about 115 meters per second. I also, in my genius, added a speed bar at the front of the plane to hold a large pitch controller. Okay. And protect the plane from collisions. I ended up adding detection to this bar, and it gives some armor. Okay, interesting. Speed bar. That's cool. So that's some smart setup going on here, and I'm sure a lot of people do have really smart setups on their builds, and we of course are gonna detect and check them out when we're actually testing the crafts in different scenarios. Then they will be apparent. But for the ones of you who has submitted texts for me to read, I thought it was good manners to actually read the text aloud for the video, since you've written it for me, so that's really appreciated. Give some backstory and stuff. So basically, there we have this ship. Let's see where we can have... Oh, there is the torpedo. Very cool. These are all the bombers lined up for the first iteration of the Army of GMODISM trials. And by the end of this, we will find the superior build in terms of design and efficiency, and they will be promoted in the Army of GMODISM, because you know that anyone can join the Army of GMODISM. You'll just need to join the Discord and self-assign yourself to the Matros 3rd class role. And that's the easiest way to become a member of the Army of GMODISM. Another way is of course to become a commissioned officer directly. And that's Patreon. So huge thanks to our commissioned officers again. You're just making my content creation life a lot easier. In any case, I'll see you next time. This is your host GMODIST, and we will be checking out these different bombers in the trials episodes coming up, where we will be testing different parts of the ships and different situations. And there we are in the planning room. So, huge thanks again to you guys, and thanks to all of you who are watching this. Hope you liked this video, and remember to leave a like and be sure to check out the coming episodes in this little series. I'm gonna give you a playlist for that too. In any case, thanks a lot for watching. This is the Lord High Admiral in the Army of GMODIST, officially signing out. AOG Invictus. You're most welcome to the Army of GMODIST Trials Season 1. We have reached the episode where we're going to check some aesthetic values here. So, moving on, we will be assessing each vehicle's aesthetics score. And this score is going to be made in 3 different ways. 1, 2, and 3. No. Yes. In any case, I'm going to give my score of the design. So basically a design score which I think is represents the shape of the design, the like use of decals and colors and stuff like that. But it's not only me, it's also the enlisted in the Army of GMODIST, basically who have submitted this, and all else who have enlisted, which you can do just for free. Just search how to enlist, you know. So I did a little vote in the Discord before, where I collected your answers, where you could basically vote on the aesthetic designs you thought looked coolest, and that's in here in the score. Then there was also a extra special vote for the commissioned officers in the Army of GMODIST, aka the patrons. But it was a little time ago, so this list looked a little bit different. But today I want to say extra thanks to Admiral, Scoobrocks, Captain Wild, Lieutenant, Dinosaur Boy, LCG Cannon, Cravey, Parbagreed, Tyler Russ, and Vincent Veritas. Thanks a lot for supporting the channel every month. And also, thanks to the cadets. In any case, basically, the commissioned officers in the Army of GMODIST had the opportunity to vote an extra time. They could vote in both sections, because why not? So they could throw in some extra points there on the design they liked best as well. So I'm going to go through and just show you all the vehicles a little bit quickly there, and explain a little bit more on how we're going to do this. By the way, we're listening to some beautiful music by the AOG composer Vesrets. This is Fugue in C minor. Here we got the bombers. We're gonna go through just them a little bit quickly for the little pictures, the little photo shoot we had before. This is American's AOG bomber. Here we got, this is the Phosphorus bomber by Ovo. I don't remember all the names of the specific craft, but this is of course one of Sean Reed's designs. This is the Penguin, and it's Nilden's. This, I think it's the Dart from Shotgun. And then we got another. This is the Sunspot, also from Sean Reed. And we got the Stardrop from Light of the World. Here we are rolling in with the BY409. Anyways, Captain Wise submission there. And here we have the Sardalk from Pizza Summoner. And here we have the beautiful Don't really remember the name of this. BB4, B5. Anyways, it's either. This is from the Cringe, and here we have the other one from the Cringe. And here we also got, this is Nilden's submission with a cool bomb cam. Here we have, now let's see here. What is this? Is one of the flying? I think this is Nilden's flying air thing. Don't remember the name of that. This, I believe, is Sean Reed's flying space saucer thing, which burns and stuff. Very nice. And here we got the butterfly wasp, I believe, from Russia, I think. And here we have the Jonas Isanth ship from Starmade. And here we have the hummingbird. Yeah, this is the hummingbird. It's from Netrameira, if I remember correctly. Here we have the 3-wall. And this... Is it from Scuvimation? I think it is. Here we have this really little quick fast thing. I think it's from Kinda Sexy, if I remember correctly. And it's Eldrosh Koshkosh, maybe it's called. This is the Hana Story Hana something. Ad Necreus build. And we got, of course, the Pigeon, which I think is Scuvimation's second build. Here we got... Ooh, this is the beautiful build from the Secret Advisor or Kovrax. I really like this one. And here we got the... this is Jono's real submission. Because the Starmade build was for Jono's other submission, right? This is the aspirant thing. This is a special little thing from Sean Reed as well. And that was all of them. I hope I didn't mess up any names there for any of the builds. But that's just a little quick rundown of what we're getting. And also the pictures I showed as a reminder for people to vote. Well, let's get into the game and just check out our little scores here. So we should just spawn the vehicles, and I'm gonna give my little score and add on the score from the enlisted as well as the commissioned officers, and we're gonna see what aesthetics total score we are. So basically I'm just giving my aesthetic assessment of each build, and then we're having the commissioned officers and the enlisted adding up there. And the enlisted and the commissioned officers together will amount to what we call the Army of GMODISM Quality Control Board. So this is my ratings plus the Quality Control Board. So let's get in there. Here we have our first batch of friends we're going to review the aesthetics of. We're just having this, we're having them move in real time to kind of assess that, but not in real time. We're having them move, but we're having them move in slow motion. I will grade each craft's aesthetic performance in a grade scale of 10. So we're going to begin from the top of the list as usual. This is the Storyhana. I will say it has a really nice shape. We have a really cool cockpit area, and we have good use of the decals. So in that general sense, it is a very nice looking design. And we have an interesting asymmetric layout too, with the engines lined up like this, which makes a very interesting and space-like appearance. However, we got some kind of a little bit jagged edges here at the end that honestly looks a little bit weird. Especially kind of here we have this, we have a hidden one of this, but you can see we have kind of some strong edges here and there, which is a little bit weird. But we have the cool cablings going on here, we have the decals, and we have a nice set of colors. which I think makes the Storihana score a average type of score almost a little bit. I will score it a 6. Because it has a pretty standard shape and those very minor issues that we mentioned. Well, the competition is steep. It is a generally nice shape and design, but a few things could be improved, but I think it's really cool. Next out, we're having the Secret Advisors Manta War, which has an absolutely very fantastic, interesting, intricate design. It's very, very organic and very strange, but also very cool. We have a lot of decorations, and we can see that very big effort has been put into making it look really cool. We have some, like the decals scaling is wrong here, and it's also reversed, which isn't great. And some decals placement feels a little bit slapped together a little bit quickly. I think we should just move them a little bit in some ways to make it, well, not be hidden behind stuff like that. But all in all, it's the most unique design that is on the board. This is like, I never seen something like this, and I think it looks absolutely amazing. So other than those small things, like here we could just smoothen this out with a little what is it called, a little decoration block, and you know, there are some super small fixes that could be improve the general look of it, but I think this is an absolute masterpiece. It's great. The shape of this is the best shape of them all, I'd say. But due to those very tiny issues, I would say it gets one score less than max, which is 9. So very, very impressive design here. Next out, we're having Jono's second submission, if we can find it, and it is the Isanth. And the Isanth is of course a kind of meme submission. It doesn't provide any aesthetics to the army of GMODISM. It doesn't use the decals, it has the wrong colors, and it's basically not really an AOG bomber. But because he made a cool replica from StarMade, and it was kind of really fun that he brought it in here just because we played so much StarMade before, it will give a 1 point. It will get a single point because it's fun that it's from StarMade. But other than that, it doesn't like provide anything for the AOG, so it would of course not get any points in actuality. But of course, Jono made 2 submissions. One of them is this thing, the real bomber here, which is the AOG bomber. And this is probably the second most unique and weird design I've never seen before. And I think it looks super great as well. It has really interesting shapes. It's really sci-fi, but also not. It could definitely fit very well into the AOG. The color scheme works great with it. It's just generally a really cool design. However, here again we got some weird edges going on here. Like, I know this is kind of difficult to fix with mimics, but I think it's possible, but it looks a little bit strange there. You can see we have some clipping with the barrel that looks okay, but you know, we're just deducting points for any reason at this point, because we can't give everyone top score. But yeah, here we have this little detection pod. And I really wonder, why is there a wireless snooper behind a glass? Yeah, well, it's mimicky. It's just a mimicking kind of board to detect. But I must say that these particular like radar detection aim point turret things, I think they kind of look weird. It's not obvious to me what they will do. But in general, I think the design and the shape and everything like that is really, really cool. So summed up like that, we will give it a score point of 8. I think it's really cool. Like, the design of this thing, the shape of it, really makes it get such a high score. There are things that could be polished up for sure. I mean, we don't even have some AOG decals on it, so that's of course a minus. But the total shape of the entire thing still makes me want to give it an 8 because it's so unique. Then we'll have kinda sexist design. This is a very traditional bomb plane type of look. We don't have the decals. It's very like straightforward and a little blocky at places. I think we could use a small amount of mimics here to really improve the design and make it a little bit more sleek. I do think that the brown and the white wings stacked on the top of each other gives a little bit strange impression, but in general I think it looks definitely acceptable, pretty standard bomber, but you know, other than that it doesn't really provide anything extra. So it has the right colors, it looks like a plane, it's nothing super weird going on with it, so we're going to give it a 3 in terms of design points. Next up we have Light of the Worlds Stardrop, and the Stardrop looks very spaceship-y. It has a very sleek and fast design, and it does look pretty space plane-y. It however suffers also a little bit from the jagged edges that can easily appear on things, and we have this kind of deep water guard style of build here. Now what I would do to hide this up or something is probably to just add a decoys to kind of make it a smooth shape and leave the wings in the middle. So in any case, we have some jagged edges there. We could use some mimics to smooth things out. Other than that, we're having a pretty standard space plane design. Here we also see the wings on top of the build. They look a little bit jagged here. And if you want to have ion thrusters here, we should probably have gone with the flush variant at the top, or smash some mimic or something beneath it to remove some of that blocky appearance. But in general, I think it looks cool. It's definitely a decent looking design, but due to those things that we could improve, and also that it's pretty, it's a little bit blocky in a way. I think it could be a little bit more designed, had some more details, have some AOG decals, something like that. So due to that, we're giving it a score point of 4 in terms of design. There we have the next little batch of designs. Here we have Netrameira's Hummingbird. I think it looks absolutely fantastic. The idea of having a hummingbird is such a cool idea. And this little cockpit design, framing in the cockpit like this, just looks absolutely fantastic. It of course looks shit from within here, but you're not supposed to be within here anyways. It looks really cool from this direction here. I think it really adds a nice vibe. We got some really cool AOG logos. We got the flags in the right scaling. And like this little design of this little turning pinnacle here for the wing, it basically deserves an extra point for its design. In general, this is a very cool and very nice design. There is few things that could be improved on it, and that would be that this portion of the front looks a little bit flat like that, and the back portion looks like we didn't have an idea what we would do with this back side here, so we just added a door. This end here and this part here makes it feel a little bit boxy. But in general, I think the design of this thing is great. Like the details with the recoil absorbers here, using the era pads for texturing, the logo design, the vibe, and everything like that makes it a really top tier design. This is definitely one of my personal favorite ones, as of course, these points I'm giving out now is basically my personal aesthetics assessment. So make it what you will. Other points will be added on for what the commissioned officers thought about them, their favorites, as well as the open enlisted Army of GMODISM enlisted vote. But this is my personal assessment, and I think that Netrameda's Hummingbird is really amazing. So I will give it a 9, and not max due to those two things that I think could be improved. So next up we have Nilden's second submission. And that is, I think it is, yes, this is the Invader indeed. And the Invader has a really cool look to it, but it's very, like the top portions here where we try to smooth out the top here. It doesn't really fly. This is a opportunity, or you need to go into, where is it? The hellscape of trying to find the right matching block, and it takes a long time to kind of find them, but they are there somewhere. You'll just need to search for them long enough, and you'll find the things that will even this out. Like this should be a 2 to 3. For example, 2, 2, 3, other. You can see we could smoothen that out a little bit there. If we have used that, it would have looked much better. However, I really love the designs from Nilden to put the cog here and put a cog design behind it and kind of make the logo into this 3D type of design. That definitely adds plus points. And the additions with some small gears and stuff like that, I think it looks really cool. But the general blockiness of the other parts around it really draws the score down. So I will put this thing at a 4. So here we have the Penguin, and it's Nilden's third submission indeed. And I think this is just so hilariously funny. It looks like a penguin. We have the logos here. We even have the cutout paint here to just make the logo sit right there. The jet engines look really sleek. It's a very traditional design. I will say that. So we've kind of seen this type of design before, but having a penguin like this is just so hilarious that it really draws up the score for me, because it looks like a penguin, but it also looks like a proper bomber. Like it doesn't look like a joke, but it looks funny, and it works like pretty well, especially when it skips up and down like this, which is, you know, its movement pattern is also part of the aesthetic. It's like when the Manta War dives and bombs, the entire thing starts burning, and it's just so amazing. That's really cool. Anyways, the Penguin, I will assess this to be a 7 out of this score here. So next we are moving on to Nilden's first submission, so we need to go back a little bit here. And here we have Nilden's first submission. And it's really funny. We have the bomber cam in here, and the bomber cam, that's a cool feature. That's of course part of the aesthetics. I will say that the cool bombing cam that actually provides visuals on the bombs, that's really cool. It definitely gives us an extra point here. Other than that, I think the general plane shape, like the fuselage of the plane, it looks pretty decent, but it's also nothing super special. We've seen it before, but it works really well. And together with the logos, the lights, the bombing cam, and all of that gives it a pretty cool summed up performance. Like, it looks really cool in action, and it works. I think when we're using short propellers like this, I think they could be thinned out a little bit to kind of give it a little bit more less boat propeller vibe when it comes to these propellers. But in general, I think it's really cool design, and I will also give this a 7 in design. Now we are going to fly over to Ovos. If we can catch that thing is really fast. This is the Phosphorus Bomber. The Phosphorus Bomber look absolutely super stunning. We have some really cool additions to make it look extra cool. We got some clean shapes. We have used the pretty complex transition blocks that I just showed you for the Invader. Really looks very sleek and designed, and it looks more like a fighter plane than a bomber, but what the bomber is also a little bit up to the folks there. It's like, I think it looks great, but it looks more like a fighter. That's my only issue with it. It looks a little bit more like a fighter. It looks really sleek. It doesn't look like it's supposed to deliver any heavy payload. So it's the design basically have this small little thing that it doesn't like exactly fit. Because it looks like a Harrier kind of, but we got the decorations here on the missiles and stuff like that. But it's a little bit like the Manta War. I think it looks really cool, but if we find one fault, we're going to point it out, and that is that. And I'm trying to be extra harsh when I'm doing this assessment rather than extra generous, because I don't want to give out too many extra points for aesthetics. And I want to be able to save a 10 for when everything is perfect. And since it doesn't fit the role exactly, it will give a 9. But I will say this, I would have wanted to give Ovo and Kovrax both 10s, because I just adore both of these designs. But again, if everything is not perfect, it's not a 10. And that's how it is. In any case, we're going to move back here because Pizza Summoner's design doesn't really want to work here with the fleet commands. It's breadboard and it's doing its own thing. This thing is meticulously designed. You can see we are having very good looks here. It is a slab, it is a block, but it ends up not looking blocky anyways. We're having this little golden trim surfaces around parts. We're having this turning bay for the engine. That's a really cool little decoration. We have smart use of lights to make it look hot and strong. We got tubes going out there. We got cogs around the crams to make it look like they somehow connect and are needing this structure in order to aim. And on top of that, we have a designed cockpit which you can sit in, looks really cool, and provides a lock-on visual when we are about to hit an enemy. I think that every part of this design, as well as it could be made, have been made. Like all the measures to make it look really cool have been taken. We're having the AOG logo somewhere too. We don't have any excessive use. It just looks sleek and cool and very, very, very nice for what it's doing. So I will give the Pizza Summoner's design a 10. Because I can't find any things, I can't find any issue here. I think that for this type of design, we have added everything we can add. So yeah, it's great. We're gonna move on to the next batch now. All right, next batch here. Here we have Russia's Butterfly Wasp. And it looks really cool, it looks really strong. It kind of has this, a little type of a moth type of look to it, which I think it looks really cool. We have some detection components hidden in there. We're having kind of this little traditional radar front with detection and stuff like that. Works pretty well. We have wings. We have smoothen out the corners about as well as possible. And you know, I think it looks pretty cool. It looks very compact though. It's utilitarian when it comes to a block of components. But I think the front of the crafts looks better than the back of the craft. Here I think we have some pretty sharp corners going on here. I think we could have used some mimics to smoothen it out a little bit. And this panel here probably needs some more decorations or additions and smoothing out to make it look a little bit more nice. We do have the decals, however, but it's reverse. It needed to be mirrored here. And yeah, well, I guess it's a very small design. It's a very compact one. but it's perhaps a little bit too utilitarian and bare bones. We would need some more decorations and some more stuff to smoothen it out. You just use a few mimics to kind of make it look a little bit more sleek here. When we have a really small design like this, like the details really matter. I don't know, maybe I would add something like this to kind of give an edge. Of course, we will need to move it a slightly millimeter outwards to make it not lag like that, but you know, kind of adding some small details to just smoothing it out a little bit. I think it could have been improved there a lot, but in general I think it looks pretty cool, but it's, you know, it's a little bit on the average side too, so I will give it a 5. Now I need to remember which is Sean Reed's first submission. Right, it's the Daggery. So here we have the Daggery, and it is a pretty unusual design, I must say. It does look cool, however, but we're having some really sharp edges here where it kind of feels a little bit unintentional that it should be so like sharp. We have a really good use of the color scheme, however, which I think works pretty good. We got some really loud text here in the back. Also works, but the applique panels kind of look too jagged and not very good. I guess they're added for utilitarian purposes, but they do draw down the design a little bit. However, this is a nice little decal touch. So yeah, I suppose that we're just having a little bit too much jagged, harsh corners, especially with the applique all around the place. So I think there are some things that could be, like all of those things could be improved here. It would also be nice to have a little logo somewhere there. So in all, I will give this a 3. Now we're gonna move on to Sean Reed's 4th submission, which happens to be the Sunspot, which is about to crash into the waves. I think it's really cool with this type of biplane design. It really adds a nice vibe to From the Depth. So I do like it having this, and we have a nice use of a logo there. Now, it also has the retractable landing gears, which definitely adds to a better score, because I thought that was a really cool and awesome little detail, which definitely like that it doesn't work super reliably. That's another thing, but it looks really cool that we have it, and that's because the blades are kind of going down further than the landing pad. That's the issue. But it looks really cool, and the biplane design is nice, but it again has the issue with too harsh applique panel corners, which doesn't make it look super cool and kind of draws it down a bit there again. But I think it's much cooler than the previous, the first submission. I think it looks interesting with the biplane, but we would probably want a little bit more mimics around the cockpit and stuff like that. In any case, it is better, and it will land at a 5. Next, we're gonna move on to Sean Reed's 2nd submission, which sits in the water somehow. I think we need to give a little command to make them stop shilling in here. This design, we have not stayed with the jagged corners, but we have tried to incorporate them jagged corners using paint and putting them together to make an interesting type of shape. And then we also made it burn to make it look much cooler. So in general, I think this design flies a lot better than the previous ones. Flies. But yeah, we have the decals here. We have good use of the colors. We have created an interesting shape. Like, we can create the smooth sorcerer. So what we can do instead is like this: work with the shapes and paint them in a way that looks interesting. So in general, I think it looks pretty nice. And I would say that this has a design score of 7. I think it's pretty nice. The aspirant helicopter has some really cool uses of shapes to make it look very droney. It looked kind of angled in like this, and I think it's pretty cool. We have again nice use of the logo and stuff like that. We have some jagged edges here that I think feels a little bit unintentional. It's a little bit sharp there, which does draw down the final looks a little bit there. In general though, I think it looks pretty cool. These little carrying things for the materials, and especially these well-designed missiles that add extra decoration do draw the score up a bit there. So when we're landing, all in all, I think we're getting to a score of 6. The shotgun dart. And here we have an interesting sharp looking design, like a really quick looking design. However, due to the, let's see here, we have used paint 10 and we have not used the AOG golden paint here. This makes this thing look a lot more like, what are they called now? Not the weight flyers, the twin guard. It makes it look a lot more like twin guard design. However, despite the colors being a little bit off there, I think these propeller blades going on there, I think this is a really cool look to it. Like, I never seen decoys added to propellers like this. I didn't even know you could do that. Anyways, it looks super cool. That propeller looks super cool. We don't have any Army of GMODISM decals or anything. The colors are off, which isn't great. If you just used fleet colors, they would have been spot on. Or if you added the colors for the designs yourself, it would have been working good too also. But in all, I think the shape of this thing is really cool. I think it generally looks nice. It looks really fast and really brutal like that. And really even having small protection slash hatches for, or not hatches, like boxes or, yeah, things for the missiles there. The top one here, we kind of have a weird instrument panel vibe here, and I don't know about these. I think this is an angle that looks kind of weird though. Well, that we don't have the right colors is, however, like, unfortunately a big issue, but the design in general, I think it's really nice, but it will, like, the shape of it is really nice. Then we have some small things here and there that could be needed to be fixing, but the colors are off, the colors are wrong, and we don't have any decals. So all in all, it will end up at a score 3. Now we're going to move on to the next and last batch. And here we have them. And before continuing and finishing this up, I will just want to say it's not my intention in any way to sound harsh or discouraging of doing designs. I will tell you that you can see on the channel, if you move back a couple of years, that a couple of years ago my designs would not look half as good as any of these, definitely not. So it's a learning process and you get better all along. So it's not like if you think my designs are looking cool, well, it's not like they always did. They looked shit for years, and I try to learn new tricks each hour I play this game, and, you know, add some new decals and stuff like that. So it's not any intention of being discouraging like this. I hope you can take all the criticism constructively and use it in order to improve your designs and make them look, well, according to me, look better in the future. And, you know, in general, I think that all designs are really cool, and of course, I think it's great that all of you have sent in all these designs, and it's been a pleasure of testing them in combat, which we will continue doing, by the way. But with that said, just so that you don't think I'm too harsh, you know, we have to rank them on the scale, and just as the combat performances, some designs look better than others, and I try to point that out. But without further ado, now I kind of put that in there if you thought I was evil or something. We can move on. Here we have the 3-wall. This is a very unique, funny design. Here you can see a really nice little detail. We have like black on top of the white here to kind of make this angle and the protection around this little barrel look like a real type of mantlet. I think this is a genius design of making this otherwise really boring outlet for this big cannon look cool. So we use this in order to make something that looks sad look pretty cool. So I think that's pretty impressive. I think that's pretty impressive. That's a nice touch. We've used a lot of these ducts in order to make it look nice, nicer there, the smoother shapes. We have some really smoothen out hull. We can make it look real sleek here. I think in general it works very well. Oh my God, this block however should have been black, shouldn't it? Well, we have beautifully crafted missiles that are placed in an angle too, which makes it look so much greater. I think here in the back we have some tiny like issues. I think it looks kind of blocky and a little bit like blocky and sad here. It looks very basic in the back, whereas here at the front of the craft it looks much more exquisite. I think these winged shields here, I think they look nice, but I do wonder if we probably could have inserted a, what is it? A little mimic thing to make it smoothen out a little bit like that, or possibly a sharper one like this. So in general this design, it looks nice, but it looks too blocky. If you just cut away the decorations at the top and the bottom and the front and the back, it's basically a box. And that does draw down the design from something that would have been considered a very, very interesting design to something that feels a bit lame when we have a box type shape here. I think some stuff could be added here, even if it's just some type of, I mean, you know, go to the props here and we could just add, we could like add a fake machine or whatever to just have something. But in any case, at its current state, it looks a little bit too blocky. So the shape and the design, it is a 3-wall, it has these 3 guns and everything is designed around it. I think that's a really cool idea. So because that's a cool idea, well, I will give this thing a 4. Because of the things that could have been improved. But I do like this design. I do like it. But it needs something more. Next, we're moving on to one of my personal favorites. It's the slowest one here. And this is also Scuba-mation's design. This is the Pigeon. And here we really have used the AOG brown color as it's intended, which is for wood. Here we got this pretty ancient looking steam type of airship bomber. We got the AirPods here. We really get this diesel punk, steampunk feeling. I think this looks really cool. I like this design a lot. And here we can really see we have used those mimics to kind of smoothen out the edges here. We got a big deck type of thing here. We got good use of the logos. We got golden trim, well, like handlebars, not like what are they called? Rails or something? Railings? Yeah, railings. And we got good placements of flag and logos, and we did use the white face here. I think this looks really cool on the brown. It works really well, and with the bow going on there. Now, everything on this looks really cool, I think. But I do feel it feels like something is missing on top of it. It feels like it should have been some kind of, like, honestly, for this, I wonder if I wouldn't have like had some type of, you know, copper roof or something like that to maybe get just a tiny little bit of interesting detail there, because it looks weird that it's wood here, and frankly it looks like something is missing back here. It feels like there should be a like big as AA gun back here or something like that. I do like those little chimneys with the black smoke though. That's really great. And in general, I think this is a super adorable design. So yeah, this is of course my score, and I am biased, but I really just love the shape of this thing. And I will say this is definitely an 8. But something back here and something other on the roof here, and maybe some type of like something back here too, so it doesn't look like a box when seen from below. That we have like just having something would be a good idea there. Some decal, some shape, some structure, you know. In any case, we are now gonna move on to American's design. I think that's here. Here we really have a unique and cool looking design. This looks kind of spaceship-y for sure. We have a very utilitarian design here, but it also provides an interesting aesthetic. As you can see here, we have the decals spot on there. We have also this kind of flush little design within the wings here. So we have kind of the flaps be part of the structure like this. I believe it's mimics on top of wings to make it have this effect. Like custom control surfaces on top of... no, blocks on top of custom control surfaces. Anyways, it works really well. However, we have this front panel here, which is trying to correct altitude. And that just looks super weird. I kind of think that this should probably not have been seen if it needed to be there, because it clips through the barrels here. And the back portion here seems to be a little bit too plain. I think that like this section of the craft looked really cool, but then the front and the back just doesn't really add up to that. If those issues would have been fixed, we would have gotten a lot better, but right now I think we will set this at a 3. Now we're gonna move out to Corinche's design, which is gonna be over here. Now this is the Corinche's first submission, indeed. I think that thing has a very stunning design. We got the shapes on top of the cockpit. We even have a little bit of decoration inside the cockpit there. We got a radar looking up there. Basically, everything is thought of very well. We have a very good shaped and smoothened out hull to make it look real cool. And this little canopy for the turret is definitely a lot of bonus, because that looks super amazing. We did forget this thing is actually, it's here, but somehow it has been it's removed by a mimic. I don't know why. It just is. All right, now we just need to. It just disappeared from our view. Okay, there it is. So we got this here. I think one thing that could have been fixed on these propellers here is that if you didn't know that, you can actually go into this here. You can go to extra configuration, and you can actually, if you want the propeller blade to be wood, there we have it. It's here iron. We can have like red cedar or whatever. And you can see we can have wood like that. So I think that could have been a nice detail here. And I'm not sure these sections should be brown unless they were switched to wood. Then I think it would kind of look cool, because now it looks like wood painted metal, which I think has a little weird vibe. But that's some minor issues like that. We got the decal here. Maybe it needs to be just a millimeter closer to the main deck like that, but otherwise it looks pretty nice. However, in the back here, I don't know what's going on with these shapes here, but it feels a little bit like weird. Why is it like this? This should probably be smoothing out something, because I can see on the rest of the design that everything is so smoothen out and cool looking there. So I'm pretty sure this is something that's definitely doable for the builder here. But in any case, in general, I think it looks really cool. But oh yeah, here we have another weird thing. This color transition here doesn't really work. It looks really sharp. In any case, in general, I think it looks really cool, especially with the little canopy and little gunner's canopy going on there. All in all, I will say this thing amounts to a score of 7. We're gonna move on to the second submission from Cringe, which is the fast one here. And this one just personally sits really well with me in terms of its shape. I think the shape of this design is absolutely fantastic. We're having the reverse propeller look here. Again, I think it could probably be in a wooden propeller, and we have the same with the wood painted metal. A lot of ships have that, but this uses it so much it's noticeable in a big way. However, this little like connection wire going on there is a really nice added detail, and the shaping of this hull is just fantastic. We have some things that look, I don't know if this, no, I think that looks pretty good, but the colors could probably be switched around a little bit for a better effect. And if we had the canopy design that the MB4 had on this, it would be very nice too. But all in all, I'm definitely in love with the shape of this thing. I think the general shape is so good, despite the things that could be fixed with the colors moving around, adding those details that the other one had and stuff like that. I still think it's a 8 because I just really like this design. Lastly, we have Captain Y's Bomber BY409. And here we can see exquisite work of details. Everything is meticulously smoothed out to perfection. We have this trim added here. We have the applique mimics to add as a type of, to look as a type of control surface. We're having texts on the side, vibing with the logo here. We have like ladder pieces going up there, and we have that the targets will see the face of death swishing over them. This looks absolutely fantastic. There is nothing I can see we can improve on this by like that easily. You can see the engines are exquisitely designed. They look so nice. I kind of want to copy them and use them on some other craft or something like that. Well, I kind of never copy people's engines, but I wanna kind of steal the design and make my own engine that looks similar to this and use it. Yeah, this looks absolutely amazing. It really does. Having one piece be of alloy and the bottom part being of metal actually works really good here too. Yeah, it's hard to say if there is anything that could be improved. Actually, it looks really nice. For this type of, like, everything is so detailed that we have a flat surface like this kind of works too. It doesn't, you know, disturb anything. And the cockpit is looking really great too here. Simple but effective. We have some controls there. Yeah, this thing looks very great. The only thing I can see that could be improved is that those barrels, you know, for the APS don't look really good because they're not hollow like this. I would probably switch this out with and hide the original with a kind of cram barrel like this. Now that didn't work very well. Anyways. Hide original mesh. Well, I don't know. Maybe it has mimics on here somehow. Who knows? But in any case, yeah, that's probably the only thing. It's so weird. Anyways, it should have removed the barrel there when we did that. That could have been improved, but in general, it looks super great. Like, I'm really nitpicking here because I've been doing this entire episode, but you understand, that's what I'm here for. But in any case, it's still a 10. It's definitely a 10. It's max point for that one. Yeah, very nice. Now I will declare the points extra added from the Army of GMODISM Quality Control Board. And it's been an open vote, so people in the Army of GMODISM could use one vote to vote at one design they thought was best. So a lot of the designs didn't get a vote, but many did, and I will declare those points. And then there is also the extra points added from the commissioned officers in the Army of GMODISM, who is a separate vote, and they could participate in both votes, of course, because that's how democratic that is. In any case, the first craft that will be getting some points is Kovrak's design. And it will give, it actually has, it's the Manta War, of course. So how the scoring system works is that the enlisted in the Army of GMODISM had one vote and could vote on their favorite design. And the commissioned officers could give out one 1-point, one 2-pointer, and one 3-pointer to, well, the same list of designs. Not a lot of the commissioned officers participated in this vote. It was in Discord. If you're not in the Discord, that's why you missed that one. But that's the results in any case. So the Manta War gets the highest amount of points from, well, basically everyone here. It gets 5 individual votes from the enlisted, plus 3 points, a combination of the points from the commissioned officers. So it gets thus 8 points extra. Very nice. Then we're moving on to Jono's second submission, and that is also getting 1 point from the enlisted in the Army of GMODISM and 2 points from the commissioned officers. Next one to get a point is Nilden's Penguin, and I don't remember if it's from enlisted or commissioned officer, but it will get 1 extra point. Then we'll have Ovos Phosphorus White Phosphorus Bomber, the really cool looking fighter craft. That's a bomber. It gets 3 points from both the commissioned officers and the enlisted, so 6 points extra in total. Next one to get the point is Pizza Summoner, who I don't remember which gave that extra point, if it was the enlisted or the commissioned officers, but 1 point extra for Pizza Summoner. Then the next thing to get votes is Scuvimation. See here where we are having that one. Scuvimation's second submission gets 1 extra point. And it's possible I've mixed up which is the commissioned officers and which is the enlisted, so I don't know which this is either, but it gets 1 point extra. Then we'll have the Cringe's first design, the MB4, gets 2 extra points. And the Cringe's second design, which has, you know, the amazing shape, gets 2 points from the enlisted and 3 points from the commissioned officers extra. So it gets 5 points extra. Nice shape. The Captain's YAG Bomber gets 1 point from the enlisted and 3 points, or the reverse way around. And anyways, a 4-point bonus, which is very understandable. So there we have the total score of that. Well, there we basically have the scores. So the scores I have mentioned and gone through in this video, plus the extra scores added from the Army of GMODISM Quality Control Board, will be added to the total score in the scoreboard. And thus we will be moving on to future and more challenges. So I really hope I have provided some useful tips on how to improve these designs. Of course, if this wasn't your design, the tips applies to anyone. So I hope it can help people to see some things that could be pointed out and that could be improved. And again, I hope that anyone doesn't think I sound too harsh, because I'm just pointing out what can be improved. Of course, I think that all designs that were sent in are pretty cool. But in any case, we have to grade them like this, and I do hope it was useful. And do you think that the scoring was fair, or do you think it's really unfair? Well, you can post that in the comments too, or having any questions about what the next things that are gonna be happening will be and not be. We're gonna have, I think it's 3 more sub-challenges, and something like that. And of course, they'll probably need to be divided up into several videos because they're pretty long. But I do really hope you enjoyed this little video, and if you did, you should definitely leave a like and stay tuned to catch future videos. This is your Lord High Admiral from the Army of GMODIST. And I've been watching all these designs now, and hopefully you've been getting some good building tips here too. But in any case, this is your host, Lord High Admiral, and you are dismissed. Well, hello, enlisted in the Army of GMODIST and commissioned officers. You're welcome back to our Bomber Challenge, The Trials, Season 1. I'm sitting here all geared up, and we are of course first going to thank the commissioned officers in the Army of GMODIST for supporting the channel every month. Huge thanks to Admiral Super Dave, Captain Y, Commander Jacob, Lieutenants Asteria, C2, Cravey, Parbagri, Talaras, and Vincent Veritas. You help a lot. And also thanks to all of our cadets. You were not forgotten. We're going to begin to test the bombers against sea targets. And the first way we're going to do this with is to test a single bomber against a single sea target. Now I have walked through the different types of crafts that can appear in the campaign, and I've come to the conclusion that the best test subject for this is the Onyx Watch's Claymore. So we will begin to conduct the tests. The Claymore is a good target because it's pretty meaty, and still it doesn't have very good armor, but it has a lot of health. And using bombs, it should be the best way to tackle this type of craft. So this is an optimal condition for bombers. Now this craft can't really shoot back, so it won't really test the bomber's survivability. But if the bombers on the other hand get hit by big crams like this from a craft with somewhat poor tracking, well, maybe that's just unlucky, or maybe it's a very invasive bomber. Now I have a grading chart, which is kind of secret. I will not share with you the grades that each of the crafts get during the tests. So basically I have adjusted some points dependent on the cost of the ships, or the, not ships, we have some airships, but the bombers themselves. So more expensive designs have gotten a 0, too expensive designs have gotten minus points, and cheap designs have gotten plus points. This is because in some scenarios the ships are tested 1 by 1 versus 1 target, and not in cost. Later on we will provide a group test. But basically the cost of the ship, it's of course good if a cheaper bomber can perform as well as a more expensive bomber, and it deserves plus points for that. So that is why. But again, the grading I will not share with you from the get-go, but you will see it in the end. So you can make your own assumptions, but I don't want you to be able to calculate which crafts are most likely to win based on my scoring in the videos. And we will see if all of the bombers will be tested in one single episode, or if we have to divide them in 2 episodes, because there are a lot of them after all. Thanks for all the submissions. Well, your Lord High Admiral will now get back into the game. 2,000 meters away, a Claymore has spawned, and first out is Adnekrias, which actually has a too expensive craft. So it apparently begins circling the enemy. And what is going on here? Oh, wow. That's something. That's unexpected. We'll conduct the tests again. That was a little bit too quick. We didn't see what even happened there. We're gonna lock on to the Claymore instead. And we have some very penetrating capabilities. I think it had a lucky shot and took out, or it kills the target using EMP. So can be smart to wield some EMP. Oh yes, there we go. That's some easy kills right there. Very good performance from Adnecria submission. And this is the order we will go through. We have Adnecrias, the secret advisor / Kovrax. We have Jonos first, second, kinda sexy. And then we have Light of the World, Netrameira, Nildens 3, Ovo. We have Pizza Summoner. We have Rush. We got Sean Reed's 4, Shotguns 1, Scooby-Mations 2, Straight American Imperialists 1, The Cringes 2, and Captain AOG Captain Wise bomber plane last year. So this is the order we will follow all of these challenges with, which means that next up is the highly anticipated Manta War from the Secret Advisor / Kovrax. It has a beautiful standby mood, so with no target, it is tucked away in storage right now. So if an enemy would stealthily appear 2000 meters away, we'll see how it reacts. I kinda didn't notice, but it actually has an ish cockpit here too. That's pretty cool. In any case, let us start. Right, it rises. Locks on the diffs. And we're firing away. That looks like some pretty huge damage. It's trying to shoot back, but oh wow, that's serious damage. It's not quite dead, but it basically is pretty dead. Look at that. And it even is doing its evasive maneuvers in order to not get hit. Very smart, very intelligent. It goes back for another reload. It has 5 shots per gun in total. Alright. And it's getting close. Wow, it's just moving so organically. That's so cool. We're gonna slow down time right here. Look at these shells. They're just saying AOG, Invictus, all of them. Slow down again. Okay. It's a small target. Bam. That is some serious damage. I believe it. I'm surprised if it's still alive. It kind of is. Interesting. It's basically dead. It comes in for another swoop. Look at it go. Looking pretty amazing. And we're for another volley. Oh, wow. Completely annihilated. Alright. Let's try that again. Alright. We look at it go again. We're gonna sit in here. It's starting to burn with anger. And it fires 2 volleys right there. Alright, that's some big damage. It really takes out huge chunks of health there. It has splendid performance against dealing damage. It's almost, however, like its damage is meant for bigger ships. So this thing, out of luck or something else, doesn't get completely destroyed. Here it comes again. Wow, this looks so This looks so effectful. That's pretty cool. Okay. And it's deleted. Well, that's some very good performance. Here we have the next submission. This is Jono's second submission, which is of course the Isanth. Is it 5? Yes, the Isanth 5. I was thinking, was it 4 or 5? The Isanth 5 from StarMade. So yeah. Probably need to check in what's happening with StarMade soon. But it stands here and casually hovers, so let's spawn an enemy for it. And there we go. It's the Claymore. It fired a volley and missed. Coming in here. Just hovering in the sky. Does it have a rail? It's so still, it's probably lucky it didn't get hit there. Alright. Can we get some... It's chilling. Oh no! Ooh, that was just pure luck, I think. It's not shooting very often, is it? Like, sooner or later, these crams are bound to hit if it doesn't have... Maybe it has some type of... Yes, it's moving from side to side, isn't it? I think it has evasion. Well, that's good at least. Well, it comes with another volley there. Not dealing a lot of damage, is it? Coming another little volley. Well, now it got some damage dealt, it felt like. Mostly against the crams. It looks like this is gonna take a while. Next volley is coming. Well, more crams. Cram blocks. Oh! Damn! It actually got hit. Well, since we're not really measuring the survivability, we're repairing it with the bot right now, it seems like, but... Okay. I don't know if it has evasion or if it just goes from side to side. But that's the cockpit. Wow, okay. Trying to fire another volley. How much health is it? Is it 90%? Oh, it just lacks firepower. It lacks firepower. Yeah. Let's try again here and see if we can get some better hits from the start. It seems it misses its first volley. It seems to be some... Was that armor piercing and high explosive? Alright. The Claymore is lining up here. I was very surprised with Adnekria's bomber's ability to just kill the AI super quickly and efficient, which is a valid tactic against many targets indeed. So it's that was some really good setup. Now we could see it got hit again. It's so still it gets hit by crams, which isn't great. You can see here it fires another volley, but I don't think the Isanth 5 will be able to take out the target in a reasonable amount of time. So we will probably move on to the next target, Jono's real submission, because I do believe we've seen enough of its performance in this particular setting. Now it should be said that the Isanth 5 as a submission was mostly submitted because it's funny, because it's from StarMade, and it's kind of blocky, and it's kind of a meme ship. But nevertheless, let's move on. This is Jono's real submission, the AOG bomber. And it's sitting here and being stored, not burning many materials at all. So, what then happens if the Claymore does appear 2,000 meters away? We shall see. From within the cockpit. Maybe not. Alright. It's coming above here. It's closing in. It's doing a bomber dive. And bam! There we got a good cram here. That's a good cram hit, man. Wow. The Claymore can't maneuver anymore. Well, that's great. That's some good damage. And the turret is still facing towards the enemy, so it can still deal damage. Can deliver those cram bombs pretty reliably. It's trying to shoot back with crams. Ooh. That was pretty close. Yeah, well, cram shells are so unlikely to hit that we really, like, the Claymore is not a threat against bombers, let's be real about that. So yes, it shoots back with crams, but you know, it's not much judged for getting hit by those, even though it's not good. They're more judged with the ability to deal damage here. We're lining up again. Getting in for a good cram shot. Keeping steady. Whoa. And there we can see. Oh, wow. That's a pretty good hit, I believe. Oh yes, it's even flying up into the air a little bit there. Was that AI parts? No? It was parts of AI parts, but it wasn't the AI parts itself. So we're like watching a tiny cram battle right now. Let's see how Jono's first submission will do. This one has had a beautiful little text on it too, which is now removed. I do believe it accidentally got hit by a cram there. Does it fall down? No, it's still online. But it's really keeping its distance. It's playing safe, that's for sure. Oh no, we got another cram volley. Oh no, it got hit. It got hit by a cram broadside. Ooh, no, and the turret is kind of sad, and it started to burn as well, and the cram is only firing blanks now. Cool effect though. Oh man. Yeah, this doesn't look too good. It's really funny, it has burning effect. When damaged, I suppose. Well, that's just great. This little thing here is apparently a little detection unit. Alright. Has the cram cannon repaired enough, I wonder? It goes down for a sweep. No. Apparently not. I think we'll need to restart this battle here a little bit. It got damaged. Here we go. Same enemy, same setup. It's climbing. Do we have high speeds? 70 meters per second. Not particularly fast, not particularly slow. Going down and bam. Deals some pretty decent damage with the cram here. That's a big hole. It can easily take out this this craft with one shot if it just gets the first shot right, I believe. Well, it's playing really safe. It's going far away to make sure the cram is reloaded. On the other hand, it's not a diff ship, so it can deal this type of damage all day, which is nice. Alright, it goes down for a swoop. Oh no, ooh. Why? Did it deflect? Wow, that's a good hit. That's some cram parts right there. Okay. It hollowed out this thing. That is pretty impressive indeed. Very, 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 very accurately delivered damage. Now, it didn't have any clue that there was like nothing important there, but on the other hand, it really couldn't. But, it's not able to evade the cram shells. And again, we're not testing evasion this time. I think we're just gonna quickly repair it a little bit. But that can certainly be, well, it ain't superb. Okay, let's see what we're doing here for another swoop. We care mostly about the damage delivery here. There we go. Can we get some slow motion there? Come on. That is a well-aimed... That's a very well-aimed shell. Wow. Okay, that's... It deals good damage. It deals good damage, that's for sure. And now this thing tries to shoot back, as always. It's like playing very safe. It goes very far away to deliver another round. And when we test it against the lighter anti-air weapons, I do think it's going to benefit a lot from that. So that will be interesting to see. Now let's see. Oh, damn. Oh no. Oh no. Oh wow, okay. Yes. It has a bit of a weakness against crams. That's something we have to take into account. But its cram is dealing good damage, it really is. I think it's mostly, like you can see, it penetrates very deeply. So it's mostly luck that decides it doesn't crit the enemy at once. Now I believe this is at 73%, so it still gets pretty damage. That's for sure. It's just that it flies so stably that the crams have a little bit of a too easy day. I wonder why it flies in this angle too. That's something that is a mystery to me. It has anti-missile missiles, but it seems to not utilize them when the crams are incoming. Maybe they're only set up to target other missiles, that's possible too. Alright. There we go. Well, it took out a big chunk of this target too. Again. I'm thinking on what grading I should give this and its combat performance, because it's dealing good damage, it's dealing efficient damage, but it's doing it a little bit too slow. So yeah. But I think I'll know what to put on this the next blast. I think it will take this one out. We're popping in here again. See if the last blast really should take it out by the last blast here. Going down and bam. Dealing some damage. 60%. Is that AI parts? Probably not. Little slow. Anyways, let's move on. Next up, we have this beautiful thing from Kinda Sexy. Or Eldosh Koshkosh. And this thing is a beautiful little plane snoozing around here waiting for a target, which we should give it. Which is, of course, the Claymore. Now, I don't remember... No, it doesn't. It's only an AI craft. I just checked if it had some kind of cockpit-y thing or not. Alright. This thing gotta be pretty quick, right? No. Top speed is 55 meters per second. That is surprising. Cram shells incoming. Very hard to hit something so small with crams. Oh! There we go. Popping in bombs there. Bam! They fire all at once. Well, that's more of them. They are indeed laser targeters. Whoa. Wrong thing to lock on. It locks me on the wrong things all the time. Well. Another volley of these missiles popping in here. Bam. That's some damage. Interesting indeed. Did that look like clusters? I don't think you'll hit... Oh, are you kidding me? Are you a little bit more accurate than I anticipated? Okay, we'll need to emergency repair this friend here. Okay. Are you regaining your senses here? Alright. Make sure you're ready for fighting. Okay, it goes down for another swoop. What? Are you kidding me? It bounced. So this thing is pretty slow. That's probably one issue, right? Right, what do we have here? They come in a bunch. Man, that's a lot of them. Bam. And they got blasted away from the first. I think they probably would have done better having frag or possibly having a delay. Okay, I thought it was cluster first. But it's not, it's just they get blasted away there. And then they come for a return blast. Well, very few of the missiles actually miss, so it seems to be a decent way enough to deliver some damage, that's for sure. %. Well, it seems it's dealing some pretty damage, but it's just not... And these are circling around here. They're just missing the mark there. So it seems that Kinda Sexy's design is having some firepower issues. No, that's just lucky that the crams are deflected. Or we got a shield somewhere. I don't think we got the shield here, but if we do. Locking on and bam. It's looking pretty cool, that it does. Kinda Sexy's design does deliver damage, but the blast makes them go away and they come from different angles. And they do deal damage, but the damage is so light that it seems to be mostly superficial explosives. I think that the damage dealing capabilities of this plane is a little bit on the lower side, right? Right, we spawned them again just to make a recheck here. But as said in the request for bombers, one of the most important metrics are to efficiently deal damage. And I do believe we are having some issues on this department here. as we can see. It has secondary props, that's good. But I would expect that this type of damage would work better against something like the Deep Water Guard. You can see it's kind of superficial. Well, it does deliver the damage, and that's something. Well, I think we've seen enough to judge this craft's damage dealing capabilities of a single sea target. Next out, we have Light of the Worlds Star Drop. So we're going to spawn in the enemy, and we're gonna see what types of damage we're dealing against it. So we have a pretty thick design going on there. So what happens if 2000 meters away a claymore appears? Well, we're having targets. We have a flare just to make sure we're not getting hit. Another one. And we're starting to drop bombs. And there we go. We did some pack damage right there. Well, that's some Pierce pack. Packing a real punch, if you know what I mean. No, that's impact pack. I already know that. Oh, wow! Do we have some EMP damage there? That got deleted. Wow, what a performance. We're going again. Using flares. Oh. Ooh, that's that's so lucky. Okay. And let's see here. I don't see because of the smoke. I do believe we did a pack hit to the side there. Now let's see here. Did we drop a missile? I think we already did that. But where is it? There it is. We're having an EMP missile. Okay, we can go up in. And bam! Oh. Did it die? No, it didn't. So you have to have some luck and EMP. The crams are popping in there, but no hit. It's having a somewhat irregular fly pattern too. Taking some light fire. I don't think anything important fell off. Bam! Here we did some real damage. And we got some EMP there too. Interesting. Oh, where is it? It's going in for another attack. Facing upwards. Okay. And there we go. Wow. And with some EMP too. No, not dead yet. I think the first time around was some really lucky blasts. Alright. Now it's coming here again. We're gonna slow down time. You wanna see this. Bam! That is some impact pack. That's a really cool way of crushing sea targets, I must say. It really is. Alright, where is it? Oh, there it is. It's diving low and coming for another attack run. Alright. Bam! That is pretty cool. It's a pretty cool with a pack bomber like this, I think. I never seen one before. It seems the light of the world took a dive into the sea for some reason there. Well, it's also playing pretty safe. Bam. Blasting with some more packs there. Well, it's dealing some decent damage. I think I know what to grade this. I've seen enough to indeed know. So, let's move on. Next out, we have Netrameyara's Hummingbird, which is an ornithopter. It's tucked away there safely for storage. So what happens if a claymore appears into the distance? Alright. Dealing some light missile damage. I think we'll need to slow down time for this, man. Oh my god. Here we see. The damage is coming in. Whoa, that's some diff rods. Oh, darn. Yeah, that's some hash. That's some hash for you. Damn. That's some EMP damage too. If it's lucky, it can... Oh yes, it was indeed. Wow, that's super performance. Let's check that again. Alright, here we go. Missiles are softening up the target. And the best way to survive is of course deal the maximum amount of damage as soon as possible. There we go. Bam. That's some pretty decent damage. And it's quick too. I don't think these crams have a chance of even disturbing our combat testings here. Top speed is almost 100. Look at that. Here we go. Not reloaded quite yet. But it's almost dead, so that's something. Oh, there we go. Bam. That's some damage. 67%. Yes. Here we are indeed dealing very decent damage. Look at it fly too. Doesn't it look absolutely stunning? Amazing. Some VLMs to help with constant damage. Is it this? No. I think it's just chilling for another round. It's popping in for another run. Look at that. Does look pretty stunning. VLMs did their part, and I think we're here to finish the job. Oh yes. There we go. Very impressive performance. That was really something. Awesome to see the first bombers in action. I believe, however, that we will not have time to try more of the bombers today. So there is a lot of them, and I had hoped that maybe I would have been happy if, like, ish 5 people would have submitted bombers to the challenge. But the total amount of submission with several multi-submission is like 24, something like that. 24 it is, I believe. So that is very cool. That's very great. But it also means we have more episodes. I'll need to part up them into different episodes because I just can't record all of 25 of them at the same time. I thought I would be able to, but I'm also a little bit of a time optimist, so that doesn't happen, you know. It's just too much. I think if I go through all of the bombers through this test in one single go, I think that the video will be around 2 hours, maybe 3 hours, something like that. So this is your Admiral GMODIST, the army of GMODIST, who you're of course submitting your bombers to. And if maybe you're watching this and maybe you're wondering how to join the army of GMODIST, well, go into the Discord, go into the role assignment area, and assign yourself Matros 3rd class, and you're in the army of GMODIST. You can also become a commissioned officers like them over there. That's also possible. In any case, huge thanks for watching this little first combat performance of the bombers. I think I have gotten a little bit delayed of doing them because I was thinking to do them a little bit more complexly than we have to do. So I hope that you have enjoyed this test and that this is good enough, hopefully. I don't know how I else would have done them, but in any case, thanks a lot for watching. This is your host, GMODIST, and we're signing out with our motto, AOG Invictus. Well, hello and welcome to GMODIST. This is your Lord High Admiral, and we shall continue with the bomber trials. Enlisted and commissioned officers in the army of GMODIST and other personnel. Let's give some huge thanks to our continuing supporters: Admiral Super Dave, Captain Y, Commander Jacob, Lieutenant Asteria, C2, Cravey, Powered by Greed, Taylor Russ, and Vincent Veritas for supporting us every month as a commissioned officer. We will now continue with the bomber trials with naval targets, because of course we have 24 submissions and we couldn't get through all of them in one simple episode testing them against the Onyx Watch Claymore. We are listening to Towards the Battle by Vesrets, which is our Army of GMODIST composer, as you probably already know. Beautiful song. Well, shall we get into battle? I think so. Alright, this video will totally start off as a one-person show. So Matros Neil then sent in 3 submissions, which will be going and testing the first in this particular little battle thing. This is the second submission, which is first out, and it's of course called the Invader. So let's get a Claymore in here. Alright, let's go. It has the cool 3D logo too. Alright. What will it do? This thing is actually a pack craft. Oh lords. I think we need to do a quick repair. Alright. It tries to stay above it. It has shields too. Interesting. Oh. It did an explosive pack damage. Very interesting. So its course of action seems to be staying above the target and dealing out some pack damage. But it fired its sequence of them. I don't know if it has accuracy issues. This is a slow target. Let's see if it can catch up. It's doing something. Look at that. It fired several rounds. It has optimal ability to deal damage, but it deals... It doesn't deal very... The damage type explosive, this type of fast firing pack, even though it's some very thin armor at the top here, it just doesn't get through. The damage it's dealing, it's been here for a while, and it's taking off like some percentages. We're not switching pack type either. I think switching between the different types for pack is a great method, but it's not quite doing that. Let's try and respawn them and see if we get some other results. Alright, there we are. We're moving forwards towards the enemy. Oh lord, here comes some crams. Woohoo! Lucky! Alright. We're closing in and we can stay above target. Alright. And now what? Alright, yes. In a real scenario with AA guns and stuff like that, I believe it's quite vulnerable just staying on top like this. Especially if we have several of them. That's something we will check a little bit later too, thanks to Captain Y. We need to check so that they won't collide with each other, but that will be very apparent in the group testing and it will be a point of metric. So I do wonder how these will survive during that type of metric. Well, we can already see that it has trouble reaching the target, and the damage it deals is kind of limited to an armored target like this. So we have seen enough from the invader. I think a slower Pierce pack, by the way, would have been so much more effective against most type of targets. Next out, we have Nilden's third submission. This is the Penguin. So let's check out the Penguin. It has a cockpit, by the way, which is kind of cool. Did I mention it looks like a penguin? There we go. Claymore has entered the scene. Penguin is popping in. And it drops bombs. Alright. I do believe they have magnets. Look at that cute little thing. They look like tiny nukes. And there are many of them. They're popping in there. Yes, we're having some proper bomber action here. They come from all over the place. Magnetizing and damn. Yes. My ladies and gentlemen, this is indeed a bomber. Got a little unlucky cram hit there, but again, we are not judging the taking of damage in this particular challenge, in this particular sub part. Dies pretty low and spits out a couple of bombs there. Well, it's a true carpet bomber. It feels like a true carpet bomber, and I do believe it has some pretty cool results. And the bombs look pretty cool too. There are some custom parts. Look at that. Look at that. And they pop in here. Now the Penguin got a little unlucky hit, so we're just repairing it there a little bit. We can see the Claymore is already down to 80%. I think this can be quite effective against a larger wooden target, say the crossbones or something. It's almost like it knew which direction the Claymore is traveling, because it bombed kind of in front of it before it turned. Look at that. Next batch popping in there. I think it probably can do this all day. Just spitting out these explosive bombs and providing a lot of damage. Look at that beautiful carpet. Pretty nice. We're of course against an armor target, so it takes a couple of bombs to get through the hull. But I do think it's a very decent bomber in terms of bombing. It is indeed providing some pretty good bombing results. It's a little bit slow with dealing damage than we could have hoped for. I think that perhaps having a small mix of frag, or, well, against this target in particularly, but of course people were not told what targets they would meet, because that would make them able to counter that specific target. But for this particular craft, EMP would have been a great choice. But frag works a little bit better against armor in most cases, while explosives deals the most amount of damage against wood. So I think this type of bomber would absolutely shred a deep water guard build. But against an armor target like this, a mix of frag in those bombs would probably have been beneficial. But I think we are going to spawn it again, check again how it goes. Ooh, it has some... Look at that. It has some balloons too, to make it not fall into the water. That's good. In any case, we're gonna restart this and see the results a little bit more. Penguin, here we go. I bet this thing is not the easiest to hit. No? Alright, we're coming in for another one. No? I restarted it. Turns out I was holding on to the weapon controls. Look at that. Amazing. Trying to knock us out with some 64-pounders, I see. Well, not today, mate. And we're pretty darn quick at reloading too. I like this. Yeah, this is a good way of dealing bomber damage. Having them small like this can make them load quick, and that will also cost less ammunition. So that's one good thing with having proper bombs and not bomb missiles. That is, you can provide a lot more payload, maybe 2 or 3 times as much as you could have with missiles, just because you are only delivering payload and you're not having anything to do with fuel, fins, thrusters and all that. Well, I think I've seen enough to know how to grade a penguin, so I'm gonna write up the score. Look at that. More bombs popping in here. Nice. Next out, we have Nilden's first submission. Yes, it's still the same Matros. And this beautiful thing has a bomb cam. So I'm looking forward to see this thing in action. And indeed, here we have it. So let us get the claymore here. Alright, here we go. Ooh, we have some lights there too, that's cool. I just have to check this out. Look at that. Look at that. Oh! That was just so cool, seeing that on the display instead. Alright. Alright, that's cool. Look at these bombs here. They look so nice. They look so cool. So here we have missiles instead. It can be a more reliable way to deal the damage towards the targets. Let's see if it's more effective than the penguin, because I do believe in this case we have slower dealing of damage due to we have parts. But it depends also what type of damage it is. It looks like it's able to put the damage where it's most needed. So I do believe we can check out this thing a little bit here. We have explosive again. So I believe some APN guidance helps with dealing more damage. I see, and there we have the bomber cam on a spin block. Let's see if we can see some more bomb cam action here. I think maybe we're a little bit too close for that. Or no? Look at that. It's pretty likely to actually show the action indeed. The bomb cam works pretty well. Well, Matros Nilden is really giving a show here with this particular bomber. They're diving down. And since we're getting so close, I do believe these missiles don't need to get very near to deal a lot of damage. So that's very interesting indeed. You can see that this ship is again heavily damaged. It has the same kind of issue like the penguin, that when we're dealing against armor targets, the damage type explosive will deal a little less damage, but in this case they were coming from on top. So I think that perhaps the payload itself might be slightly less, just better delivered. And there we see the Claymore got absolutely taken out. Very nice. We have spawned the target again, just to make sure that our damage dealt was the damage intended. Alright, I think the Claymore is coming in here. Yeah, there we go. And haha, so cool. So cool with the bomber cam there. Yep, here we go. Come diving down, and oh yes. Very nice indeed. A couple of bombing rounds more. It basically circles above here, which is good to keep out of the way of those crams. And it constantly provides some bomber action feed. And shredding some blocks down there. I've seen enough to know how to grade this accurately. So, Nilden, I hope you enjoyed your one-person show for a while, but now we will be moving on to Ovo's design. Here we have the White Phosphorus Bomber by Ovo. And this is a design that looks absolutely amazing, and a lot of you have graded it as one of the best looking ones in this tournament. With some really sleek, modern, fightery designs without being too much decorations. It's still very sleek. The main design of the ship itself does give it the super cool shape, and we have some help with some, I believe there are some small wings on spin blocks with a tiny bit of spin clipping, which was allowed by me for this, absolutely. Spin clipping is generally not something that we do allow, but when it is for aesthetical reasons on small designs, oh, that's another story. So it looks absolutely amazing. We're gonna check it out here, and if you were wondering, we did a little poll thing. The commissioned officers in the army of GMODISM have had their say on the designs they think look the best. Then all of the enlisted in the army of GMODISM has also had their say. And I have taken these points and mixed them together and put them at the points for a future little... I took the points in regards for a future little episode, so we'll check that. But anyways, now Ovo's Phosphorus Bomber will deal with the Claymore. Bam! That's some quick. What even happened with those guns? It was like instant teleportation. We're diving down. Oh, we're aborting. This thing is quick. 146 meters per second. What? And here we have, oh, those bombs missed. Right, let's see here what types of damage come in. It goes down and dives in real quickly. So I do believe this will probably survive the testings against... Oh. Not sure what that missile we're doing there. We're diving real close, but we're not dealing damage here. I wonder what's happening here. Oh, it dropped a missile. Oh, but it's not able to see the target or something. Alright, do we have a diff gun dealing explosive damage? I think that type of explosive damage will have a hard time at dealing much damage to this target. I think a high explosive diff rod would mostly make sense. Oh yes, it's also seemed to be proximity fused, so it has a very low likability to deal damage. Let's restart this battle and see if anything else happens. Alright, it seems to be firing its missiles directly to see an enemy, so we're gonna give it better opportunities by spawning it with a direction towards the enemy, because it is a quick mover. It moves in circles, okay. Let's see what these missiles, which are looking pretty cool by the way. They seem to not be able to see the target. I do start to think that these are unguided dumb missiles. Alright. And they went down to the water. Well, the phosphorus bomber might be one of the best looking designs we have in the arsenal, but it unfortunately seems to have a hard time dealing damage. Oh, we got a hit. So it does deal damage, which is good, but it seems to deal explosive damage with diff rods only, and these have a really hard time scratching the surface of this ship. I do believe that the phosphorus bomber will win this battle due to not getting hit by those crams ever, but I do believe it will take like half an hour at least. So I do think I've seen enough to see what points we should give it for this particular challenge. Next up, we will have Pizza Summoner's Stardalk AS Stardalk, which has some awesome rotating gear things going on here for the engine parts. It's looking very advanced, and it's equipped with crams. We also have one of the absolutely uber cool cockpits here. So we're gonna see this in action right now. Alright, here we go. The Claymore is spawned. Oh, are you kidding me? It has it has target lock thing. I don't even know how that works. That's quite cool. I know how to do stuff like that in like another game, a StarMade, but I have no idea how to do this type of holographic no target thing. Yeah, absolutely no idea. Yeah, this target locked / acquired thing, I think this is a really cool little feature. Really gives some super cool vibes to this vessel. Alright. Oh, look, that target is locked. Gotta see this. Oh, yes, that's something. Oh, it dives down really deep. Look at the damage we're dealing here. This did not take long. This is probably some armor piercing explosive. So if you only have explosive, well, then your damage is stopping on the outside of the armor thing. But if you have armor piercing explosive, you can deal the damage inside, which is just... The difference is the world. Look at that. It's trying to fight back with some crams. Ooh, but it goes down there. Oh, it got frag too. It has frag too. Look at that. Quite efficient. Right, we're coming in for another, I believe. I think so. Yeah, we're diving. Target locked. And there we go. When we're like in it, we can like feel the recoil of the crams. That's pretty cool. And we got some nice little colored panels there. Really convey some awesome Army of GMODISM type design, which is very cool. I think I finally, after playing this game for many years, developed some kind of style that's recognizable enough that one can convey it with some colors and some gold, which makes me happy. I was so confused what colors to have for a long while. Then I just decided on some colors, like, I don't know, last year or 2 years ago. Who knows? Alright. And they're really quick crams too. Yeah. That's some proper damage. Well, I do believe we've seen what type of damage it deals, but we're of course gonna run the battle once more just to make sure we got the same results. Alright, here we go. We're locking on. Damn, and we just feel the recoil. I think that's very cool. That we just can feel the recoil in that way. And we can see if it aims at a lucky spot, I do believe that this can one-shot. Yeah, it's a very strong bomber using crams, but not in the way I expected. I must say I really like the way that you can sit in the cockpit and that it has some target acquired thing, and when they fire you just feel those recoils in there so darn strongly, and that's just gives it a very cool type of feeling. Yeah, this I believe it has extra style points for being cool later on, but right now we're measuring combat performance, and I do think I've seen enough to be able to grade this thing as firepower accurately. Next up we have the Butterfly Wasp from Rush. There we go. The autocannons are autocannoning. We're waiting for a lock-on by the laser. They seem to be laser-guided missiles. We got a lock-on. Oh, nice little escape there. I think we dropped some kind of buoy. We did indeed. So, I do believe this is probably a sonar buoy. A sonar buoy. Too much light. 1 second. There we go. We're using recommended values instead. It seems to have been shedding some blocks indeed. Here we come again. Autocannons enabled. Missiles are locked. What are the chances? Wow, okay. We're really drilling holes there with the armaments. Oh no. I think I never zoomed in on what the regular ammo shells look like. So I thought it would be a little bit funny. Alright. They're so tiny, you know. Well, it goes away to reload its missiles. There is quite a lot of them. And until there is target. And then they immediately launch from close range towards the target and it goes away. Also launches that buoy, however you pronounce it, and is able to check out that. Okay. Very interesting indeed. Looks like a pretty strong attack diver bomber with some missiles popping in there. And I think we're dealing some good damage. We got some frags and some explosives mixed in there. Seems to be quite efficient. I think I know what type of damage it deals now, but we're going to run it again, just because that's what we do. Here we go. It climbs a little bit to get at the altitude it wants to get at. Alright. We're locking on, missiles incoming, going straight for the front there, and running away. Look at that, some pretty nice holes there. Here we come again. Not a good day for a particular claymore, I believe, but I don't think any of our test days. Any of their meetings, or what should we say, any of the encounters with the army of GMODIST is not a good day for any other faction, naturally. That is not an ally. So, yes, I do believe exactly where I will grade this in relation to the other ones, so I'll write it up and we're gonna move on. Next up, we have Sean Reed's first submission. And Sean Reed submitted 4 submissions. In any case, this is the Daggery first submission. We're gonna unpause it and it sits there and chills when not in action. Did I accidentally... Well... It seems that we need to restart this battle. But it's interesting to see it in action. I accidentally spawned this thing. We're gonna remove that. I don't know what happened, so okay. I think we're good to go. We targeted the right enemy here. Oh, we got the blast guns popping in there. Here we have some... What is this? This is magnet mines, right? Moving towards. You can see, oh yes, the magnets have activated and we pop in here, bam. Oh well, they pack some good punch, I must say. I wonder if we accidentally got hit here. So we need to repair everything. I'm not sure if it got into the water because it was damaged or or what happened there. Well, interesting. Let's restart this battle here. Alright, here we go. Abroad the Daggery. We have some diff guns, right? Yeah, we fired something there. Dropping the bombs. This looks like large missiles. Oh yes, that's why they're packing a punch. I thought there were medium ones, but they are large indeed. So they can pack a punch there. Pack a punch there. So yeah, we got some proper bombs coming in here and getting activated, and oh yes, look at that. They're actually putting some big holes in there. I don't remember what type of ammunition we have for those guns there. We're gonna keep an eye on it so it doesn't get damaged. Because, oh, we're having blast guns trying to fire around there too. Wait. It didn't get hit, did it? I start to wonder if the revolving blast guns damage this target itself. Because that's a big issue. That will affect the score here, because of course you can see it aims downwards there. It won't fire, will it? Because it really looked like it fired. If it fires and shoots out its own AI parts, this is of course an issue with the dealing of damage. Dealing damage is very important, and we won't look at the aspects of it getting damaged itself from other crafts, but where if it indeed deals damage and disables itself, that's a whole other story. Because if it does that, oh yeah, do you see that? All right, it seems it's shot through itself, and while the blast guns provide some, it seems to have trouble aiming now. Well, the bombs are pretty strong. It is obviously, the dagger is obviously dealing damage, but it really seems to damage itself, and that's a huge issue. That's like, yeah, because I saw it shoot out some AI parts itself before, and it seemed to did it again, and then it crashed. So that's an issue. Well, that's why it's important to check several times here. It doesn't do it always, it does it sometimes. But, well, I do think I know now about how much damage it can deal and its issues that would amount to a reasonable score here for dealing damage against this naval target. So I will write that down, and yes, we're coming in here. We'll just not want to see if it drops. The claymore looks really sad now, and now you see. Here we go. There we see parts. Its own parts. It's actually shot out there. Alright, well, good to know. Good to know. We're listening to The Walls of the Builder by our own Army of GMODISM composer. I think this will be enough for this time, so I do hope you have enjoyed this bomber trials. We will be checking out some of the other bombers in the later episodes. We have a lot of them, so the different testing sessions will of course be more episodes. We're having a third episode of sea targets to cover them all, possibly 4. It depends a little bit on how long time the others take there. But that said, I hope you enjoyed it, and this is your Lord High Admiral GMODISM, and I'm signing out to all of my enlisted and commissioned officers. Thanks a lot for all the submissions, and it's been a pleasure to test all of your designs. In any case, this is your host signing out, if you're not enlisted yet. If you want to do that, you should probably search on how to get into the Army of GMODISM. It's very easy. In any case, see you next time. Well, hello and welcome back to GMODISM. It's your Admiral GMODISM. We're here from the Army of GMODISM to continue to conduct the Bomber Challenge. We have some runner-ups. Next up will be Sean Reed's 4th submission. But before that, I will just give a huge thank to all of you in the army of GMODISM who have joined here, the lower ranks and submitted vehicles. And of course also to our commissioned officers who are supporting the channel every month. Huge thanks to all of you cadets, but you'll know the tiers we only name from lieutenants. So I will now name all the members of the commissioned officers. Super thanks to Super Dave, Admiral Super Dave, Captain Y, Commander Jacob, Lieutenants Asteria, C2, Cravey, powered by Greed, Tyler Russ, and Vincent Veritas. Thanks a lot, and we will be getting into the Bomber Challenge itself. As you can see here, we have a lot of contestants. We have moved down to this, Sean Reed's 4th submission, the FB Sunspot, which will be the next one we'll try out in this little challenge. So let's go. We have this little nice bomb biplane design with missiles and stuff, and it just chills here in the water surface. It seems that its mode of idling is just sitting in the water, so that's the position from where it will indeed start. So we're going to spawn in our Claymore and see what happens. It easily gets out of the water, very beautiful, nice cost saving, or what is it? Saving a lot of materials per minute. We're firing missiles and we're moving away. Okay, we're diving down now again. No, it changed its mind. I don't think those crams have any chance to hit it. We're diving down for another loop. And oh, blast cans activated. Interesting. Don't know if that did much damage or not, but we seem to have scratched the surface of the Claymore indeed. While we are mostly judging the ability to take out the target in this little challenge here, we can clearly see that it's very evasive against those crams. I do not think it's very likely to get hit, no. It's very maneuverable, has some really nice moves in the air here. It seems to have very good air handling. Oh, oh, that was an unlucky. All right. I guess we're just doing like this. There we go. There you go, buddy. Alright. It just gives a little shower of with those blast guns there. That's pretty cool. Well, that's just, you know, that's just some bad luck. Okay, coming down for another blast. Missiles, some of them miss, some of them hit. I think we have a nice, very stripy little propeller here, don't you think? Alright. Ew, look at that. These landing pads are actually foldable, folds in and folds out when it's and that's because it's needs to be able to stand on land in standby. That makes a lot of sense. As we can see, it's dealing some damage. It is taking it out bit by bit. It seems to have a pretty decent damage dealing capability. Those blast guns are not a joke. They actually do some good damage. Now it goes a little close to the target, which is a tiny bit dangerous, but it hasn't crashed yet, so that's something. Oh, another little shower there. I think they have a good chance of actually dealing good damage to a larger potential targets. Well, I think we're gonna respawn this battle here just to see if we get the same or different results. There we go again. Battle is restarted. It's idling here a little bit, chilling around. And we have a target. Alright, flying straight towards the claymore. Steady course. Climbing altitude. Missiles are going away. We're going down for a closer. And we did not decide to shoot the blast guns this time. I wonder if this laser targeter sees. I guess it does, but it's very crammed in there. Probably works nice. There we go, blast guns going on there. Actually, we can probably see here too. Tracking. Yeah, it can see through here. But some of the time it doesn't see through very well. Just wanna see here if it actually gets it into view when targeting. I think it has auto detection too, of course it has, because this is only a laser targeter. Seems that this laser targeter a lot of the time does not see, and I do suspect that's because the propeller blade is right in front of it too. So it has very rare chances when it actually has visibility. There we go. Aerodynamic missile heads there. There we go. Whoa. It goes real close, and I think that can be a great strategy a lot of the time. This time, when we are facing an equally sized target, it seems to be a little bit difficult to deal a lot of the damage, since some of the missiles hit and some miss, and the blast guns do work better at an area. But all in all, I think it seems to be providing some decent damage here. So I think I'll know how to grade this thing. So pretty cool. We shall now be moving on to the next battle, or the next bomber that you have submitted, which is W, because it's triple U, because it's U in terms of it's you, Sean Reeds. It's your second submission that's popping in next, and it's also the second submission, I said. So yeah, let's get and see that. Popping in here, we have D. Jin. It's called Jin, right? And it is a type of bomber thing. It's definitely another of the sorcerers. It also has a beautiful little fire plume going on here. So we're just gonna see where it goes. Oh, it's going high up in the air. Not a chance this thing is getting hit by anything, right? We're going pretty high. What's our altitude? I'm not sure if we see that. 650. All right. All right. And there it is. Oh. There we can see missiles popping down here. They have magnets. All right. With... do they have thumper heads, or do they have... I'm not sure actually. Or if it's heat heads. Very interesting. I don't see any heat damage, but I guess we're gonna slow down time for the next blast. It's literally just sitting up there and shooting down them. Seems to be dealing some pretty efficient damage. Okay. They seem to be explosive, right? Somehow they seem to not deal a lot of damage though. That's why I thought there were maybe heat ones. Interesting. So they seem to be not guided above... whoops. They're going with the back towards the targets first there too. It's a very interesting choice. And it is slowly eating away at the health indeed. It's definitely a bomber. That's for sure. Hopping in there. Bam. But it seems it has some problem getting through the armor here too. Like, the claymore is damaged, yes. It's damaged by 7%. This is true. But I haven't seen much fatal damage dealt to it, have we? It doesn't, of course, see the target, so it can't do much. And it is having problem with its flotation, that's true. But generally on the hull and such, it's pretty unscathed. I mean, it has received damage, yes. It's just, I do feel that Sean Reed's 4th submission were able to deal a little bit more punch. Because even though this is a bit damaged and stuff, it also feels like the claymore is pretty much battle ready. And you can see they pop in there. And this is like the what volley? A lot of volleys have popped in here, and the bottom is not really hurt yet. So we're gonna move on and restart this battle, and we're gonna see if we get any different results. Here we can see, by the way, it's just chilling here in the water. It's pretty funny. Claymore gets spawned. And it just goes up in the air like that. Trying to reach a nice position. Man, these are a lot of particles. It's like producing a tail, a big tail in a particle tail. And there, the friends pop down. Now, oh, there it is. I wonder if they were a little bit too far away to reach. Yeah, they were. Now these drops pop in here. Whoa, magnets. Ooh. Some pretty good hits there, I believe. No? Well, I do think it seems that it is its weaponry capabilities, and this is the way it deals damage, and I think I have enough material to assess where on the scale this will be. I do like that a lot of the shells come in underneath, but I do suspect that perhaps having the magnet in the front so that they would face the front and having them be shaped charges could have possibly dealt more damage. In any case, we are going to move on to the next submission, which is Sean Reed's last submission, the third one. And it's the Aspirant helicopter. This beautiful little drone thing. Army of GMODIST helicopter. going on right there. It even has shields, and it sits here in standby. Now I would say that it's probably good to have shields being disabled when it's standby. Oh, interesting. Well, in any case, I don't know if it goes into patrol mode now. Now we spawned an enemy, so we're gonna see what happens here. I think we're having some evasive maneuvers here, going up and down. Ooh, look at that. Oh, delayed. Oh, this bomb is so beautiful. Look at that. Bam. That dealt some damage. That's some proper damage. I do think this helicopter has very beautiful bombs going on for it. Or missiles, I mean. Laser guided ones. It's probably also very hard to hit. Now this missile just went off into the distance. And this one hits. Well, it's definitely dealing damage, shooing away on it, and this one relies on dealing surface damage mostly. It does feel like the evasive maneuvers makes it so that the laser have a problem hitting, which sometimes causes the missiles to completely miss the mark, which does decrease its final combat performance abilities. The defensive maneuvers seem to possibly make it a bit harder for the what is it called? Shard gun. The shard gun sniper to hit a target, but the missiles that do pop in tend to deal some proper damage. I do think the shard gun hits from time to time, that's true. I think this is the case with the biplane. It would have an easier time if the target was a tiny bit larger. Now this doesn't have fuel, does it? More missiles popping in there. And they are indeed dealing good damage to the surface of the ship here. We can see that some of the crams here are indeed taken out. So it's definitely able to deal damage, but it does so in a slow... Yeah, for this particular setup, I think it's difficult with these evasive maneuvers, as we do rely on a stable flight to be able to provide a target for the missiles. Also, the shard gun does miss a lot of the time because of those evasive maneuvers. We're gonna restart this battle and see if we get any different results. Here we have it again. I think it seems to be shilling here a little bit. Or does it go into patrol mode? Patrol. I think it just shells. No, it decided to go into patrol mode. It seems to be floating a little bit here, like up and down, not spending too much resources. If you didn't know that, it's easier to fly at lower levels with the propellers in from the depth, just like real life. And it's easier to gain lift too with the wings, I believe. Something with the air thickness is calculated, I believe. Okay. Well, the crams don't have a chance of hitting this. Missiles popping in there. The missiles, I do have to say, look absolutely stunning when they pop down and drop down here. The model for these missiles are very beautiful. Look at this thing. It's a little artwork. Bam. That's a very successful hit. Well, we can see it's definitely showing up the Claymore. We do know that it will be able to take it out, dealing some damage. I do think I do know how fast and how good it deals the damage, so I have enough to write down the points for the aspirant. Very nice indeed. We will now be moving on to the next ship. I mean, not ship. It's a bomber. And if you don't know how to join the army of GMODISM, go to our Discord, go into bot interaction channel, search, find a bot assignment, self-role assignment thing, and assign yourself the role Matros 3rd class, and then you'll get enlisted in the army of GMODISM. Isn't that quite nice? Or you can of course also become a commissioned officers, and you get access to the AOG channel too, and for some stuff like this challenge, we do have the requirement of being a member in the army of GMODISM to be able to send in it like bombers for this challenge, for example, because it's about finding our new bomber that we will be using in the Nether campaign. We're going to use the winner of this will absolutely be used in the playthrough, since my bombers are outdated. They're really sad. One is called Vertrika, and it is on Steam Workshop, but it's an old cram bomber. It's not good anymore. But in any case, that's how it is. So if you don't know, you can just self-assign yourself Matros 3rd class, and you're in the army of GMODISM. So let's get back to testing, and it's gonna be shotgun submission now. Shotgun's first submission, to be exact. So it's pretty quick like this. It's not standing by, it's flying around like this and being, yeah, well, just having a good time flying around here, looking very splendid with these VTOL-like design. Very modern indeed. We're of course going to send in the Claymore here. And we're gonna see what happens. So we got some missiles here. Oh, 4 fins! Man, this thing is maneuverable, okay. I would have been very shocked if it was to miss. And it has frag going on there, so it deals some damage. Not getting hit there. Diving in there. Now I locked onto the wrong thing. Excuse me. That thing missed, it seemed like. We do have magnetized bombs. And they are, no, yes. They're just dropping them all the time, I believe. No? Okay, I think they have magnet activation. They are magnets. They're very slow magnets, however, so I think they'll deal damage to some bigger targets, but not the Claymore. It seems to miss too often. Dropping down 2 missiles there. Oh, it received some damage here. I don't know if it inflicted it itself. We're going to assume it got damaged, so we're going to just repair that a little bit quickly. Here we can see on the sides. Oh no. I realized we need to rerun this test because I was accidentally sitting in the cockpit and messing things up. Look at that, it has a cockpit. It's pretty cool. A little canopy thing there. So yeah, ignore the previous results. We will now be getting back, and I will make sure to not use, try to use any of the weapons. There we go, we're machine gunning right away there. Those hit greatly. We'll need to quickly do a field repair. Are you killing me? There we go. We're machine gunning here too. These are dropping down. Might be going in close. Oh, and there we have a little Radar tracker. Ain't that very cute. And these are getting in real close. Look at that. Damage is being dealt. Now I'm wondering if I need to stay and watch this thing here, see if we're accidentally dealing damage to ourselves or if it's just getting hit from time to time. Interesting. We're of course not really measuring if it is damaged by the enemy, but if it damages itself, we'll need to take note of that. And that's the reason why we haven't turned on God mode for them, because I want to see if they shoot themselves. It's a pretty common issue from the depth crafts, so that's absolutely something that has to be tested. Very sleek maneuvers here. This thing is pretty quick. 129 meters per second. It's very cool. And I do think we're providing some decent damage. The claymore is dropped down by 10%. Alright. We have a lot of heavy armor on the base here too, it seems. Here we go. These are dropping down here, getting activated, and ooh, yes. That's dealing some pretty nice damage. Again, I do think we have a design that would deal better results against the larger, softer target. But thanks to the frag, we're still able to deal pretty decent damage against the hull of this thing here. We're going to restart this battle, and we're going to see if we get any different results, or if we do understand its way and capability of dealing damage to this particular target here. Before I confuse anyone, I just realized that shotgun has this is shotgun's only submission. When I glanced at my paper, Scuvimation and Shotgun's names looked almost the same. But that's of course not the case. So this is the dart, if I didn't say that. The dart. Shotgun's dart. Whoops. There we go. And we have some pretty decent balloons here to help us get out of the water if we ever crash here. Now I saw them working a little bit more before, so let's see here. Oh no, well that's just unlucky. Come on. I think we need to help it here because the balloons don't activate if we, unfair. Alright. Dropping down these missiles, popping in here. All right. Well, I do think I've collected enough materials to know how much the dart is able to deal damage. So that's really nice. We are definitely dealing damage towards the target. We have multiple ways of dealing damage, and we don't miss a lot of the time. So really nice. We're now going to move on to not shotgun, but Scuvimation's first submission. This is the Trival. That's not the Narval, but the Trival, because it has 3 horns. And I do believe it's a diff gunner. Looks very We got some EMP protected parts there, that's really nice. Some really beautifully designed missiles. And well, I do believe that we're gonna deal some damage here. So let's spawn the Claymore and check our results. Look at those beautiful missiles fly. These are definitely one of our lineup's most beautiful missiles. Look at those. And the damage they dealt was really lackluster. Maybe it was it perhaps shaped charges? Because the damage they dealt to the surface was laughable at best. Okay, we're gonna catch that again. Oh my god, was that a cram? Wow, what is the trival packing, I wonder? Oh yes, it's a cram. It is a cram bomb. That's very cool. We got diff guns too. Cram bombs. Machine guns. We have an array of weapons on this thing. The trival delivers a lot of different weapons. Seems that we fire here. So we are going to slow down time to the slowest. And just see what happens here. What? No, that is explosive and frag. Interesting. They just seem to be a little bit weak. Now, the cram bomb seems to have a little bit hard hitting targets. Because it's pretty small, I do believe that, like a lot of the bombers, it would have an easier time if it was a larger target. There we get a really good hit with a bomb. Alright. It feels like it's pretty slow, it's 60 meters per second. But it's also really large, so it feels like that a lot easier then. Did those deal good damage, perhaps? Interesting. We're gonna see those missiles that come from the top. When we first saw them come in there, they seem to not deal a whole lot of damage. Oh, this must be a really good hit. Well, we're definitely shedding some parts here. Well, it keeps coming in and harassing the target. Yes, indeed. I do believe that the Claymore is down to 73%. So it's definitely eating away here. Alright, popping in there. Missiles pops in. They deal some damage, but the top VLMs don't deal a lot. The cram does, however, pack some punch. I think we are going to restart this battle and see if we get any different results, just so we can gauge it properly. Round 2. The missiles are popping in here, looking splendid. Not packing an enormous punch. Well, they did some decent damage to the wheel, however. Look like they did better damage this time. We even have some weapon computers and stuff going on there. Oh. Wow. No? I almost thought it was AI dead. No, it's still alive. Those guns seems to be doing some good damage too. Cram bomb is missing. The machine gun's providing some steady damage at least. goes in for another attack. It's hard to find the right balance between how far it will go away and not, because if it goes further away, it will have more time to aim and shoot its guns, which is of course very valuable. But if it goes too far away, it will deal valuable time dealing damage and have more time being taken out by countermeasures and stuff. Here we go. Well, it does deal decent damage. I do think that Trival would be a very competent bomber in a larger group. I think a group of them will deal very good multiple type damage, providing they don't collide. That should be able to take out larger targets well, especially with that cram bomb, which does pack a punch but miss a lot at a time. So with that said, I do think that we are able to judge the Trival's combat performance here. We're gonna write that down here. And that will be all for this particular episode, I believe. It was really cool seeing some more of the bombers in action against our enemies, the Onyx Watch Claymore. To see it gotten some torn up a little bit there, so we do understand what type of bombers we have in our arsenal, to be able to see which one will be dealing the best type of damage to multiple targets. This is of course only sea targets. We are going to test out many different types of targets, submarine, land targets, and we're gonna check some other metrics like efficiency and stuff like that. In any case, this is your Lord High Admiral GMODIST in the army of GMODIST. I do hope you have enjoyed watching this testing session for the bomber submissions. Next episode, we will try the last batch of your submissions that are up for consideration to get permanently written in the second chapter Frontier Fleet that we will conquer the Nether with. As you obviously can hear, I cannot speak today, so with that said, I will only say dismissed. See you next time. It's your Lord High Admiral GMODIST from the army of GMODIST. I hope you have enlisted. If you haven't, do it now. Also, you can join the commissioned officer if you wanna support the channel each month. Huge thanks to all of you cadets, and special thanks to Admiral Super Dave, Captain Y, Commander Jacob, Lieutenants Asteria, C2, Cravey, Parvag, Retaileras, and Vincent Veritas. Your monthly help helps me out a lot. In any case, we will now be moving back to the bomber challenges. We're gonna test the last batch of the bombers against the Onyx Watch Claymore that absolutely needs to be destroyed for us to be able to conquer the Nether. We obviously need a competent bomber, which is the entire reason behind this challenge. So let's go. We are here at one of my personal aesthetical favorites. This is Scoobymation's second submission, the Pigeon. Look at the beauty, it's very aesthetic. We can walk around in the hull, there is nowhere to sit, but there are cool pillars for the superstructure. I don't know how much punch it packs, but it's definitely a... like this I just love the aesthetics of this thing. It feels like I could have designed this myself. If I'm going to be so bold. I'm not sure it would look this nice and in this way, but it's super cool and it's inspiring. I just like it. It's barely a bomber. It's more of an airship, but an airship can be a bomber too, of course. And we're gonna put it to the test. We're here again with the bomber challenge. It's sitting here at some kind of standby. We have a targeting turret and all that stuff. Very cool. So we're gonna get and jump in with an Onyx Watch thing. There we go. The Onyx Watch Claymore is popping in air. I almost expected these pods to turn forwards. If they did, it would go a lot faster. Is it just me, or is this thing gonna get absolutely annihilated by the crams? No? We're unscathed? That is quite amazing. I kind of just want to stand on this thing while we have some action. Oh, look at that. That is some damage. That is a bit scary. We're going in for another round. The crams reliably miss it. I did not expect that. Look at that. If you want to know, by the way, how I control my camera, you should definitely take a look at my camera control video. This thing needs to be repaired. Thank you. I have a little tutorial about camera control, so that you can do nice screenshots, move around your camera, not get lost, lock onto targets and all that stuff. Alright, so the crams tend to miss here. I think the target might be a little bit small. We might have once again an area where the pigeon also would probably deal a little bit better against larger targets. But of course we need to test bomber precision. If we're gonna send out a single bomber to deal with the threats of the army of GMODIST, we of course need to check them if they can take out that single target or if they're helpless. It doesn't seem the bombs pack a huge punch actually. It looks really cool. It really does, but there are 4 bombs, right? And they are just not dealing a lot of damage, and the machine guns aren't shooting very often either. That's a good hit though. That's a good hit. But the damage it does kinda surprises me a little bit. And tell me, I don't control anything, right? You can see here. I wonder why the machine guns are not firing. Maybe they're only fire against closer targets. Possibly they're only against close anti-air. But who knows? Alright. Pigeon is coming along here once again for another swoop. Bombs are getting spawned. Bam! Good hit. All of them good hits. Dealt some damage indeed. We're down by 10%. So it deals decent damage, but well, I would almost suspect, I would almost think that it would deal more damage, but perhaps the shells are designed in a way so that they are not easily taken out by lambs and stuff like that. So that of course means a lot of hardener pellets. These missed. I think we're gonna restart the battle and see if we get any different results. There we go. And I did tell you this last time, but if you're not in the army of GMODIST, go to the bot self-assignment panel, a little area in our Discord server, and there you can self-assign yourself Matros 3rd class. If you don't, of course, intend to join the army of GMODIST's commissioned officers, which you absolutely also can do. That's cool. But other than that, we now need to do a quick repair because we got hit by crams. Just gonna see here if we get some nice bomber shots. Oh yes, look at that. 2 good hits, dealing some frags. It's a very like calm type of bomber. Ooh, that bounced. I had just imagined this thing going... Does this cost much to keep in the air? Would it be nice to rebuild this thing to be a resource gatherer instead? Like a proper tugboat or something? Because it feels like that's probably what it should be. But of course, now it's equipped with crams. And it does deal damage. And you should not be getting damaged there. But I really wonder about the machine guns not shooting. One thing I do want to check. Wow, we got some bombs here. Oh, that's a really good hit. That is if these are real. Oh no. Here we have munition. Oh! They're not anti-munition. They could have been. Why do we have munition detectors on? Or is this? That's probably laser, right? No, I don't remember how the new model. Laser warners. Yeah, that's the laser warner. The new munition detectors look a lot different. Coming in for another round. The Claymore has some health left, but not a lot. It has a lot of health left. I do think we know how much damage it deals in relation to the other contestants. So I do think it seems to be a pretty capable bomber, but it misses some of the time. We're not measuring for that. It's an easy target, of course, but that's not what this is about. You can see the amount of damage it deals. So I think I'll know where to grade this on the scale. So we will be moving on to the next submission, and this time it's by Straight American Imperialist. And the Straight American Imperialist has the name AOG Bomber Plane, so we really know what this plane is gonna do. We got a bumper, we got some diff guns. This is gonna be very interesting to see what types of damage we're dealing. Oh man, at instant spawn, we're getting some real long missiles here. We have some real evasive maneuvers too. Oh, we're diving down. Oh yeah, this thing is pretty quick, right? Didn't fire? Okay. See here. 108 meters per second. Oh. Oh! Alright, we have found a way to deal some proper EMP damage. Alright, next round. We got the missiles incoming here. I do think that these missiles have the capability of single-handedly taking out the Claymore due to its not perfect EMP protection. And this has a pretty strong EMP. That is an instant kill once again. Well, I didn't want to tell you beforehand if targets could be weak against EMP or not, because the truth is, some are. Everyone doesn't use EMP, so it is a trade-off if you want to use EMP or not. And a lot of smaller crafts are not, does not have the capability of being protected against EMP. So it is it's a metric. You can use it. It might prove to not be good at other challenges, but at this particular challenge, it proves very nice. We can even spawn. Let's spawn 3 claymores. Just like we already know. I can write down the points already. We know where to grade it on this challenge, of course. It's nothing difficult with that. It's just, I potentially just wanted to see the diff guns. Oh, and we can see they provide some real good damage too. This one, is it offline? I'm gonna see this thing. I just wanna see it a little bit in action. I think you can guess too around where on the scale this thing is graded from these results at this particular challenge. It's damaged. We're not testing that. We're gonna repair it. Did it shoot down its own block there? Interesting. These missiles really make it bad times for the Onyx Watch. Ooh. Are we gonna diff gun dive? Oh yes! That deals a lot of damage. Well, that's super cool. It already has its points, so that's cool. You can see it has a very interesting design with the barrels in the front fin going like that. It looks quite a bit wonky, but I mean, if it works, we're gonna grade aesthetics separately, of course, so everything is important. I think it looks pretty cool though, very futuristic and definitely very efficient in this challenge. I don't see it having any hard time taking out any of these ships really. So I think it could take out probably 10 of these single-handedly. So we're going to move on to the next submission, which happens to be Cringe's first submission. This is the MB4, and it looks absolutely stunning. I'm just gonna make sure I'm not controlling any weapon. You can see we have some beautiful looking engines here. I think we accidentally have a missing supercharger, but well, if this gets accepted into the army of GMODIST, of course, we can fix it afterwards, but it is what it is. So we're now going to spawn a claymore and see what types of damage we're dealing. We have a beautiful cockpit on this thing too. Look at that. I think these are explosive shells, so I do suspect they're dealing very little damage. Oh, that's not what we're measuring here. Repair it. Okay. What did we drop? This thing? Oh, look at that. Here we got what we dropped. Big explosives. Bam! We're popping in for another. Whoops. Here we go. Got a pretty big bomb bay here, that's for sure. And it, oh, look at that, it closes itself whenever it's not getting used. I don't know what happened there, so we're just gonna recharge everything. Bomb bay is getting opened, very nice. That's a cool feature. They're dropping down here, oh yes. Magnets are getting activated. I would, yeah, there we go. Bam. And they have a lot of explosive parts in them. So these bombs do pack a proper punch. We got some machine guns going on there. We also got an installed on board little cannon there that shoot explosive shells. Looking very splendid, I must say. Look at this thing. Looks very cool. The big engines in the wings look really adds to a very nice aesthetic. Look at that cool thing. Look at it go. The Claymore is down to 90%. We can probably see that another shell against an armored target would have been better. The MB4 would probably also... it's the MB4, right? Yeah. It would also probably have been happy to meet a soft wooden big target instead. Those explosive autocannon would have dealt a lot more damage then. Now we got shot, which isn't really what we are looking at in this particular challenge. But I do believe... Oh, it gets out of the water all fine, that's good. But I do believe we are going to restart this battle and see if we get any different results. Look at that, we just want to see those bombs. Dropping down very close and then getting activated. Yes, indeed. There we go. Another round. So we have the little canopy thing with the turret in the top. 2. And this is a burst gun autocannon, is it not? Dodge those bullets. Bombs are being dropped. Close to the Claymore. Now that will of course not be measured. Yes, indeed. A nice burst gun. We're dropping these ones here. And activated. It's a magnet in the front, is there not? No. It's probably in the back. Well, I do think we have collected enough materials to be able to judge the MB4 in a good way. So we're gonna move on to Cringe's second submission, which is the MB5, which has a very similar and beautiful design. Look at this thing. I think it looks absolutely fantastic, and this MB5 does heavily inspire me to make similar planes. Of course, probably not bombers, but some other type of craft that could be in the fleet. But this looks absolutely... this is one of my personal aesthetical favorites. But for grading the aesthetics of it, I will take help of the... I have actually collected results, but you will participate. The Army of GMODISM has participated, and the commissioned officers have also participated in judging the aesthetics. This has a lot of missiles going on there, so it's really gonna be really interesting. Let's get into the Claymore here. We have it spawned. Missiles have been spawned. We have a rotary autocannon, a rack, popping out there and providing fire. The Claymore has already received some surface damage. Ooh. Poor thing. Okay. Not dead yet. I do think these also has explosive shells. I must say it looks really cool when fighting, but looking at the results so far, I think that the MB5, the second submission here, seems to almost be more of a fighter or something, to take out bomb planes rather. I do feel like this MB5 I mean, it's the MB5, does does provide better damage towards other like airborne targets. I do think this could be a great thing in taking out other fighters. But as for dealing damage, it's a little bit lackluster in firepower, I think. Ooh, that's a nice dodge. You can see it's the missiles popping in here. The damage is very surface type, and that's probably because it's smalls. They seem to have been a little bit optimized to not be taken out by lambs, but as I already stated, I do think this would be a better setup against other air targets. So in this particular challenge, it seems to struggle a little bit, but we're going to restart the battle and see if we get any other results. There we go. Look at that. It looks so cool. It looks so cool. Well, we seem to be able to deal more damage towards some of the cram blocks before. Already down by 3%, which is nice. Oh, and now we can see these missiles were fired before they had a proper lock-on. So we definitely missed the mark here with the second swoop. It's almost like this particular vessel should probably be going a little bit further away from the target to be able to properly re-aim its missiles to actually hit. Because at this scenario, when we're not dealing a lot of damage, it's very important that the damage we're trying to deal is actually being dealt. And it has some issues with that, but I will say it still provides decent damage, so I do think I have enough to actually grade this thing. Next out, we will be testing Captain Y's design. So, Captain Y is of course a captain because he's a captain in the army of GMODIST, which is helping us a lot. And he has submitted a really good looking bomber too. And we are definitely going to test that, which is actually the last submission in the first challenge. So it's basically its first time to prove its damage dealing capabilities. Here we have the B409 by Captain Y, BY409. It has a beautiful looking cockpit like this, as you clearly can see. It even has a little Y logo there, and I do believe we actually can bail out from it if need be. So it's cruising around here a little bit at chill mode, and we're spawning the Claymore. Now this is very interesting. Oh, that's a sonar buoy, isn't it? To provide some better targets. A little unlucky strike there for the tail. I don't know if you dealt any damage there. I wonder, since it has a rope, if it will even harpoon the enemy or not. Alright, look at that. And the thing I really love about this particular design is that you can see the Army of GMODIST logo here, looking absolutely terrifying when it flies above to deal damage. And oh, it's a diff bomber. Those hit. But the damage they dealt was not that large. Okay, we're gonna repair you. It is looking splendid, but so far it hasn't been dealing much damage at all. Diff guns fired. Ooh! Look at that! Oh, that's some AI parts. Ooh. Alright. So first time it's misses, but the second time around it seemed to have been able to deal some pretty nasty damage. The Claymore hasn't despawned yet, but most of its AI parts seem to be gone, so it's unable to target. Look at that. More kinetic damage this time. Kinda surprises me this thing is still alive. Where is the bomber? There it is. BY-409. Going down for another swoop. Maybe. Oh yes. No. Is that a complete miss? It dealt some damage. More parts popping out there. Well, it doesn't have a chance fighting back. I do think that the Claymore's detection is already offline. Its AI is still there though. So, while it's not dead, it seems that Captain Y's bomber has been able to effectively disable it. We're gonna restart the spell and see if we get any other results. We just need to appreciate the cruising abilities in this bomber. Now I think we are getting a little bit stuck there. I think it's hard to actually get out of this seat without having problems. But in any case, it looks absolutely splendid. There we go. Bomber is popping in here. Lining up. Ooh, we did not get shot by crams. That's good. Diff guns popping down there. That is some damage. Diff gun bomber seems to be a good way to go. I think that's something we can conclude so far from this challenge. The Trials Season 1, to be specific. It is despawned. Alright, that's very nice. That's very nice. So, if it's lucky and hits really well, it deals a lot of damage. It can delete a ship that's weak against EMP in one go. If not, it may have some troubles dealing the damage. But, all in all, very cool design. I do know exactly, I think, how to grade this fairly compared to all the other designs. Very nice. You can see here, we just want to see. So you can see if we're hitting real lucky, we will kill the target directly. If we hit at another spot, we can almost effectively disable the Claymore's detection, which will keep us from not getting hit in future goes. Well, well, well. That is super cool. Now we have basically gone through all of the bombers to go against the first challenge, the Onyx Watch Claymore. And next out, we are going to test the targets. No, not the targets. We're gonna test the bombers against the submerged target. That's gonna be for the next challenge, because we want to make sure that if we encounter a lightly submerged target, will the bombers have absolutely no clue where the enemy is and not be able to deal any damage at all, which is 0 points? Or does it have some wireless snoopers, or maybe even some sonar buoys or whatever, or even torpedoes against submerged targets? Something to actually take them out anyways. But that will be for next time. For this time, I think we're pretty done here. This is your host, GMODIST. I hope you have enjoyed this episode and that you have enjoyed watching all of the bombers throughout the episodes here. You've seen them all now. You've seen all 24 submissions tested against the Claymore, and we know the results. And you know what? I got my scoring here. I have my scoring in my book, and we have a lot more things to try, so stay tuned for that. If you want to join the next challenge, the next trials, which I will not tell you yet when that will be, but this one of course will be concluded first, you of course need to be in the Army of GMODISM, and you can do that by just self-assigning yourself Matrose 3rd class, or becoming, of course, you can also be a commissioned officer if you even want to support the channel, but just joining Matrose 3rd class is of course free. It's just in our Discord. Any case, this is your host and Lord High Admiral GMODISM in the Army of GMODISM. I have very much appreciated to test all of your 24 submissions in this challenge against the Claymore, and I'm looking forward to the future challenges. And I hope you have also enjoyed these testing sessions in our trials. In any case, this is your host and Lord High Admiral, and I'm signing out. You are very much dismissed. Commissioned officers in the Army of GMODISM and enlisted. We're here for another bomber challenge, and this episode we will be going through the next stage, which is the submarine. So I have asked you to provide bombers that can deal with a slightly submerged target. The target of choice will be the White Flayer's Pontus. With that said, we will get into the challenge. I just want to give a huge thanks to our highest commissioned officers, Admiral Super Dave, Captain Y, Lieutenants Asteria, Stellar Lieutenant C2, Lieutenant Cravey, Venerated Lieutenant Powered by Greed, and Lieutenant Tyler Russ, Lieutenant Vincent Veritas, and of course all our cadets. The Stellar and Venerated, that's YouTube memberships in combination. Very cool. In any case, let's get into the challenge and see which one of your designs will provide the best results here. Here we are in game, and we are going to look at all these designs in the same order as before, which means alphabetically sorted. First out would be Adnecria's Storyhana. Here we have the White Flayer Pontus. It is spawned to the side 3,000 meters away, and as you can see, it's ever so slightly submerged. We're going to begin with this target and see how visible it is. I think it might be a little bit hard to see it if you don't have any type of detection in order to detect it. I guess it will be a little bit hard to hit it with wireless snoopers. There we can see some pretty big EMP. Seems to have not affected them too much. It seems we're trying to hit the Storyhana. She's really trying to hit the Pontus here, but of course it's kind of difficult. The Pontus shouldn't really have anything that would affect. Oh, what has happened here with its propellers? Interesting. Oh, look at that. We have some internal damage for its steam propeller, so it has pretty bad engine power. But it seems that the Storyhana has a little bit of an issue aiming and hitting it. Yeah, we seem to be knowing where it is at least. The gun in the wing is searching for the target. And it's very, very, very off. It's very, very off. I only think it can guess where it is some of the time. However, the missiles did hit. Now it's a little bit lower in the water, so we'll see if future missiles would hit it at all or not. Well, we're just chilling here. We got new missiles incoming. Oh, they grazed by. Seems that they missed the target. They don't seem to be able to... It's possible that a wireless snooper may know the general direction, but these shells bounce from the surface and the missiles don't really hit. Well, it seems that the Pontus will be able to swim around here all day and deal all sorts of damage to other naval ships that would not be able to take it out. We can see we did get a hit there, so the Story Hana hits sometimes, but, you know, it barely sees it and it doesn't seem to be able to deal with it with a reasonable amount of time. So I think I know I got enough information to write down the points for Story Hana. So we will be moving on to the next vehicle, which is a fan favorite. Korvax, or the Secret Advisors, B-57 Army of GMODIST Manta War, which also happens to be rather large. The Pontus has been spawned. The Manta War is activating. And now we should see here. It's dipping. No. I think it will do a submarine mode. Wow, it looks so cool in this bad weather here. Perhaps the Pontus isn't submerged enough to be counted. We missed the first barrage. Perhaps it is too surface. No. Now it dips down to try and get some... Oh, it goes up there. The Manta War is flying organically. It's so darn cool. And it is using its little sonar on a stick. Let's see if we'll get... Right, now we should have good bearing towards the enemy. And okay, it's trying to search it. Did we lose it? Pontus is there. Okay. It seems that the Manta War has lost track of the target, perhaps. I guess it has in its script to... Oh, yo. It might actually know where it is. Let's see if it waits for the sonar to get accurate. There it goes. No. Let's see here. It comes around. No, it turns away. We're now turning around again and going towards the Pontus. And oh, why did we shoot at that direction? That was a hard miss. Not really using its sonar there at all. It seems to only use the sonar when it's escaping the enemy or something. And then it's going up again. And now we're diving to do an attack, but then we're going away. Seems that the Manta War has real troubles maneuvering this. Since it seemed to have been in an unlucky loop, we've spawned the Pontus a long way further off. And we're gonna see if it gets the optimal chances, if it can target and hit a Manta War using its sonar on the stick. The first volley is completely off. It fires before. It fires before, okay. And now it runs away again. So it seems that it might put itself in a pretty unlucky loop. Pretty unexpected and lackluster. The Mantavore is expected to exceed in a lot of compartments, so this is definitely an area where a lot of you other contestants that you have submitted, where you have a lot of chance to gather in some extra points here, because as so far the Mantavore has actually been unable to deal any damage towards the Pontus. The Mantavore looks very amazing and it's very cool, and this sonar on a stick was a cool idea, but it's syncing for checking where the enemy is, and the targeting and the timing for shooting the shells. They're not like timed up enough, so it seems that it hasn't gathered good enough detection before it fires the shots, which means it misses every time. So perhaps the Mantavore can only deal with large submarines, but for this particular challenge, the score isn't very high at all. Next up, we'll have Jonos Isanth 5 from StarMade, if you already didn't know that, which is more of a meme submission. And if I don't remember incorrectly, I think this was said to not be able to deal a lot with where the Pontus may be located. So we shall see. I don't know if it knows where the target is at all. It seems to. And ooh, that volley wasn't that far off actually. It's getting pretty much chased down by a submarine that won't be able to deal it damage. And it seems to have perhaps a wireless snooper, but nothing really to get a good bearing of the Pontus. So we'll see if luck will work in the Isanth 5's favor. It seems that the Pontus is actually quicker. And it has a small missile too, so it can deal some damage. The Isanth 5 has really hard time even shooting at the Pontus at this angle. I think we can conclude that the Isanth 5 is unable to deal with the Pontus here. It's very unlikely it will give any shots to it. So we'll get the same points as the previous contestant. But we'll be moving on to Jonos' first submission instead, which is his little more serious submission. The Isanth 5 is more fun because it's StarMade. Here we have the amazing looking AOG bomber with drill missiles and a big cram. So the Pontus is hiding somewhere in the water. Oh, it seems that we got a bearing of it. Very interesting. We seem to have somewhat knowledge of where it might be. Oh, hoo, 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 hoo. That was a good hit. Bam. Okay. That's very nice. Jonos' AOG bomber was able to detect the Pontus, was able to aim at it good enough to be able to deliver a cram cannon blast to its side. And it's a pretty small target, so I'm saying that's pretty darn impressive. It's a good job dealing with it. Look at that, and it even had time to show off its intercepting missiles here. You can see we got a little setup there. We're just gonna pause it and check where what we got. Yeah, of course, like that, and a friend and foe. Oh, then the... I'm just wondering like how small it is, just so very compact. So we got a computer there. Makes a lot of sense. Well, we're diving down for another one. Here we can see the tiny drills popping in there, working as anti-munition systems. And I'm thinking we need to... Oh, look at that. Look at that in slow motion. Bam! That's accuracy. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we have accuracy. That's a pretty good accuracy. So, Jono's AOG bomber has a lot of accuracy. The cram bomb in particular, I think it's more penetrative than strong, so it works probably better against some targets than others. But you can see here that it can do this all day. It can go around, shoot down a cram and go back, and it does a good job of it. It does a good job. We would have wanted to see some more damage dealt to it a little bit more directly. We can see that the damage dealing is slow, but the accuracy of these cram cannons is something that we just have to say is highly impressive. Alright, it comes in for another dive. Bam! There we go. It killed it. It killed it. That's good. That's good. Very impressive. Very impressive. But now we shall be moving on to the next submission. This one is... We'll be getting some good scores, I believe. Here we have kinda sexy Eldrosh Kosh. The plane is in the air. The Pontus is hiding somewhere in the waters. Will it be able to deal with it? It seemed to have detected the approximate whereabouts of the Pontus. Pontus is launching a missile. Which misses. Yeah. Kinda sexy plane is targeting, and missiles are popping down. Oh, that was a close one. That was a close one. They have secondary torpedoes. Okay, they got secondary torpedoes. They're trying to snake their way towards the Pontus. No, we missed. The missiles don't... Oh, that was so close. So it didn't have a laser contact with the Pontus long enough. So the missiles self-destructed before they hit the target. Let's see if the second blast will be more successful. They are not, but the laser is still there. Oh no. Some of them hit, but the blast made the rest not hit, and now the laser doesn't point at the Pontus anymore. So most of the missiles were unable to deal damage. However, one of them were. It's having a lock on. Missiles are popping it out. They missed again. Okay, the lasers are still there. Oh, and the blast made most of them miss. And now it doesn't have laser contact anymore. Man, if Kinda Sexy would have a laser that would constantly point towards the enemy no matter what, I believe that it would have been a much more effective combat design. They seem to always miss the first blast, and there are a few seconds more where we have laser lock-on. But unfortunately, it only counts for the first ones that are reaching the target. The missiles that are coming afterwards are blown away by the blast radius, and then they are then not able to follow up, because then the laser will be not pointing towards the enemy craft anymore. So it does deal. Look at that! Come on. Get in there. Fast, fast, fast. Oh. And you can see it's like that. So they are able to deal damage to the submarine. They are able to detect it, which is great. But the damage dealt is so small and so ineffective. This will take all day. I suspect it would be more helpful. This would be more helpful at, I don't know, helping other missiles to guide as a supportive system. But this plane alone will take a long time to take out this Pontus. We already said it before, but another damage type for these missiles would have been beneficial. Oh, now you can see it's dealing some more damage there. So it is dealing damage, which is nice, but it's having troubles delivering this damage to an enemy like this. So I think I know where to grade this one, and we will indeed then move on to the next contestant. Next up we have Light of the World's Star Drop. The Pontus is hiding somewhere in the water. It seems that the Star Drop knows where it is. Is that a decoy or a buoy? No, that's a decoy only. But we have a approximate bearing of the enemy. Oh, and we fired a pack there. I do believe that pack missed. We're now dropping down a... Okay. I don't know where that is going. Whoops, wrong way, or wrong place to lock on. Oh, that was a pretty close. That's a pretty close shot, but the Star Drop would really need to be getting in a little bit closer here. Like, if you don't have a dedicated accuracy to deal with submarines, you'll need to be able to do a pretty accurate bomb dive in order to really get in there and deal some damage. Now it seems to not really know its bearings all the time. The Pontus isn't like super quick, but it's like 30 meters per second, which is pretty decent. Oh, it's really off. It has no idea where the Pontus is right now. Let's see if this missile... This torpedo will drop down. Here we got the torpedo. And oh, look, look, look. We got an EMP surge in there. So yeah, it kind of ish knows where the target is. It tries to deal damage. We're gonna stay here a little bit longer and see if it's actually able to substantially deal with it. I guess that if this was a really EMP susceptible submarine, I suppose that torpedo would have been much more effective. But this one has good enough protection, it seems like. Alright. The Star Drop is popping up here again. It's getting pretty close here. It's really close. It should be able to... Oh yeah, it should really be able to... Yes. Yes, yes, yes. It was able to deal some pack damage there. Look at it. I wonder if our Pontus friend is AI dead. It is indeed. It is indeed. It might have been a really well delivered EMP surge. Takes a really long time for it to dive down and really find the Pontus. But when it is able to get in close, after waiting a long time, we can see that the Star Drop does deliver some decent damage. What are we doing now? In any case, we're able to deal some decent damage. Took a long time, that torpedo, and you know, not amazing, but definitely in there, so that's nice. It's able to get up from underwater. That's pretty good. Well, in any case, I think I know where to grade this, so we shall be moving on. Next up is Netrameira's AOG Hummingbird, the beautiful ornithopter. So let's get in the Pontus away there. And we're gonna see what's happening. Alright. We seem to have bearing of where the Pontus is located. It knows approximately where indeed. We're firing some VLMs. I don't know if they will be able to reach the target. And oh, diff rods popping down. All of them missed. As for the missiles, let's see if they know where to go. They do not know where to go, and they explode in the water. The Hummingbird is getting into combat readiness again. Some of the missiles hit this time. And no diff guns. Well, it's moving into position. We fire one. They were a little bit too off to score a hit. We're staying really higher. Well, wonder if these VLMs will be able to hit. We got more diff rods. It seems that diff designs, this one, and of course the Manta War, but the Hummingbird 2 has some issues dealing with submarines because the diff guns fire before they are accurate enough. I don't know what we got for targeting here, but now it's almost looking like we lost the target. Well, the Pontus is shelling over here. I think the Hummingbird may have lost it, I don't know. Or it's just recharging its diff guns. So sometimes the missile hit, so it's not completely unable to deal damage, but it's really bad at dealing damage so far. I'm gonna see if the diff rods pop down there and deliver a little bit. Whoa. Wow! Alright. Took some time for it to get an accurate bearing, but the Hummingbird finally were able to deliver an accurate strike. Just like the Light of the World, took some time before it was able to line up correctly and deliver a blast. So, just like the Stardrop, the Hummingbird delivers in a similar manner. Well, it can deal with submarines, not the most effective, but definitely decent enough. We shall be moving on, I believe. Next out, we have Nilden's second submission, the Invader. The Pontus has been spawned, and this is the last submission that we'll deal with in this little challenge, or in this little section. There is going to be 3 sections, where we're gonna have 8 each. So, it seems that the Invader has located where the Pontus is approximately. And we're getting hit by a tiny missile. And the Invader, oh, it's dealing some explosive damage. It's gonna stay on top of the Pontus like this. It actually seems to know where it is. No? It did know where it was. Alright. It kinda know where it is, but it's a really fast firing pack. I don't know if I would make my packs fire that fast, but we'll see if it proves effective. So in any case, we had Adnekrias, Kovacs, Jonos second, Jonos first, kinda sexy Light of the World, Netrameiras, and now Nilden's second submission. Next time we'll have Nilden's third, first, Ovo, Pizza Summoner Rush, Sean Reed, and somewhere in the middle of the Sean Reeds we're going to move on to Shotgun Squamations. American, the Cringe 1, 2, and Captain Y. But that will be coming up in the future episodes. It seems that the invader is still struggling with finding where the Pontus actually is. I wonder if it maybe is relying on... yeah. Like the Diffrod boys, I think that Nilden's second submission, the invader, would have had a much easier time if this target was really large. It hits some of the time. It hits some of the time. It's just, I have a feeling this will take all day. Well, it's not a 0 in terms of points because it is able to see the target and it is able to deliver damage. It's just so small that it's like it's gonna take a very long time. But you know, it finds the submarine and it is able to slowly grind on it. And of course, it can stay here all day and it's never gonna be shot down by this submarine. So it stays safe there. But I think I know what to grade this thing as well as the other ones. So we'll be moving back with more tests, but not completely right now. Because this Lord High Admiral needs a coffee break. Even your Lord High Admiral in the army of GMODIST is requiring coffee to function. It is true and it is canon. Coffee is a requirement to function and is of course always given out to all of our officers and enlisted in the army of GMODIST, because how else are they supposed to function? There are alternatives like tea. That's why in the Discord we have a coffee lounge and a tea lounge. Have you used any of them? I think you may have not. But do enter our beautiful tea room and our beautiful coffee rooms for some nice discussions sometime, or just company. They are extra high audio quality. In any case, I think that has been very interesting to see. I was very impressed with Jono's first submission, being able to deliver those cram bombs with accuracy and consistently. So I will not give away what points we are giving to the crafts. I have them in my little book here. So, but I will say this: Jonas' first submission was really impressive here. It did deliver, and we had some other beautiful packs like Lightfoot Worlds and Netrameros dealing some really good damage too in the end. So I do believe that is enough for this time, and we'll be moving back next time with the 8 more contestants. In any case, I hope you did enjoy this, and if you did, you should definitely leave a like. This is your Lord High Admiral in the army of GMODIST, and I'm thanking you a lot for your submissions, and it will be very cool to see more of them next week. Stay tuned and always know that you can support the channel many ways if you want to. Other than that, please leave likes and do subscribe, and it helps me a lot too. In any case, see you next time. This is me signing out. Well, hello. You didn't see me there. We're here in the planning room in the army of GMODIST's many headquarters. We have several, of course. But this particular headquarter, we have a beautiful planning room where you can see the enlisted and the commissioned officer ranks right there. Very cool. In any case, I should order such a poster. it exists as a poster. Did you know that? You didn't. In any case, huge thanks for all of you who are supporting the channel on Patreon or YouTube memberships. I'm going to name you in the end of this video, of course. So in any case, we're here with the second submarine challenge, where your bombers will be facing slightly submerged targets, which happens to be the White Flyer's Pontus again, because of course all of these missions need to face the same target, otherwise it's not right. So let's dive into the oceans and continue with these little trials. Also, thanks to Vestret for the Waltz of the Builders, which was the beautiful music you heard in the background. Next out, we have Nilden's third submission, the Penguin. So, Pontus has been spawned somewhere in the waters. We shall now see if the Penguin knows where. We got missiles. Oh no, we got bombs. I already forgot. Interesting multi-shape ones, and they have been magnetically found the Pontus here. And there are more in the water too. Look at that. The bombs don't deal a lot of damage, but on the other hand, there are a lot of them. Wow, that's nice. I'm sure the Penguin is going to make minced meat of this Pontus. The Pontus may think he's a meat grinder, but not today. It actually requires a lot of these bombs. No, not that many. Look at that. We have breached the hull, it seemed like. No? I saw a lot of parts dropping. Oh, yes. Here we got another barrage incoming like that. We are consistently and effectively dealing damage to this submarine target. The Penguin knows where he is, and he's just gonna continue to deliver damage until he's dead, which he is already. Alright. Look at that. It's sinking. Is it dead? It's about to die. Look at that. And we still seem to know approximately where it is. We're dropping the bombs. Oh no, now it's actually gone. That's some very impressive results. Nilden's third submission, the Penguin, was really able to deliver here. That's amazing to see. Also, look at him. Isn't he adorable? Well, we are not over with the Nilden action yet. We'll be moving on to Nilden's first submission, which happens to be the B8 bomber. A Pontus is hidden somewhere in the waters. The B8 bomber is approaching. Oh yes, we seem to be knowing where the enemy is. We're flying in the right direction. Flares are being dropped. We may have tricked that missile. Missiles are... oh... they have no idea where to go. They have no idea where to go. Oh. I'm trying to correct. No, self-destructed. Well, it knows where this lightly submerged target is, alright, but it's not able to deliver damage towards it. Look at that. Bombs are going down, but they are just not being able to target Pontus. They're just not targeting Pontus, they're just doing something else. Welp. It's detecting the Pontus, but it seems to be completely unable to deal damage. We're gonna stay with it a little time more and see if we get some lucky hits here. Like this for example. No, they almost hit it. And now they almost found it. Oh! No. Not even an unreasonable close by random explosion did it. Well, it's been some time more. Oh, we got a hit. We did get one hit. I suspect that was more luck. But yeah, it doesn't seem that the B8 bomber will be able to deal with the Pontus all day, actually. So, well, I think we need to move on to the next participant because, well, we simply can't really exactly see where it is. Next out, we have a beautiful design favorite. Ovos Phosphorus Bomber. Or was it White Phosphorus? Yes, White Phosphorus Bomber. Of course. So, let the battle go. A Pontus has been spawned in an unknown location. 3,000 meters away. Not that unknown. We fired. Shots have been fired. Oh, we're trying to. I don't think this bomber knows accurately where it is. It's so erratic. Man, this thing is not easy to hit. Oh! It was going very close. It actually seems to have some kind of bearing of the Pontus. No. Okay. Dives down. Okay, okay, no. It's like so erratic. Okay, diving down. Oh, no. Oh. Close but no cigar. Or did we do some damage internally here? No. That was just some random steam smoke. Oh! That was pretty close. Diving down? No. It's so erratic. It's like insane. It's like really hard to keep track of this. Look at it. Oh! No. It's like close, but it just dives so closely. You would expect it if the shots were timed better. Oh! Oh, bam! Okay. Never mind. It takes some time. But it absolutely has the capabilities of taking out the submarine like this. It knows where it is. It's just that the shots are a little bit badly timed. So it takes some time for it to deliver that damage. Well, that was very different from the sea targets. For the sea target, it was unable to deal damage like at all very well. Okay, well, that's very interesting. Well, the White Phosphorus Bomber was very cool. But now we are moving on to Pizza Summoners. Sardalk. So, a Pontus will appear at an unknown location. You didn't see anything. 3,000 meters away. And we're going to see how this beast will deal with it. Alright, it's closing in. It seems to know its general direction. Cram cannons are locked on. Bam! That was a grazing hit. I think that would have been a critical damage hit with some more luck. But, well, we'll see what happens when the Sardalk goes for the second bombing run. It's coming in here. We're going low. It doesn't usually go that low, I think. Is it damaged, perhaps? Is it that's why it's going so low? Whoa. we need to slow down time. Bam! Those were pretty darn close. Ooh! Are you kidding me? How? Was that a lucky frag? Or what happened? I'm just curious. I'm just curious. That's amazing. That's amazing. Alright, we have target locked. Are you kidding me? Ooh. Not too. It's like sometimes it's accurate. I think it's a lot up to luck, but it's accurate enough to always deal damage. We're gonna see if it crit. I just wanna see if it crits it again on the second run. Popping in there. Pontus is not on the surface, but oh, wow. Was that? Did that just look like an explosion inside? It was like here. That's some pretty good damage, though. That's some pretty good damage. Well, I'm happy to see that Pizza Summoner's Sardalk is able to deal damage here. I do believe that it just needs a few runs. It's a lot up to luck, but it knows where the submarine is, and it can deliver those cram shots accurate enough. And I think it's actually one of the quicker ones to be able to take it out. That's some pretty okay. Not the best hit, but it's like usually hits pretty darn well. Well, that's quite amazing. I do think I know what I need to know to grade it. It seems to indeed deliver those shots pretty darn well. Or at least good enough, because the really good thing with Pizza Summoner's Sardalk's cram shots is that they're packing hell of a damage. So it only needs like one delivered shot to be able to deal with a target. But, well, I think I know how to grade this thing now. Next out, we have Russia's Butterfly Wasp with the inverted Army of GMODISM flag. Oh, maybe this is because it's gonna be the right way when you see it in your mirror. And you're like, when you're cruising around in your, I don't know, air car. Anyways, a Pontus shall appear 3,000 meters away. And we're gonna see what happens. Here we go. Machine guns are firing. We seem to be knowing where the Pontus is right here. But the missiles... Well, they know... Oh. Ooh! We got a good hit on one of the propellers there. That was a grazing hit, but a good one. That's pretty good. So half the Pontus forward propulsion is already dealt with. The Butterfly Wasp. Machine guns down there. You can actually see most of those shells actually. Oh, hoo, hoo, hoo. Oh yes. Look at that. Look at that. That could have been the AI compartment too. It's very small, so it doesn't have like a compartment per se. But we can see that Rush's Butterfly Wasp is definitely able to deal with this. Oh, yeah, we delivered that swarm accurately. Very nice. Very nice. The Butterfly Wasp is absolutely able to deal with submarines target like this. And these lock-on missiles are doing a good job of meeting its mark. Yeah, that's some damage. Look at that. It's like dead. It's like dead. Just for the fun of it. We just want to see so it wasn't a lucky strike. You can see these machine guns, they're definitely shooting in the general direction of the submarine. And a lot of these shells are hitting. Just having a simple 60mm like this could probably have helped a lot of the contestants dealing more reliable damage. Now we can see, oh, that's a grazing hit again. So sometimes the lasers has a little bit trouble locking on. So now we're going a little bit lower here, thanks to no waves. This is gonna be, I just want to see if it affects the performance or not. No, we're still able to lock on well enough. Yep, that's some nice damage. Well, Russia's Butterfly Wasp is definitely delivering here. Delivering some good and consistent damage towards the White Flyer's Pontus. It is a joy to fly with these missiles and see how much damage they deal. When they hit. They don't hit all of the time, but they hit like you saw last time. They're just amazing hit. Anyways, we're gonna be moving on, and it's gonna be Sean Reed. Here we have Sean Reed's Daggery. We're getting out of the water. Let's see if it can locate the Pontus. It seems to be able to locate the Pontus. Daggery is Sean Reed's first submission. No? Yes, maybe. Oh yeah, we have some depth charges dropping down here. We could see some blast guns going off there too. No? Okay. Damn! That's some good damage. And this one, it tries to keep up with it. Can it? Oh! Yeah. The back portion of the poor Pontus is long gone. Let's see here. Blasting a little bit of blast guns. It seems to have damaged itself again. And it's been dropping down. And the blast guns are trying to finish the job off. Okay. Well, that's a slight mishap. I think we're trying to be... Oh, we got up in the air somehow. That's amazing. Oh, are we gonna... Yes, we did not die there. Okay. There we go. That's a well-delivered blast there. It did actually shot something off there. That's pretty cool. And we got the depth charges popping down there. Damn, that's some good damage. Yeah, the dagger definitely has some problems, but you can see that we can deal some darn good damage to the submarine target thanks to that system. So I know where to grade this thing. Beautiful little design there, and we're gonna move on to Sean Reed's fourth submission, which is the Sunspot. Alright. This little biplane design here. The Pontus is spawned at an unknown location. Oh, okay, there it is. It like instantly knows where it is. I don't know how that works, it just works. We're adjusting. And we are... Oh, it did a little blast gun blast. Okay. These missiles, if they don't hit immediately, they'll just miss. So we'll see how the Sunspot will be able to deal with this challenge. Oh, what do we have there? Oh, just missiles that missed. Oh! That's a pretty nice blast gun blast there. It did shoot off its own part, probably too, maybe? No, that was the... Okay, good. Not sure that the blast guns are able to deal enough damage. Like, if we just went a tiny bit closer, they would have dealt so much more damage. Like, it's dealing some grinding damage, so I do think that the Sunspot will be able to take out the Pontus eventually. They even got a lucky hit with a missile. But I think it's gonna take a really long time for it to actually deliver this damage. See, I would dive again. Oh! Yeah, we're getting through here. We're getting through here. What happened to the Sunspot now? Okay, there it is. You never know. Off target. Coming in again here. Ah, too early. Well, it's slowly grinding away on it. But effectively would be an overstatement. You can see we actually have gotten some exposed steam parts there, but, well, no killed steam parts. Okay. Well, it's not the slowest damage dealers, but it's down there at the bottom, but it is able to detect where the submarine is, and it is able to deal damage, which counts for a lot. So I think I know enough to be able to grade this thing, and we are gonna move on to the next vehicle. This is the Gin by Sean Reed also. And this is Sean Reed's second submission, actually. And happens to be the last little thing to try for this particular challenge, I believe. We have Nilden's third, Nilden's first, Ovos, Pizza Summer's Rush, Sean Reed's first, fourth, and now the second. God damn it, these jet engines sounds a lot. We're approaching. Alright. Gonna be interesting. Ooh. It's raining missiles. But not a lot of hallelujah. Oh yes, very hallelujah. Look at it. It's like they have magnets. Oh yes. That's pretty lackluster. I do remember that from the Sea Challenge. Damage is pretty lackluster, but it is dealing damage. You can see it's like a combination of an orbital bomber and yeah, orbital bomber slash something else. It is dealing some damage though. But is it delivering the damage more effectively than say the Sunspot? That I don't know. It's just circulating here, shooting down those missiles. Depth charges gets activated, and there we go. That's actually some decent damage. Look at that. Look at that. I will say that it indeed delivers damage more effectively than the Sunspot. I think I know where to grade this thing. That's pretty good. Let's just spawn another one here. I just wanna see, for the fun of it. There it is. We'll just be in the water and we see they just drop down and you can see them waking up. Terrifying indeed. And they'll just pop in here. Takes a little time for them to grind away at this, but man, they're dealing some good damage indeed.
when they hit. So a little on the slower side, but still some decent damage. Don't tell me it doesn't know where it is now. Oh yes, it does. Was it damaged or something? I wonder if it received some small damage or something. Who knows? Oh, yeah. There we go. Another barrage. They just pop down in the water, come from below, and just deal some pretty decent damage. Yeah, that's some pretty decent damage. Takes a little time for it to line up, but when it finally did that, it can definitely deliver some damage. I'm gonna bump up that point to, yeah, I think I'll know where to put this in the scale. So that's very interesting indeed. Beautiful designs this time as well. Well, commissioned officers and enlisted in the army of GMODIST, we're here in the debriefing room, of course. And well, thanks a lot for the submission in this little batch. We're gonna have the last batch next week for these submarine targets, and we're gonna be able to see how the last 8 designs are doing in the next one. But in any case, thanks a lot for watching, and extra thanks to Admiral Super Dave, Captain Y, Lieutenants Asteria, C2, Cravey, Parbagri, Talaras, Vincent Veritas, and all our cadets. And also C2 and Powered by Greed for supporting me at YouTube memberships too. If you do that, you'll get nice badges if you care about that, by the way. But in any case, thanks a lot for tuning in this time. This is your host and Lord High Admiral GMODIST, and we're gonna be back next week. So see you then. Bye bye. Welcome back to GMODIST, and we are of course here in the briefing room for the Army of GMODIST's bomber trials. We're gonna look at the last batch of our 8 bombers popping in here. Sean Reed's 3rd, Shotguns, Scuvimations 2, Americans, the Cringes 2, and Captain Wise. And we're gonna test them all against the, well, same target as before. So hopefully we're gonna see some great damage dealing, so with that we can deal out some really high points. Before that, I will just want to give a huge thanks to all the commissioned officers in the Army of GMODIST supporting on a Patreon every month. Admiral Super Dave, Captain Y, Lieutenants Asteria, C2, Cravey, Parbagir, Talaras, and Vincent Veritas, and all our cadets. That was a little bit too quick. But in any case, we are going to get into the game and test the last 8. We're gonna see what types of damage we'll get. Here we have the Aspirant helicopter, Sean Reed's 3rd. Alright, a Pontus has been spawned somewhere hidden on this map. The Aspirant seems to have no idea where it is. But this missile seems to know where it is. No, it just fired at the general direction of fire. The Aspirant tries to get closer. The laser is all over the place. It seems to have no idea where the Pontus is located. Getting closer. Maybe it doesn't even have a wireless snooper. I have no idea. Okay. I think it does. I think it genuinely doesn't know where it is. We've waited some time. It has absolutely no clue. The Aspirant isn't able to detect slightly submerged targets, so we're gonna be moving on. Next out, we have Shotgun's Dart. A Pontus will appear 3,000 meters away. What will happen? Well, we definitely have a target on the enemy. Machine guns are machining. It seems to have a pretty accurate bearing of where it is. But the machine guns seem to be the systems that actually deal the damage. Oh no. Oh. Are these depth charges with magnets? Oh yeah. They're getting... No. They were not getting activated. What happened there? Dart is popping in again. These are dropping down here. Oh yeah, they're getting activated now. Okay. They seem to have range. There we go. Oh. Damn. That didn't do a lot. It's hard to see from the scale if it's like small or medium missiles. When we're looking at them directly, we have to check. Yeah, these are auxiliary small. Small missiles do so tiny damage. And these... Oh, they got a visual. Maybe it only popped above a little bit. Well, these depth charges are technically able to deliver some damage. But the damage dealt to the Pontus is really minuscule. I guess it will grind it down eventually using machine guns. And it does have a pretty accurate estimation of around where it is. So it could be worse, but as for dealing effective damage to the target, it's a little bit lackluster, to say the least. So we've got another depth charges here. Will they find them? A little mixed bag of stuff. Oh. Well, at least they do deal damage. They will eventually be able to grind it down, but man, it's not what we would call effective now. So, we shall be moving on, and the next one will be Scuvimation's first submission, which is the Narval X3. That means 3-wal. Okay. Does it? Oh yes, it's going in the general direction. These beautifully designed ones are probably not hitting the target. It's trying to machine gun, but I don't think we have a good visual of the target. Oh yeah, now we do. Now we seem to have a decent visual, so the machine guns are trying. We got cram bombs. Oh, that's some pretty decent damage. The diff guns, I believe. Cram bomb is popping in the close vicinity. The missiles, they fire, but they have no chance of hitting. Seems honestly that the machine gun is doing some heavy lifting. No, the diff guns are actually providing some substantial damage there. Very close grazing of that. You can see this cannon is actually offline. No, this propeller. It somehow got damaged. The machine gun is actually accurate here. Ooh, and we get some good auxiliary damage with the diff guns too. That cram bomb was so close. Coming in for another round. Bam. Yeah, it's pretty accurate. We know where we are here. The 3-Val is able to indeed deliver some damage. There it is. Oh yes. It's definitely grinding it down block by block. Or blocks by blocks. Look at that. Yes, we got a lucky hit to kill the vessel as well. Very good indeed. The 3-Val has been delivering some good stuff here. I do know where to grade this one, and we're gonna be moving on to Scovimation's second submission, which happens to be some of my one of my design favorites, the Pigeon. Doesn't it look super cute? Let's see if it knows where the submarine is. It seemed to be able to gauge its general location. I think it's gonna rely a lot about if the machine guns are delivering here. And the machine guns are not... Oh, they started to... Oh, they are anti-missile ones. I see. Well, they did take out that one. It seems to be having a pretty accurate bearing of it indeed. Cram bombs popping in there, and they unfortunately missed. But it could have hit. Well, I guess we need to do some waiting before the Pigeon comes back with another attack. It's actually pretty effective at taking out those missiles. Or, I mean, ish decent. Oh! Ah. Another round. Oh, completely off. And we're coming in for another one. And... Ah, completely off. And another one. Will it? Ah. I think we're coming in for another one here. And we missed. You know what? I think we know that the Pigeon is just not going to hit the submarine. And if it does, it's extremely lucky. We've been waiting for it to do a hit. We let it have a lot of bombing runs. Because I wanted to see if it was able to hit. And it just reliably misses all the time. So I think we'll have to conclude that the Pigeon's favorite targets to deal with are not submarine targets. Good to know. We're gonna continue with American's submission, which is this thing. What was it called? It's... Oh yeah, it's just AOG bomber plane. So, I think it has some armaments to be able to... Oh, bam! That was a pretty powerful strike. We seem to have been grazing the Pontus here. Gonna see what happens here. The missiles have no idea what they're doing. Oh no, it hit itself with a missile, did it? Do you have some torpedo capabilities? Nope. Alright. It's going down close but no cigar. It seems to have a general idea where the Pontus is, but it does not seem to have a general idea on exactly when and where to shoot. Look at that die. Bam! Okay, never mind. It knows where to shoot. That was a very good hit. Oh yeah. Look at that! Well, well, well. America's design has definitely been delivering some damage this time. I think we'll just have to check that again. I just want to see how much was luck and how how accurate these guns really are, because it seemed they were really accurate each shot. Wow, we're really like buzzing around here. Really hard to hit, I think this should be. And we're doing a dive. And yeah. Damn. Look at that. Oh, wow. Okay. American's AOG bomber delivers, to say the least. Look at that. Pretty amazing. Well, we're gonna move on to Cringe's first submission, which is the MB4. A Pontus will randomly appear. Oops. And there we are. With Le Pontus. Swimming here like a shark. Looking for something to touch, but it will fail too. Because we're up in the air. Flying free and high. And the MB4 has a visual of the Pontus trying desperately with some cannons to do some damage. And these, I don't think they have a secondary magnet of any kind. So this bomb payload will just probably sit there and chill. Alright. It's fumbling a little bit with... Oh yeah, no. It's actually starting to hit some shots there. But the bomb payload again does not know where to go. MB4 is trying again. It has no idea where we are right now, okay. And neither does the bomb payloads. You know what? I think that the MB4 just isn't really equipped to deal with submarines. Even though it looks very cool, I do believe it's a tiny bit clueless when it comes to finding it. So I think we'll have to conclude that it would be by extreme luck it would hit one of the bombs, and that it can sometimes use its machine guns to deal damage, but it's just not enough and often enough to grind it down in any reasonable amount of time. So I think I know enough to grade Cringe's first submission, which makes it so that we can move on to Cringe's second submission. Aptly named the MB5 instead. Indeed. And it seems to have gotten a visual of the Pontus. The laser is desperately trying to lock on without great success. I do think the missiles are fumbling around. Very much so. The machine gun seems to have an approximate visual of where the Pontus is located. Oh! Damn, okay. The laser was able to lock on there a little bit. We're coming again here, okay. No, okay, no lock on. So it's definitely able to deal some damage, but not very reliably and not a lot of the time. The MB5 is looking great, however. Look at that. Oh yes, we got a lock on. We had a lock on for a little while there. So it's able to lock on some of the time. But it's like, it's almost like it's by chance or something. Running in for another run, but it seems like it's more luck than anything that makes it so that it actually deals damage towards the target. And we're firing some high explosive rounds and stuff, but It's very rarely, and they don't seem to be doing enough damage to actually cause any type of issue. Like, the Pontus is still very healthy. So yeah, I think I know enough to be able to grade Cringe's second submission. And we can thus move on to this little challenges, well, last submission for the submarine parts. Here we have the commissioned officer, Captain Wise, BY 409. Beautiful bomber. A Pontus will randomly appear, and we're gonna see how it's gonna deal with it. Engines have been speeding up, shields are activated. We have a sonar buoy. Dragging it in the water a little bit to give us an approximate location. Oh yeah! Are you kidding me? Oh wow, that's very amazing. That's an instant AI kill. Damn! Well, that sonar buoy definitely paid off. Let's just spawn another Pontus just to see what happens. Now it's a diff guns, so we'll see if it will be able to deal with that. But that's what's really amazing. Really amazing indeed. Look at that. Wow, okay. That I think that was the fastest action so far. Look at it. And now it didn't shoot, but I think it needs to activate another sonar buoy. It kind of lost its track. And Captain Wise design actually has one of the among the lowest in firepower, but we can definitely see that it is well delivered firepower for sure. I think it may be somewhere related to I don't know. It didn't drop the sonar buoy again, so we just respawned it because I would think that it's might be a little bit unfair on how it's set up with the sonar buoy to spawn. I don't know really how it works, so we're gonna spawn it just once again here, fresh, and we can see that's some really accurate. How does it crit kill it 2 times in a... Okay. Well, I think we all know what grade that will have on a 5 graded scale. That's really amazing. Can we like... Thank you. Beautiful indeed. So, we have now checked all of the submissions versus a submarine target. So, next time we're going to be looking at efficiency, I believe. Well, in any case, I hope you enjoyed this little video, and if you did, you should definitely leave a like and subscribe. If you want to help the channel even more, well, you can support us on YouTube memberships, for example, like Venerated Powered by Greed or Stellar C2. Or become a commissioned officer in the Army of GMODIST is also very nice. But until next time, we have flown back to the headquarters meeting room, and I will say like this planning room this is, I believe. In any case, I will say thanks a lot for tuning in this time too. This is your Lord High Admiral GMODIST, and you are dismissed. Anyways, see ya. Enlisted and commissioned officers in the Army of GMODIST, you're most welcome to the next part of the bomber trials. I don't know if you've seen this poster before, but it's an actual product now on 4th Wall. So I made it into a real poster. So I'm strongly considering it to getting that poster IRL, but we'll see what I will order for my first order. They've given me like $40 or something in credit that I can order from, so that's pretty interesting. We're gonna see and compare the quality with the fourth wall stuff. In any case, they are having good reviews, but we're gonna get back into testing the bombers. And in this episode, we're going to test all of your bombers' efficiency. So, what we basically need to do is we're going to test some different metrics to know which of the bombers are more efficient than the other bombers. So for example, does it have start standby modes? How much materials does it draw when out of combat? How much firepower per material plus material carried does it have? And stuff like that. So with that said, we are going to take the air dinghy out to the testing fields in the water and see some different stuff there, as well as taking them all over to the land testing area, and we're gonna measure some results. Let's go. So how will we check efficiency? Well, there are some different ways we're going to do that. We're going to use the V menu, and inside of here we find a total firepower. We're going to take the total firepower and divide it by the cost of the ship. And doing that, we're getting a little magical number that basically tells us how much firepower a unit has per materials you spend on investing in that vehicle. And that's gonna be one part of the efficiency metric. We basically wanna know how much firepower a ship is bringing per the cost of the ship or, well, bomber plane instead. Now, there is another little thing we need to check here. And that's, of course, equally, if not more important. And that metric is efficiency in terms of how much does it burn when standing by. So we're just gonna click measure here, and we can see an updated bracket here. And it basically is 2.7, 2.8, or 2.7 per second. So then we have another metric that tells us how much material it burns just standing by per second, which is, well, 2.7 in this case. The last metric I want to check is actually the speed of the vehicle. So we activate top speed mode and make it move. And after that, we're trying to locate the vehicle by just building on it. And we're gonna see. We're now getting a speed of, let's see here, why are we turning? That doesn't make an, oh, okay. No? Interesting. This confuses me so much every time. When we set it into patrol mode and we go out to this map, we have to have it in auto mode because otherwise it doesn't move. I don't know. I must say, a lot of stuff in this game is a little bit clunky and weird. Anyways, we can see our speed is clocking in at 91 meters per second. Then we have the beautiful Manta War, and this one has super cool measures to not burn any materials when standing by. So you can see here we're checking it, and we are checking the firepower by the cost, and we have written up that number. And then we can see here it doesn't have any custom jet engine, so it's 0 per second. Power use is also 0 per second. So it's just chilling here. Like it's burning no materials per second at all. So it actually clocks in at 0. Alright. So let us select this beast and set it to a movement command so that we can check what speeds we're gaining. Alright. We are 38 meters per second. Let's see here what we got. Top speed. It has an even faster top speed, I believe.
Airborne at your service.
It does have an even quicker. one there, but let's see here. Oh. But now we're at 38 meters per second. Interesting. Why does it read another value here? So here we have 69 meters per second, and this is not the case. This would be the values if it was in battle, I suppose. It's kind of weird. Alright, so I suppose we need to do like this. We're gonna get into this seat. Just so we can stand up here. Select no weapons. We're gonna select top speed and patrol mode here. Let's see if we're gaining a quicker speed now. We're not really. So it seems that the like cruise mode for this. Yeah, okay. And so 18 materials per second. Damn, that's really high. But it's when it's moving. I suppose if we spawn a enemy, I bet it's gonna be a lot faster. What the hell? Now we're pushing up the speeds here. Right, so interesting. 12 materials per second. Is it more efficient now? This doesn't make any sense, but it's all cool. When standing by on a water area, it's using 0. So, and that's what we're measuring. That it might use a couple of materials when cruising and stuff like that, you know. That's no big deal. It's okay. Like, what we are actually interested in is if it's reaching any, like, if it's using materials just existing, and it doesn't. However, the top speed is listed to be 69. Nice. But if we don't have any enemies, it's gonna use less. So when we don't have any enemies around, it's like it goes into another power mode. So if we just set it like that, and we see it, it's just gonna maneuver to go at a slower speed, exactly 38. So the speed we are checking isn't combat max speed. It is like the cruising speed, how fast we can, well, basically put this thing into service. When we were just cruising around with this thing, we want to know how long time it will take for it to get there. And yes, if we take it out of play, it would theoretically instead be able to move at the top speed. But that's more of a game bug than anything else. If it's in play, we need to, or I want to take the in play like numbers into account mainly, because we can always trick the out of play numbers a little bit to make our vehicles efficient that way, but that's no fun. So the top speed for this one in cruising speed, just like this, even though if it's set that top speed movement, which may only be activated. No. Maybe the top speed is only... I don't know if it's only out of play or in play, but it doesn't matter very much. It's what we're counting this time. Well, in any case, we got those numbers down, so we should move on. By the way, we're gonna test this on a land map too, because I do know it actually has some... It actually is able to deal with land areas too. Man, this thing has like 9 in firepower. The Isanth from StarMade. And it's going over budget, so I think this is gonna have the absolute worst score in terms of firepower per investment. It doesn't burn a lot of materials per second. It ain't 0, but together This should be 0.5, so half a material per second, so pretty efficient there. And we're clocking in at a speed of 36 meters per second. So here we have Jono's real submission, and it's shilling pretty much here, so that's pretty interesting. We should indeed go and check the... Yeah, it actually completely shuts down the engines here. Almost. Yeah, they do. It's like just activating a tiny little bit every now and then. So yeah, it's gonna be very efficient. This thing does also provide a lot of efficiency, because when it's when it's standing by, it's just passively existing. I will say it doesn't do it in the most awesome looking way possible. It's just floating. But it works, and that's the important thing. So it's getting maximum score for this one. As you can see here, we have given it a movement command. Is it? It ain't gonna stay at this level. No, of course not. But it is. Right now it is. Okay, now, okay, look at that. Now it's gaining speed. Right. 72 meters per second we are moving at right now. Oh, yes. 72. Well, that's very beautiful. This thing looks expensive just swooping around here. Let's see here. It doesn't have custom jet engines. I would have expected that. But these are just flush jets. Yeah, I see that now. Right. And it's 2 materials per second in total. It goes up and down like that, but slightly below 2, but not far from that, so ish 2. Alright. Perhaps it's more 1.6, 1.7. It's actually... It says 1.6, but this looks a lot more like 1.7, so that's what we're gonna write down. So that's actually not very high. We're gonna do some fleet movements here, just to make sure. See what the speed is gonna be. 60, 1, 2, 3, 4. 63 seems to be the normal number we're stopping at. Well, you kind of know the business by now. So basically, we are just continuing with all of them there. Right, and what do we got more at power? This is so annoying for the electric, steam electric designs. There doesn't seem to be a nice way to check. It's like... it's like, no. It's like, it doesn't tell me here. Why? Steam... Why does it say only steam propellers? This is so adapted for just boats, man. Yeah, that's pretty crappy. So we need to go inside of here and find our different stuff here. So here we have... How should we guess this? 0.15 times 2, so 0. Man, there are so many of them. I don't want to. 0.3. Here we have another one. That's ish 1 material per second so far. No, we have more of them. 26. And here, oh lords. 26. So 2.6. 2. And this is 5. There's another one. So 10, 12. Right, so 13 materials per second, if I didn't miss any of them. 30, that's, This is pretty expensive standing by, man. This is 13 materials per second. Alright. Alright, well, there we got it. There we got it. This was calculation hell. This is like worst so far with like, this is like 5 times as bad as the worst one so far. Well, it's pretty quick. 84. Oh my god. The water is starting to look pretty ominous here. Oh, look. You can see the beautiful sky. Isn't that quite nice? Are we too close to these lands? Is this why? Alright. So what's happening here? Firepower, right? So let's do some calcs. We got a really efficient one again. Look at that. Completely turned off here. It'll just need to check that we don't have a lot of... What is creating this sound though? Doesn't really matter. We're absolutely clean. That's beautiful. So let us hop out of build mode and
moving out.
Send it moving away. Here we go. Let it gain some flapping speed. Doesn't this look very beautiful? This is like the perfect screensaver. 40 meters per second ain't bad either. Oh no, we have another funky one. And it's not like your fault for building this, I will say that. It's like I'm not blaming you, I'm blaming the game for making my life hard because the game hasn't put in proper measurements. So it's not you, it's the game who's done this. Right, so 3 materials per second. Yep. And now we're clocking some speed, which happens to be 62. And now for some of our favorites. The penguin, which happens to have pretty good firepower per materials. 8 materials per second is pretty high though. But it's clocking in at a pretty decent top speed of 100 or cruising speed at 135. So it will be quick to the battlefield, that has to be said. So even though it burns so much materials, I want to check though. It still only burns 8-ish. But in any case, it will get to the battlefield so fast that it won't run out of material. So that's one good thing. Like, we're going to take a lot of stuff into account, and if you take this speed, so the previous build, it has a top speed of 62 when cruising, and since that kind of burns half the materials when just standing by too, it's, you know, this is necessarily not worse because it's so quick to the battlefield too. So we're trying to value and measure all the different aspects fairly so we can get a good estimation. Ah, this bomber cam is just beautiful. This is also Nilden's build, so we're gonna see the values. Well, we got some decent values there, and it's 4 materials per second just standing by. So how quick is it? We're clocking in at 82, so this is a pretty quick one. Definitely better balanced than the penguin. That it's more efficient. It really is, all things considered, than the penguin. Pretty much very high firepower for the material spent on this, and this is a cheaper design too, by almost 10k than max allowance. So we seem to be burning almost a material per second. Now that seems to be all we got. Let's just check we don't have any hidden shenanigans in here. We don't. I would have been surprised because this is a compact design. Man, 151 seems to be a little bit more often. So that's our cruising speed, ladies and gentlemen. This is a quick one. Good balance, not so many materials per second when just standing by. It's like only 1. Now it goes up to 6 because we're cruising here. And yeah, that's pretty good. 151, and pretty much a lot of firepower per materials. And yeah, it's a good balance. This is a good balance. The Sardalk. This thing is so damn cool, especially when you're sitting in the cockpit and just looking at it locking on. Ah, Very cool. Is this... It just has this slightly worrisome way to just go up and down like this when standing by. It's not only this specimen, is it? Did I spawn it too high or something? Let's just control. Oh no, it's gonna dive up and down like this. Well, good to know. 5 per second. Pretty high cost keeping this. By the way, if some of the little bit inefficient designs will be one of the winners here, I think we need to make a carrier for them. For example, if the Saredalk here by Pizza Summoner, or Light of the World's Star Drop, or let's see here, the Penguin, for example, if they would win, they would probably always be mounted on a carrier, because they're just, if they're one of the winners, they need to be on a carrier, because like we're not spending 5 materials per second just to have, like, imagine a squad of this. It's like 20 materials per second just to keep them around. Like, what the hell? I've tried for a while now. I did even take it like out of play and stuff. I don't know, we kill one of them. It's so weird. So basically, if we go here, it doesn't have a behavior, and it doesn't have maneuver. Why? Like, okay, so it's like breadboard only then. So the thing is, we can't say to it to go somewhere, and I don't want to mess with the design. Like, it needs to be working. Like, when we are going to judge it after how it works when we're getting it, and this thing I can't make it move to the target. So this is an issue. We'll have to take that into the accounts a little bit here, because yeah, we'll see how we're going to score that, but we're just measuring its standby speed, and I guess it's like 50-ish meters per second, going up and down a little bit. Yeah, but it would be lovely if Pizza Summoner perhaps knows if we can add a routine, or if that messes things up. Because right now, if we're gonna use this in the campaign, we can't set it to patrol or go somewhere, and that is that's an issue. It's breadboarded. I don't know if I can add a routine or whatever it works, but it can't go anywhere now. So it will need a little exclamation mark here in the scoring. This thing just sounds like it's eating materials for breakfast. So we have Rush's design here, the butterfly wasp. So let's see, here are some scores. It seems to be actually only 1 materials per second, so that's fine. Like, not optimal for just chilling around and just eating materials like that, but it ain't eating much, so it's not a big issue. It's pretty quick doing this too. It's pretty crazy. Like, damn, it flies so stable. Look at this thing, it's just swooshing forwards in this funny little angle. And it's really cool. So we're clocking in at 86. I'd say it's pretty good for like keeping this speed, and I'm just curious. Kind of burns the same when it goes at max speed all the time. It's pretty efficient. So makes me wonder. We have a carbureted engine, of course we do. We have an RPM at max, which is interesting. Oh, so if it doesn't go up to full, which it kind of does. Well, whatever, it works. It's like shilling here. But it sounds like everything is online. Well, I guess we just need to check it. Oh, look at that. Very low power use. See there. 0.36 per second, and oh my god, 6. I hear the sounds of the shields. This Daggery from Sean Reed needs a shield switch. It needs a switch turning off the shields when they're not in use. Because we are 6.4 plus 0.36, so 6.8. This thing eats... This thing has already eaten all the materials for breakfast. It is an easy fix, but we are not considering easy fixes. We are considering the actual submissions. So 6.8. Ooh, this is the third worst so far in terms of eating materials when standing by. Alright. Oh no. Right. We have given it a movement command, but it will get out of here eventually. Oh yes, it found its way. Let's go to the waypoint, it said. And we're zooming in at a neat 42, 43. 42 was a better number, come on, it's the answer to everything. But it is 43, so this is not the answer to everything then. Well, it isn't the answer to material efficiency, so that is indeed very true. So 43 it is. What may be the answer to everything, however, is Sean Reed's next submission, which is this beautiful little biplane, all in gold. It seems to have the same issue with not having a shield switch, because these shields just eat materials. Oh lord. 9 materials per second. This is... It's not the worst, it's the second worst. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. It's those shields, man. It's those shields. I'm so sorry you can't fix it before I set the scores. But if this wins, you will be able to, of course, fix it and submit it as like an improved version, of course, with just fixing all the issues that came up. But not until we set the final scores, and this is just eating materials very much. We're taking off for cruise flight any moment now, or soon. I don't know, man, it just won't get up of here. I don't understand. Does it not? Man, it just needs a balloon or something to get up here somehow. It's like, look, it's out of combat, so it seems to not be getting... Well, it will be a little bit difficult then, in case we need to transport them when they're out of combat. It's gonna be very, very weird. So the cruise, like, if it's out of combat, it just won't go. So the cruise speed is 3 meters per second. It really... Yeah, like, that's what we get when we set it to move somewhere. That kind of surprised me very much. I think it's probably set up in a way to only activate its engine at like full juice when there is an enemy around. And that will be a little bit difficult to use that kind of setup for a campaign setting. Well, 3 it is. I don't know how else we could set that, but... as you might imagine, that's the slowest cruise speed so far. But I bet it burns... If it wasn't for the shield, I bet it would burn so few materials per second doing this. It seems that this is also Sean Reed's submission. It also seems to be having this issue with the shields being active all the time. Well, at least it's an easy fix. But it sets us at a nice 4 materials per second. Oh no, I think it has the same issue as the sunspot. Yep, it does. We're clocking in at 2 meters per second. And why is this like... I'm not just being a annoying person here. It has a reason, and that's... We want to know the speeds of transporting these things in campaign mode when they're out of battle. So how long, when we're going to campaign, how long does it take to take over this thing and say, go there and prepare for battle? And that's why this matters. Because when they're like in play like this, they're gonna be sitting around and doing this. And that's why they need the very low score they get here, because this is gonna cause an issue in campaign. So that's why it's relevant, if that wasn't self-explanatory and obvious. This one is having an ECM jammer. And by the way, for the ECM jammer, you can also make a smart switch. I have that on all my designs that utilized it too. We're not sitting in the water, but we're having some issues. Ooh, the engines are like they're so low because it's trying to save materials, but it's using the materials due to the shields. Well, we're clocking in at 20 meters per second, so it's like it moves at a acceptable speed. Definitely on the slower side, but I don't think my helicopter is much better actually. Let's even check how quick my helicopter is. Right. Oh, by the way, this is not Gimli Mark II, but this is BB Afterparty Gimli class battleship. It's a slight variant of the Gimli that is going to participate in a big battleship tournament of 2.2 materials, which is kind of inspired by the Gimli battles, and it's gonna be a proper tournament with a lot of rules, and Sean Reed is putting that together, so it will be available if you want to join that tournament. It won't be on my Discord channel, but it will be on the Arena. The Arena is a special Discord for tournaments, for From the Depths tournaments, so join there. It's easy to find, or just ask anyone, or just join it via the main like regular Discord for From the Depths, the official one. It's linked there. Second chapter, Frontier Fleet, anti-air. There we go. This thing is actually... I wonder if this thing is... I wonder if this I didn't even think about it. If I would have configured this helicopter to meet my needs, to target subs and stuff, this thing could actually have been participating in my own trials, but that would have been strange. I don't want to participate in my own Army of GMODIST trial. This just feels a little bit stupid. Like, it's so sad for everyone participating if I would win that, so I'm not gonna do that, but I just realized it's like doing that. So it's pretty funny. Yeah, when we're like this ain't participating, it isn't. But what we're gonna do, I just wanna see, just for fun, it burns 0.3 materials per second, so yeah, that's a pretty good score, just standing by like that, if I'm judging this by the same standards. I'm selecting this one,
Moving out.
and we're moving this. Let's see here. We are... It's a really steep angle when this thing moves, but it's required to have, like, to keep the speeds that I want it to keep. You can see it here. Looks a little bit stupid, but I mean it's also about function. So this clocks in at it's much faster than 20 meters per second. It is, but it's a 36, so it's not the world's fastest heli. It really isn't, but I think it's kind of 0.67, 65, 3, I don't know, something like that. Burning materials is pretty efficient actually. Well, makes me happy because this is already like this is the second chapter Frontier Fleet, which we're gonna conquer the Nether with. So this is already in here. So I'm glad it's kind of ish. Decent. What isn't decent though, what's absolutely horrible, is the flying broadsword air battleship. This thing is horrible. Oh my lord, I don't know if I want to know how much materials per second this thing is eating, just chilling here. This is not built with efficiency in mind. Total firepower. The simple cannon is giving what? Why is it given as infinity? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the flying broadsword has a firepower rating of infinity. Fear it. Yeah, so definitely you should fear this thing. It's absolutely dangerous. It has infinity levels of firepower. Well, in any case, this is... Ooh! Only 3 materials per second for custom jet engines? That can't be true. Okay, let's see here what it burns. What? It's kind of like 10 materials per second? Are you kidding me? This is absolutely insane. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. It's like, so say it goes up and down. So 11-ish, 12 goes to this. So 12 plus 12, okay, 15. So it's only using 15 materials per second to kind of exist. This makes it about as efficient as Light of the World's Star Drop when just standing by. However, it's not supposed to do this. What are we doing? Well, never mind. It's not that bad, and I must say I'm pretty shocked about that. Actually, it's pretty insane. Look at it! Isn't that nice? It's just swishing by here. I bet the materials per second has slightly increased a little bit. But it's only 15 materials per second when just chilling here. Oh, doesn't it have... Ooh, this thing might have some no, not jet. What are they called? Steam electric generators that I kind of forgot to calculate with here. Okay, so when we're moving, we're clocking in at 18 materials per second. I haven't checked this for ages. 20. Okay, so it's gonna burn a lot of materials when it's moving, of course. But it's also 1 million ships, so I mean, I guess that's to be expected. But I just thought it to be pretty interesting when we're checking efficiency of stuff anyways. 54 meters per second is pretty decent too, I think, for a ship this size flying around. And just generally existing to look cool. So yeah. So ish round 50 materials per second when it's moving, but well, we didn't calculate that. But then we also have the slight fact that we might have some stuff I've forgotten about. I don't know if it has steam electric. It was pretty long time since I built this thing, so I can't say I quite remember, but it doesn't seem to have them, and I can't remember putting them there because when I built this thing, I had absolutely no clue on how to make a decently efficient steam electric generator. So because I didn't know that, I just didn't. Look, another screensaver. Army of GMODIST screensaver. Okay, press screen print now and get your personalized AOG screensaver today. Breaks over, so shotgun darts. No, shotguns dart. Yeah, that's right. So here we go. What do we have here? Ooh, this one is pretty pricey too. So we have 5 from custom jet engines, and then we have fuel engines taking 4. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have a new second worst in terms of passive pollution. Ooh, this one also need a shield switch. Look at that. It needs a shield switch. Look, it's using 1200 power all the time. Do we need an instant tutorial on how to do a shield switch? Or like a decoy switch and stuff like that? Is that something people don't know to do, maybe? It's really simple with ACBs, but maybe I should do a tutorial about it. And if you want that, please tell me that in the comments and I shall add it to my instant tutorials to-do list. Well, at least we're not slow. Clocking in at 129 meters per second, 28 meters per second. It's 29. Scuvimation is next. So here we have this beautiful thing. The three wall, which is not a narwhal because it has 3 horns. Yes. It's only using 2 material per second standing by, so it's pretty decent. A little bit in the higher end, but still acceptable. We've taken some notes on how much firepower it has in order, well, compared to how much it costs to build this thing. And I'll just need to measure its speeds here. So we are cruising at 61 meters per second, so we should write that down. Half the speed of the previous thing, but this is many times more efficient when it comes to using materials per second when just standing by. So that's one thing. You can see, just wanna see. Cool. 6 plus 7, 13, 1.3, no? Yes, that's 1.3 materials per second then. Together with this number. So that's pretty, that's in the kind of good range here. That's efficient metrics. Very nice. We already got a number for firepower per materials spent. No, that's here. Moving out here. And now we should measure how fast we are going towards the waypoint. We are smoking our way there at a nice 40 meters per second. Next up we have American's bomber plane, so let's check the values here. And it actually has the same firepower per cost values. It's pretty funny, like the previous one, which was Scubimation's second submission, if I didn't say that. 1 material per second is the answer, very nice. We're cruising at a nice 52 meters per second. Here we have another easy fix that is annoying, we can't fix until this is concluded. Adding this thing. Oh my god. Oh, how crazy. There is actually a supercharger here. It's just hidden, accidentally, with Mimic. Who would have thought? It seems to be averaging at 2.5 materials per second. So a little pricey in terms of that, but not too bad. We are ever cruising on at a very beautiful flight. This, am I right or am I right? This is another beautiful screenshot. Look at that. Well, in any case, the answer is 70 for cruising speeds. I'm getting a 2.6 materials per second here. For Cringe's second submission. Ooh. We're closing in on the end of these submissions here, so that's interesting. Wow, 95. That's pretty quick. That's one of the quicker ones. 95 meters per second when cruising. And you may think that I should measure the materials per second when cruising too, but I feel that's like the main reason I'm not doing that is because I'm lazy. And the other reason I'm not doing that is because it's more relevant what they spend when they're standing by, because realistically, bomber planes will be spending more time on the ground / just chilling about than they will spend time actually doing something. So that's the other reason, beyond laziness. So now we have Commissioned Officer Captain Wise bomber. So let's see what we got. Materials here. 76 plus 76, that's ish 081.6. Together should be 1.6, yeah. We got a nice value there for firepower per material spent. This is, I believe, the cheapest one of them all. And a real masterpiece. It looks so beautiful. I kind of always wonder a little bit what Captain Y is using to make these like gold trim rods around stuff. By the way, you will see some other builds for Captain Y. Normally, I build something for my commissioned officers, but Captain Y wanted his commissioned officer reward to be more in lines of, I built something for you instead. So we're gonna do a special video about that, of course, in the future, because I do videos, like normally I would do a video when I build something for a commissioned officer, but now it's kind of, I'm making a video about the other thing around. So hope you're gonna see, you're gonna enjoy that. I will say, this is not a spoiler, but it isn't. I'll give you two things. It's about Captain Y building a fleet oiler, and the name of the fleet oiler is Hermod. Just there we got something. You'll see when that comes out. All right, let's send this to some movements. Oh lord, okay. It finds a nice altitude here. Oh, is it so advanced? Does it have some breadboard magic to go lower in order to go faster or something? I'm not actually sure if it go fastest if it's low or high. But the thing is, if you didn't notice this, you can go in here. It's like from the depth it's probably more advanced than you think. But if you go in here, you can see air density at this altitude 100%. So that makes our like the blades on this thing be more efficient. It also gives more drag. So generally jet planes should go higher and like, oh god, this is gonna be interesting. So jet planes should go higher, and propeller planes can go a little bit lower in order to get higher speeds. That's the same reason in real life that commercial airliners that are propeller planes go usually at a much lower altitude than commercial jets. Yeah, because what I just said. But in any case, the answer is 87 or 88. I think it's 88 more times. So we'll write down 88. Beautiful. So there we go. We're flying in this beautiful little plane here. That's actually something we should totally do. We should do like this. We should actually test this in from the depth now. Right. We're gonna take manual control. Oh no. Oh no. I thought my game crashed there for a moment. It didn't. But in any case, we're trying to... Oh lord. It's so hard controlling a jet plane manually. We're gonna lock on like this. We're gonna let it take over for a second. And we're going to make it take control. All right. So, oh no. So we're basically gonna see here, if we climb a little bit, if we climb to say 500, an altitude of 500, I think it tries to take over control from me now. Well, we're about to stall, I believe. If we just pause the game here, we can check this thing. So, the air density at this altitude, 7%. So, any wings and propellers should be pretty bad at this. So that's probably why we're stalling a little bit. It's probably not the... yeah, it's probably not the breadboard. It's just we're stalling. Well, when we're diving down, we're having a pretty quick meters per second. Dive bomber would be a thing. Now we're getting responsive again here. Right. So... I don't know. Or maybe not, who knows. In any case, it might be breadboard, it might be the game, I'm not actually sure, but we can't go higher, is the only answer. Maybe they take out each other because we're gonna have higher levels of air density up down here, so propellers will be better, but we'll have more drag. Up there is no drag, but the propellers don't get as much force, so maybe it's like plus minus zero sum game, as they say. Well, I do really hope you've enjoyed this little episode at least. We now got all the numbers, and of course I will not tell you exactly how everything is judged here, but from watching this video I'm sure you should be pretty sure I've realized we forgot the part, and that's to check if things that stand by on water also does that on land. So yeah, instead of doing a reasonable way, I just spawned all of them in case I would forgot anything of them. So we're just basically gonna do this. Oh man. We're gonna see who's chilling about and who's going into zip around and chill about mood. Yeah, that's pretty awesome. So the things that are just zooming about is of course the same mood. But we have like, here we can see Sean Reed's aspirant. It's just standing here. It has some rubber things, so it seems to not damage itself by standing here, so it seems to be working pretty fine. Or does it? Yeah. I don't know where that rubber is, but it works. This one is chilling about here too, as well as the sunspot. I'm not really sure what this is trying to do, but it's trying to not scrape the ground all the time. Poor thing, I think they're gonna collide. So yeah, chilling about. Here we have Pizza Summoner. Oh no, it actually lost some blocks. Ooh, we're having some issues here. We're having some issues there. I'll note that down. Oh my god, we got an explosion in the air. I'm not exactly sure what I'm gonna do to this, so I'll add a little 2 at the exclamation mark the Saladalk received for not taking orders. This is not your part, is it? Ew, you are repairing. Isn't that quite nice? This is another ship, okay. So this chills about as it should. Everything seems to be as it should, except perhaps this one. I'm not really sure. I think this might also warrant an exclamation mark, because it's damaging itself when zooming around like this. Yeah, that doesn't really work. Just can't do that. Oh. Ew, look at that. Your poor rubber legs didn't spawn right. But now you can sit about here. Okay, it's a little bit unfair you spawned in like that. So we'll take oh, what? Oh, it just didn't get up for some reason. I don't know. But yeah, the other one, the only thing that's different, that's this thing from oh my god. We have this beautiful thing from the Secret Advisor. It's going in like chill mode like this. So it's 50 materials or 24 materials per second. Now it's infinity. And here it's 0. I think I'll need to go inside and check a little bit here actually and see if we get something. This thing is a little bit hard to measure actually. It's like 7 periods per second and now it's 0. And we got some other ones like this one below here. It's like 3 and it's like 0. I'm not really... This is probably a little bit difficult to score. So I probably just have to make something approximate. So is it like half of the time? 7. So it's like 10 materials per second, half of the time or something? Well, since what we're gonna do, we're gonna use all these ships for, it's gonna be a little bit more important how stuff is dealing with water mood. Well, now somebody got and attacked him a little bit, but it's gonna be a little bit more important for what we're gonna do in water. mode. So I think I'll just add an arbitrary number to the general efficiency score. So it's dragging-ish 5 materials per second when it's chilling about at land. So sometimes it will, sometimes it won't. So I'm gonna put in a little number there at the efficiency value because it was 0. So it's gonna be like, I don't know, 1, 2, something like that. Probably 1 to make it even out the values a little bit. Now this, why? Why did you do that? You've been chilling around here all the time. There was no reason for you to jump up like that. Why? Why did you do that? Well, it's not getting damaged. This thing is just chilling so extremely beautifully here. It almost warrants an extra point for being beautiful here, but that's not what we're judging this episode. Well, I almost want to give the hummingbird an extra point for looking so splendid just sitting around here. But I suppose we won't. But yeah, it's definitely providing exactly what it did before. And this one is actually a true 0 when it comes to standby material consumption. Well, thanks a lot once again for submitting all these beautiful designs to the Army of GMODISM trials. Look at them. So in any case, we are going to basically be back next time. And next time we're going to do... I think we're gonna go to the land and do some land battles. So that's gonna be all fun. But in any case, I'm gonna take the scores I got and I'm going to do a point system. So like I did before, I'm going to divide out points from a score to 0 to 5 to kind of give points for this. So each of the scores will be 0 to 5 and we're adding in them up, and each of the challenges are about as equally important, but efficiency is a big deal. So I think I might give out points at least 0 to 10 for this one. But I'm going to look at the values and then I'm going to divide the points in a rightful manner. But God, my notebook where I keep my score, you've seen it quickly a little bit before, but it's insane. It says so small numbers, so much text there. But anyways, huge thanks for providing the ships here, and I hope I see you next time. This is your host GMODISM, and we are most honorably signing out. This is your Lord High Admiral signing out indeed. So with that said, we'll say AOG Invictus. Like the video and subscribe very much. Commissioned officers and enlisted in the Army of GMODISM. It's your Lord High Admiral speaking, and we're back with the bomber trials. This time, we're going to test the bombers against some pretty fast foe. They are known as the Sidewinders. Very, very fast craft, very easy to kill, but, well, if you can hit it. So we're gonna see how your designs will perform, and it will be highly interesting to see that. A special mention is that our former Captain Scoobrox has upgraded himself to the rank of Commodore, and then has climbed the ranks again due to his valor to Admiral. So we will be having a build project coming up in the near future. Anyways, let's get out there and check your bombers. The Deepwater Guard Sidewinder. Or no, it's something else. I haven't played Ashes yet. We'll get there. Anyways, this is the Sidewinder, as you can see here. We're gonna take a little quick look at it. You can see it's pretty darn fast. That's the reason why we chose this vehicle. It has a top speed of about 100 meters per second, despite being bound by land. It offers some light anti-air guns and some, well, I guess that's more harpoon or something. Not really sure what's loaded in these missiles. It actually seems to be explosive. In any case, here you can see we are relying on a, is this a steam thruster setup? Anyways, it's a very beautiful, very cool design. We shouldn't admire it too much, however, because our goal is to destroy it. But this vehicle deserves some mention slash condolences, because there is a certain pufferfish inside of here who will hopefully meet a very violent end very fast, very soon. In any case, let's go and spawn the first bombers in the list. We're probably not gonna be able to fit everyone in one episode, by the way. We're going with the same order as before. So here we have Adnecrius coming up here. So let the game go. I forgot something. I had one hold spawn very close. So we're spawning 2 sidewinders here. And we're gonna see how the Storyhana will, well, first detect the foes and then deal with them. So we're having 2 different foes here, so we can see how it chooses to basically deal with a cloud of enemies. When we put in a bomber to deal with a situation like this, we obviously want the bomber to be able to deal with such small threats like this one. However, it also needs to be able to deal with them in a kind of group, so it doesn't get completely confused that it's 2 of them. Because as understood, the small bomb, like the small sidewinders, they're so easy to kill if you can hit them, but they can confuse some slower bombers like a lot. The reason why we need to be able to take out fast targets like this is that we actually need to be able to employ, you know, a nice little bomber against a target threat, which is consisting of a couple of tiny land-going vehicles. If we don't have the time to put in land reinforcements, that's a perfect job for a couple of, well, bombers to deal with. And even though the sidewinders are really tiny, each of them costs 25,000 materials. I believe they are pretty inefficient designs, but in general, we want a bomber to be able to punch upwards. Why? I thought it was relevant to see how we're dealing with a tiny little crowd of them. If we can send out a bomber to reliably deal with a tiny threat like this. I do believe that the Storyhana will insta-kill them if it's able to hit, but it may not be. So far, we haven't dealt too much damage. We are going to do reruns if we need to, if the craft is getting it damaged in a way so it kinda suffers some issues there. Okay, I think we need to do like this. However, I believe that the Storyhana should be able to take some fire from these small sidewinders. And that's another thing that changed a little bit here. We are going to take the performance into account of survivability a little bit here. This is not the pure survivability tests, but we will not make the bombers invulnerable because we want their own weapons to be able to damage themselves. As we've seen with some of the bomber designs, they've had issues where they kind of damaged themselves too. So we want to make sure that that exists here. So the survivability will be a part of the score, but dealing with the bombers here will of course be the most amount of the score here. And we can see the Storyhana has successfully taken out one of these sidewinders. And we're having some issues with those missiles not being too accurate here. Well, we're gonna see how this ends. It really seems that the Storyhana side got crippled again, which made its maneuverability kinda bad. which made it not be able to hit this thing very reliably. Also, the Storyhana's auxiliary missiles seem to be a tiny little bit too slow to actually reliably deal with the Sidewinder. So we're having a little bit of a survivability issue here. If we repair the wings again, I believe the accuracy will be much better. So we're going to grade it on a 5-point scale. The different challenges have some different scales, but most of the challenges have a singular 5-point scale. So we're going to put it according to that 5-point scale. I think I know enough how able it is to deal with a Sidewinder like this. Again, it is... the Storyhana isn't much more expensive than the Sidewinder, so... you know... But the Storyhana from Ad Necres is actually too expensive, so it has those issues too. You know, I think a Storyhana should probably be able to deal with 2 Sidewinders. It kind of doesn't, but it kind of does decently. But I know that I will not be able to send one of these into battle to deal with 2 Sidewinders. It will not be enough. So I think I got enough for the scores. Yeah, so we're gonna move on to the next one, which looks gorgeous, by the way, in its standby mood. Look at it. This is Korvak's design. No, Kovrak's. I mess that up all the time. The Secret Advisor, also known as. This is Diamanta War. You've seen it before. Maybe you're even... maybe you even would say you like it a lot. Maybe you are in the Manta. Whoops. There we go. There we got another one. Alright. So I believe we have 2 Sidewinders here. Yeah, I didn't accidentally spawn 3 of them. That's good. So we're having some fragments popping in here. I guess that's like proximity fused frags. It's actually pretty competent anti-air stuffs. Ooh. Oh no. It decided to disengage. Oh no. Oh lord. That ain't great. That's... I wonder what happened. I don't know what happened there. My god, that was so surprising. It just insta-died. Well, we spawned everything afresh. So we're gonna see, it kind of flies pretty low. Alright. Manta. Come on. Alright. And there we go. It really gets freaked out by those missiles. Oh no. I think the particular loadout of the Sidewinders are probably particularly dangerous for the Manta War since it has so much wood. And it seems to actually be chased by them. Poor thing. It seems to have troubles. It's getting kind of chased. Alright, it's not shot down at least. Let's see if we're getting an aim here. We're disengaging. I don't get it. I don't get it. Do we have some detection issues here? Let's try and see if we can do a repair. It's moving really smoothly to avoid those missiles, but we're again in the situations we're actually getting chased by these tiny crafts. Oh, bam! That's loud, man. It didn't hit, however. Alright. I think the Manta War is better designed to punch upwards. Now it's trying to use its tail to gauge the sonar detections a bit, which is not the right way, not the right area to do that. Or maybe it just looked like it. No, it's trying to dip down a bit. Oh man, I did expect the Manta War to just insta-kill one of them. I wonder why it's so hesitant. Is it a detection or something? We seem to have a detector in there. Alright, there we go. Ah, miss again. I'll guess we'll try and restart this bell. There we go. It likes to go low on this Ashes of the Empires map. I think it must be thinking that we're kind of close to the water and thus it tries to compensate for that. Alright. So it was a little bit hesitant before. Let's see if it will line up and actually fire here. Ah! It just doesn't. Well, let me check. I'm not controlling any weapons right now. Because I shouldn't be sitting in this seat at all, which I am not. Alright, so... Because I know before I messed things up. Well, I think we... Well... I know the Manta War is very competent at punching upwards. I do know that, but, well, for this particular challenge, it's not very good at dealing with the quick wheels, as we call them. It just hasn't enough time to line up and pick a shot. It just gets lost and gets damaged and, like, not a lot of stuff is happening here. So, I think we have to go to the next challenge, actually. So in any case, well, that was a bummer. That was, well, I think I'm as disappointed as you are, the secret advisor, because I really thought it would insta-crack him. But I understand it takes some time to line up these diff guns, and again, this is really a upwards punching craft, not cleaning up the small parts, small crafts. Well. Next up, we have Jono's second submission, the Isanth 5, which is more the meme build from StarMade, but whatever. I allowed multiple entries, so it shall be tested like the other ones. Jono has 2 submissions, that's not very much, because Nilden has 3, and that's nothing but because Sean Reed has 4, and then Scuvimation in the Cringe has 2 too. I don't know if I missed the multiples, but next Army of GMODIST trials, I'm sorry, but I will limit it to 1 entry per person. It's very cool to see a lot of submissions, but since more people, since a lot more people than I would have expected kind of wanted to do this, I got a lot more submissions than I thought. Because it's kind of really specific. It's not just build a bomber, it's like build a Army of GMODIST bomber with our fleet colors and decals or else kind of setup. So of course this is kind of the exception because it's a meme, but yeah. With the understanding that it might not have qualified in, but I felt StarMade nostalgic, so I didn't... I let it stay here. I let it stay in. Well, this ain't doing very well. Try and repair this thing and see what we can do. But in any case, since it's so specific like that, our Army of GMODIST faction needs a new bomber. I kind of thought that a lot of people would be like, no, I only want to build my own faction, and that's understandable, of course. But in the Army of GMODIST there were many people, and of course, A lot of people can build Army of GMODISM stuff. It's just join and build. But in any case, that was something that I would make it be less than it was. So yeah. The South 5 is really taking some heavy crap from these sidewinders. And it's unable to hit with those guns too. It ain't gonna be cleaning up any much time soon here. If we just repair this thing, it's very unlikely to hit, it seems like. Well, if we just repair this thing a little bit, reload its guns for it, see what he will do. Just stay there. Oh well. Well, as for the South 5, the guns are kind of inaccurate and it's very weak. It kind of just sits there and just gets picked out of the sky. So, well, yeah. I think we'll be moving on. This will have about the same score as the previous contestant. This beautiful design is Jono's real submission. So, it's really cool. I like it. We're gonna see how it fares. It has a big cram bomb as its gun. I do wonder if these wing parts will kind of be a little bit susceptible. This is detection, right? Detection turrets. It kind of flies high, shredding off some rubber parts. Oh no. The Sidewinder may be a little bit more dangerous than I anticipated. Oh, it kind of killed it though. Alright, one of our propellers are being shot down, but we're still able to intercept the missiles and operate this cram cannon. Wow. It's being a real champion here. It has severe engine problems. But it has measurements to intercept those missiles. And it was able to operate the gun. Alright. Oh, I think it can't find a good angle. Those anti-missile missiles are doing a great job of keeping it off our back. Oh, I do believe its repair bot was able to fix it up enough. That's super. It goes into safe distance. Very smart maneuvers here. Sadly, the anti-missile system can't really engage with missiles coming up from surface to air. So it has a limited range there. That's not the best. It probably should fire anyways. Well, in any case. I think we're going down for a bomb dive. Let's see here. Bam! We did some damage, all right. No kill, but that was definitely closing in on it. Did a decent job taking out the first one, but it did get its propeller kind of shot out pretty early. So I felt that was a little bit unlucky for it too. So we're just going to start again. All right. Let's see here. We're gauging in here. Fragmentations are flying in the air, testing and scratching our metal armor a bit. Missiles were not able to be intercepted at this angle again. Ow! That was a good try, but didn't really hit home. It feels like this anti-missile turret is better to deal with air-to-air missiles than the ground-to-air, which we're facing here, due to its angular placement. I think it's just really funny with these. So we're having like a IR. We're just having some mimics wood in front of it. Yeah. I think it's doing pretty good at surviving this thing at least. It has some times when it feels like it's gonna get a little bit messed up by those missiles. Ah, very close. It's kind of hard to hit them with a cram like this. That has to be said. We're seeming to have engine problems here. Ouch. Well, I just wanted to try one last little session with making this go up for a little rise and do some damage. Or I just want to see, because the first shot with the cram, it was so accurate. It was like dead on, really efficient. So I want to see. Oh, that was a good blast. That was a good blast. It kind of get flipped by... Oh yeah, okay, look at that. That's really good. Flipping him over is definitely a strategy. I wanted to see if that first cram super hit was pure luck or if it's like really accurate. But with these aiming turrets, it actually seems to be really accurate. I know enough now to gauge this design. It struggles a little bit in the survivability department when getting faced with these sidewinners like this. But so has the other designs too, so far. But it gives me a good gauge on how to grade it, and I think it's pretty decent. We could send this out against two sidewinners and it would probably eventually win. But if it got a secondary as a backup, we'll do group bomber testings in the future, by the way. There are many challenges planned. All of them are graded. Yeah. But in any case, if this had a little squad, I think they could achieve a lot. Well, we're gonna move on to the next one. Here we have it. Kinda sexist design. I bet this one will be able to pretty efficiently target them. And it should be pretty quick, so I don't expect it to really get hit. It actually isn't that quick. Right. We're taking some fire. We're taking some fire. Mayday, mayday. All right. The menace of those light frags. Here we go. The laser guided. Oh, will they lock on? No, it. No, I forgot it was laser guided. And it fires them all the same time. Ooh. This has really good potential of being really great, but at its current state, I draw back my previous statement 1000%. I don't think it will be able to hit them at all because they're too fast and it has too small of a window to actually lock on that laser, and it's not gonna be able to hit them in time, is it? Like if we just spawn another one here. Let's just check how it fares. Let's see here. If we can fire and lock on like one blast here. Okay, it tries to lock on. Ah. Yeah, this seems kind of sexist. Design is having a real trouble with its detection to lock on that laser. I think for this particular case, or in basically all cases, I think maybe radar guided would have been much better. It's just can't see him. It's like staying here, very confused. Welp. Let's see if we can spawn him from a further away distance and see if it gets a little bit more lucky. It just flies in a really funny angle. Oh well. Man, this little like metal in front of them, man. I shouldn't I won't alter the designs when I do this. We won't like think about the results, but I think it would do much better if they were kind of free like this, because then it should be able to lock on, maybe. I don't know, man. Well, I do think I know enough to see that this particular one does have issues hitting targets that's like, even when it's kind of still, it just is not able to lock on that laser guidance for long enough. Yeah, alright. Next design. Alright, we haven't had much luck in the first couple of batches here, but here we are with Light of the World's Star Drop. And we shall indeed see how this bomber will fare against the Sidewinders. I think it has a good speed, and this pack, if it hits, should be able to kill them pretty decently, I suppose. Oh, no. Did they hit each other? Was the Star Drop involved somehow in making that happen? Because I kind of don't think it was, but if it was, that was some real master plan. Wow. Bam. Oh, we're playing with fate here. Look at that. Did we knock it out? What happened? It doesn't look damaged. Maybe it was an explosion. Wasn't it an explosive pack? Or was it one of the other designs? Bam! Just annihilated that thing. Beautiful. Cool. We're starting this little battle here. Just to make sure that it wasn't all luck. So let's see if Light of the World will line up for some killer pack shots. That was close, but no cigar. Well, it's closing in a little bit. It's pretty accurate though. If that had been, man, it's just fooling those missiles. It's doing really cool loops. I wonder how you make things do loops. If it's like unintentional or if it's a escape maneuver. Wow, that was so close. I think the Sidewinders should worry a little bit here. It has decoy missiles too. I really wonder if the missiles will go for the decoys or not. Alright, it's diving down. Oh my god, this is pretty tense. Ooh! They showed off a part. Man, if it had its pack on like tiny weak setting, it could probably deal some damage there. It kind of moves pretty cool when it just climbs like that and just lines up its pack. Oh, that was so cool. It's like a death ray. I think this is a joy to behold. All right. No. Come on. Whoa, there we go. Yeah, that's a nice kill. And it's staying pretty intact too. It's doing a pretty good job at staying healthy up here. So I think that's pretty impressive. Okay. Lining up, bam. It's pretty close, pretty close. It's a little bit too quick and too maneuvery. Those missiles and those, they will not be able to hit this design, the star drop, until like it repairs its. I guess it has a repair bot or something, because that's very okay. Good to have for some design vehicles. Bam! And there we go. Yeah. Maybe it takes a tiny bit of time, but it's definitely best so far we've seen in the first batch here. And of course the first kind of batch kind of sets this scale, but a lot of yeah, okay, yeah. The first batch kind of doesn't have very high points, that must be admitted, but this one is getting a high score. Definitely by far the most efficient designs at dealing with these fast type of vehicles. So yeah, Light of the World, good job with that pack. It's insanely accurate. It can just... Okay, not like... Just because I said it, it missed. It's not insanely accurate, but it's accurate enough for doing the job done. And it's pretty evasive too, so it isn't getting damaged a lot either. Oh. This is like a torpedo, right? Tries to use it, but to no avail. Bam! Well, in any case, it gets the job done. Pretty decent, doesn't get taken out by them, so definitely best so far. Impressive indeed. We are going to continue with the next batch next week, so stay tuned in for that, of course. Well, in any case, this is your High Admiral, and we are signing out. Until next time. So I hope you did enjoy this little first blast. We got a lot of surprises here, I must say. I was surprised by almost each and every of the designs that popped in here. The ones I didn't think was going to like have the best results had the best results, and those that I did think would have the best results had the worst results. So that's really cool to be surprised like this when we put a curveball in the specifics like this. Like, these are very small crafts. We can't reliably deal with them with, probably maybe we could, but I would not like to deal with them theoretically using fighter aircrafts, because they are more adapted for anti-air use, and I kind of want something that targets land and sea. Thus, I want to be able to bring in the bombers to deal with stuff like this. So it's really cool to see which could perform what here. And we will indeed be signing out until next time, so I hope you enjoyed it, and special thanks to all the enlisted in the Army of GMODISM who are in our little channel there. So if you want to be in the Army of GMODISMs, just regular enlisted, you should definitely join it, and you self-assign yourself Matros 3rd class, and you can see the otherwise hidden hashtag Army of GMODISM chat room in our Discord, which is for enlisted and commissioned officers. Otherwise, huge thanks to the commissioned officers who are supporting us every month at Patreon, most notably Admiral Super Dave, Admiral Scooberox, Captain Y, Lieutenant Sasteria, C2, Cravey, Parbagrid, Talaras, and Vincent Veritas. And also, thanks to all the cadets. Your continued support really help the army stay strong. In any case, this is your host and Lord High Admiral, and we are indeed signing out. Welcome back, enlisted and officers in the army of GMODIST. We're getting back to testing your crafts against some quick wheels. So I guess you watched the previous little episode there, so without further ado, I think we should just get in there and test the next batch of designs. Next up on the testing, we got the beautiful hummingbird from Netrameda. Very beautiful, and it has this fantastic standby mode on land, which you've seen in the efficiency episode, but we need to appreciate it again. In any case, we're gonna get in some sidewinders right here and see what it's saying. There we go. It's getting lifted. All right. Sidewinders are popping in there, spreading some flak. Trying to trick the missiles with some decoys. Missiles goes toward the sidewinders too. The hummingbird is trying to chase him down. Well, it's not getting chased at least. Right. It's trying to turn here to get a nice angle, but they're darn quick. Well, it's gonna be interesting to see if they it feels like they need to line up properly in order to deal the damage. You can see it's kind of sitting at a pretty high altitude. Whoa. Well, that was really off. See how it looks down here from this. It looks like we should be a little bit worried when we stand back here. Look at that. No. It feels like they're kind of having this weird pendular circular motion that kind of makes them never line up in a proper way, because they try to target each other, so each other's AI are just circulating each other like that, so... Well, we shall see there. It feels like the VLMs are not doing a great job at hitting them either. And it feels... I don't know, it just seems to not be getting at the angle it kind of requires to actually hit him. We've got steering thrusters here, but unfortunately... Oh, they don't have any fins, so they kind of end up being just dumb after a while. That's a little bit unfortunate. I didn't imagine that the quick wheels challenge would be this difficult. Let's see here. It seems to not line up. Let's try and restart this one. Alright. We have a second round. Then these missiles should really have some type of fins on them too. That would be really beneficial. Alright. Let's see if it lines up. I think the first contact for it would be most likely to be beneficial. Oh, it kind of turns away. So, okay, that's kind of the issue. They are just a little bit quicker and more maneuverable. So, we're trying... Now they crash into each other too. So, they're like trying desperately to... Oh, both of them. I feel that the hummingbird didn't have much to do with that combo kill. Okay, they're in the distance here. And the missile don't reach that far. But also, it doesn't have fins, so they won't reach that far anyways. They kind of tend to try and get away there. So yeah, we explained briefly in last batch what the reason is why we're doing this test. So do check that if you don't really remember it. Like, this actually looks like a pretty decent lineup. But they're like not cooperating. It's like we just never get a chance to shoot. We just never get it. And these VLMs really need to be set up in a way that's a little bit more long-range viable. Because right now, they're like going up here. They're getting out of fuel to turn and they're like out. Very unlikely for them to hit. Well, it looks really cool, but it just never seems to actually line up for a shot against these quick ones here. I suppose the Hummingbird is also on the team of hard hitters, but I will, however, say it's like been staying up here and taking fire for a really long time. So I must give it a point for survivability, even though that's not like what we're testing here, really. But we can stay here all day and they won't bother us. So they will get a little bit point for just being a very tough craft that two Sidewinders are not able to deal with at all. So even though it may eventually win this little battle, it's gonna be very, very rare that the APSs line up to actually fire. We've only seen it once during this time of testing. And I like edited away some parts so you couldn't see. Just kind of paused the recording and wait and just see / remove. So yeah, we're gonna move on. Nothing more here is gonna happen. So yeah, next up will be Nilden's second submission. And there we have this beautiful design. It's the Invader. Nilden's Invader, the second submission. It has a shield down below there, that's smart. Alright. We're getting covered in a cloud of damage, but nothing to scratch it too much yet. Is really trying to get over them. Trying to go low like that, but man. It needs to line up this tiny pack. I can already tell this is gonna be hard. It's gonna have a hard time chasing them. We're like... I don't know how fast we are. 66 meters per second, so they are a good bit faster actually. Right. We're just not lining up, man. It doesn't tilt in order to hit at them. Like, for example, Light of the World Stardrop did, so it's gonna be pretty difficult for it to hit, I believe. Huh. Man, this craft needs APN guidance. If it had APN guidance, same with the previous craft from Netrameira. If they both had APN guidance, I think they would have gotten over it and could line up a good shot. But, well, I don't know how to make APN guidance for crafts, but I think there is possible using the ramming. Maybe? I don't know. Maybe bombing runs should have APN guidance. Maybe they already have. I haven't checked the new AI update settings, which kind of came a while ago, but whatever. Kind of mostly dwelt with circle and broadside, so yeah. But that's because I've been building too large ship lately. Well, let's just check if we're getting a more lucky first contact. Maybe this time. Well, we didn't get any lucky bit of first contact. I do, however, wonder what happened with the other Sidewinder. I kind of, because we didn't shoot at it, so I suppose it just auto-exploded for this new setup. Who knows? Who knows? They're volatile crafts. But it indeed seems that the Sidewinders are a little bit too quick for this design. So we're gonna move on, but it's in the same situation as the Hummingbird. It can stay here all day, basically. It's gonna... It can take a lot of beating before it goes down. So, I mean, it's resilient, it just won't hit, and I don't know if it will ever take out the enemy, but it's like marginally better than getting, you know, shot out of the sky very easily and not dealing damage also. So, you know, somehow I need to grade this thing. Maybe I should have had a 10 scale, but we're continuing with the 5 scale, so yeah. Any case, and I won't have increments of 0.5, no. In any case, let us move on to the next one. Next up, we have the beautiful design of the Penguin. The Penguin is completely insane. And we've seen it provide some favorite action before. It's gonna be very interesting to see how it bombs are rolling down there. They are magnetic, so it's gonna be interesting to see how they would be able to drop down on the enemy here. If they're able to track him in any case. Because these magnets, they are of course attracted to the bombs, but... Or the magnets will, well, attract to the vehicles, but they're also so fast. I wonder if they will be able to kind of drop in a way that they actually deal damage. I don't know. Okay, now we're going in for a good bombing run. At least we're really quick, so we have a good chance of outrunning them, which is something we can't say for many designs in this particular challenge. Oh man. It seems to not be getting... Don't tell me it has problem with detection or whatever. What are we doing here? Okay. Come on, come on, come on, come on. No. Drop your bombs, man. What's happening? Is it... It's not required accuracy, perhaps? It feels like it's like prime. I'm not controlling any weapons right now. Interesting. We're kind of chasing it. I don't understand why we are not getting those bombs down there. I think we might need to try and repair it. See if we had something damaged. It really looks like we should be able to target them. Man, just drop your bombs. That's... You didn't do this. Well, any case. We're trying for another run here. So we're gonna see if the bombs can target and drop a little bit better this time. Who knows? Taking some fire. No. Come on. Drop them bombs, man. What are you doing? Why are you not trying? This is weird. Well, who knows? We're like perfectly chasing it here. It's like... Why? Anyways, the Penguin seems to not want to drop its bombs like ever. So, you know, it has one thing. It doesn't get killed. It can basically stay here-ish indefinitely. Just chilling around over these ones. Having really good opportunities to drop bombs but not doing it, but you know, at least it's not getting shot out of the sky, you know. That's something. So yeah, I think we should move on to the next submission, yes. And there we have it. The Nilden's first and primary submission. With this beautiful little bomb cam. So this is gonna be highly interesting. And I think this is gonna have the best chance of Nilden's 3 submissions here. The decoys probably do help a lot with tricking some missiles. Alright. No. Oh, we need to slow down time, I'm sorry. Look at that. Look at that. I wanna see first action from the bomb cam. Oh, bam! That's a hit. Oh my lord, it's really good. That's what I'm talking about. This is a bomber. This is a bomber who really understood the task here. Look at it. Alright. Trying to regenerate a little bit here. Trying to... Ooh, it seems to have almost have a little bit issue to... It almost looks like it's intercepting it a bit. There we go. The bombers come down. They get guided. Oh, that's so close. Oh yes, no. There we go. Pops in a couple of them. And I think it can do it again and again. It's not... Yeah, it's perfectly staying on top of this fight here. Do we have something on the cam? Look at that. Oh! Excellence. Perfection. Well, this craft, my ladies and gentlemen, which is the B8 bomber, exactly. I even remember the name. Has really excelled at this challenge. Here we have a craft who has exactly understood what we're supposed to do in a situation like this and delivers excellently. Very, very good. We're just gonna spawn that again to make sure it's not just luck. Alright. We're flying out here again. There we go. Oh yes, oh yes. Taking some fire, but not getting shot down in any capacity. We have some repair bots trying to repair us there too. Beautiful. Oh! Wow, that's what I'm talking about. Look at that damage. Excellent performance. Not easily intimidated by any of those weapons. And just excelling at taking out those there. Well, I don't think I don't think I'll need to tell you that, but here we have a top scorer. I think you already calculated out that yourself. This is a top scorer for this particular challenge. This is really excellent. So let's see here. Missiles have recharged any moment now. Reloaded, I mean. And it's... There we go. Fired a bunch. And there they come. Oh yes. That's what I'm talking about. Excellent. Very, very, very impressive. And this bomb cam is also hilarious. That's an hilarious touch. So very nice indeed. Very nice indeed. We shall now go to the next design. So I think we're gonna miss the B8 bomber very much. If we compare it to the previous results, I'm very impressed with this particular design being able to. The B8 bomber there really excels at this challenge. Here we have a design I kind of also think will do very well here. This is the White Phosphorus Bomber by Ovo, and it's like insane. It's like hard to even stay with this thing without getting... Yeah. I think we're getting a little bit crazy just looking... What are we shooting at? Well, we're gonna see... Oh, what the... What did we hit it with? I don't get it. Oh my god. Okay, let's see what we're gonna do here. We're shooting 2 big missiles. Popping in there. Going real close. Ah, no. Missiles popping in there. Oh, damn. That's so close. We're hitting the ground too. This thing is a little bit too exciting to ride on, man. Even the built-in stabilization of the camera lock isn't like enough. Those missiles kind of missed. Oh no. It's not easy locking on to this thing. There we go. The moment when the Sidewinder is a more reliable thing to lock onto. That's like a little bit more stable. White Phosphorus Bomber, what are we gonna do now? Isn't white phosphorus a war crime? Excellent for From the Depths then. I wonder if that happened to a previous one. We're a little bit in rocky territory here. We're not supposed to be in rocky territory, I believe. Welp. Whoa. Oh. I think we need to go to a more flatter area. Most likely. It's like, it just smashed that missile down into the ground. Like, why? What's that? Alright. Well, we got another missile coming in there. It kind of like, it has like the same speed as the Sidewinder there. Man. Look at that. Come on. It's a little bit slower. If it had APN guidance or whatever, I think it could have dealt with the situation, but it's just a little bit too slow for this type of vehicle. We're gonna restart this one and see if the initial blast will be a little bit more lucky. Well, we're riding these things here. See if they reach. I think they won't. Let's see here. What? And those missiles? Oh, yes, yes, yes. That's a good hit. Missiles from 2 sides. Very reliable. Oh no! It died. We're also a little bit on rocky surface here, which isn't what we tested. So we're gonna restart in this battle, yes. Right, there we are. Flat ground. We're gonna see if these diff guns will get a good lock on here. Alright. No? They haven't fired yet. Oh no! Oh, that was so close. We're just moving so erratic. This is like me piloting a plane in Battlefield 2. Like, scary all the time. Never know what's gonna happen. Alright. It like does this nose dives. Did we kind of kill the other one without me noticing it, or what? No, it's over there. No, that was missiles. I think the other one might be dead somehow. It's so quick, it's like hard to see what's happening. Well, there a diff gun went off at least, so... Well, it feels like it's more likely to kind of maneuver itself to death than it is to actually getting hit by something that its sidewinders can offer. Oh! The other sidewinder somehow died. I don't understand how. This is weird. Well, it doesn't seem those diff guns reload very often. We're just having this very erratic dogfight kind of thing. Well, we're gonna just pop in here a little bit again quickly. Oh. There we go. Locked on. Because I really wonder what happened with the first one. Oh, man. Oh! Alright. Good hit there. Oh, man. Well, I will say it's definitely decent. That it is. Oh yeah, that was such a good lineup. So sad APS couldn't fire there. It kind of gives a lot of really good lineups, and it's really erratic, so hard to hit. But it kind of dies sometimes, so that's a tiny bit scary. And what is it with these dark clouds? And those missiles, when they pop in there, they're doing great damage. Ooh. Man, we're so hard to hit. It's kind of smart it shoots them in any direction because it makes sure that the missiles can come from any direction, which kind of increases the chances of hitting fast vehicles like this. Alright. Well, we know what it's capable of. It's just take some time for it to line up like that, but it's definitely a capable fighter that is not very likely to get taken out by the sidewinders themselves, and is much more likely to take them out eventually when the stars line up, so the diff guns have time to fire, and more commonly a beautiful explosion with the missile like that. Very nice, very nice. Next up, we're having the AS Sardalk from Pizza Summoner. And we're gonna spawn a couple of, let's see, in a flat direction. Where did we get? There we go. Couple of sidewinders here. And we're gonna see how it deals with them. And this is the one that has the absolutely amazing little lock-on HUD inside of here. We can actually pause the game so you can just see it, but I guess you've seen it before. It's just this no target thing, and then it locks on, and then it's bam. Very, very, very impressive design. But I think it's really adapted for heavy hitters, heavy targets. It's gonna be interesting to see if it can deal with crazy fast things like this. It's going down, lining up. Oh, bam! That wasn't very close. Well, we need to escape to some safe space and do it all again. It's pretty good at evading getting shot at. Now it feels like we're getting chased. I wonder if these thrusters are breadboard or ACB controlled. I recently learned to ACB control them. It's pretty cool, but you can do it with breadboard better too. Alright. Oh No! Ooh, we almost scratched ourselves there too. That's close but no cigar. We're getting dangerously close to the ground sometimes. Lining up for another attack round. Let's see here. Diving down. And... oh! No! It didn't hit. It feels like it's getting so close. And it can deal if it just hits remotely close by. By the way, I love these pipes as a gold trim design. They look really cool. But in any case, it's getting real close. If it just hits nearby, they will just insta-kill them. Oh, damn! Did we get an unlucky strike? What happened to one of our crams? Man, I think we'll need to restart this battle. I guess it was one of the... I don't know how it could deal that much damage though. Who knows? Let's see the remaining gun. Bam! Not close. We're doing like this. I make sure I don't have anything that I'm controlling. But I wanna see if it locks on and gets a target. Oh, target locked. Come on, fire! Niet! Well, almost. It looks cool. It looks cool. Well, we're gonna see if we're able to hit them. We're very survivable. We can deal damage to them. So, you know, it at least isn't easily shot down. It kind of was once, but that was after a long time, and I'm not sure if it was if it shooted itself or if it was the side windows. Alright, guns locking on. Bam! That kinda did some damage, right? You know, not sure it did. Wait, one sidewinder is dead. I wonder if we caused it or if it just died. Who knows? Well, I guess we're diving down and see if we can hit it. It feels a lot like it needs to really line up at the exactly right angle. Come on now. There we go. Lock and loaded. I think it was because it was stationary, but that's a beautiful explosion. Nice. Really nice. What I think is really interesting with the Sardalk from Pizza Summoner is that it seems to be very inaccurate when it comes to shooting at speedy targets. I wonder if its speed prediction, the AI detection that is predicting the speed of crafts, is kind of not very well developed there, because it's not adapted to deal with fast targets like this, so it's more like trying to punch upwards, I don't know. I think it's also in the punching up class, and you know, you may think this challenge is a little bit unfair because it's testing against really quick stuff, but do remember, we've already had a challenge where we test them against a really meaty design. Then we had a challenge where we test them against a very kind of still, but easy, hard to detect design. And in the future, we're gonna test it against a tanky design. We're gonna test it against something really large, and like there are so many challenges lining up. So even though, oh my lord, no it did. What happened there? Why did we lose blocks? Well, anyways. Even though it may not excel in each and every challenge, when we're finished with all these testings, the sum amount of the points should give a good indication of where these bombers are on an effectiveness scale in combat. Not to be confused with the effectiveness specifically episode we did test before. But it really seems like it's having... What the... It's having a hard time to deal damage, it is. But it can hit sometimes, and it's pretty good at, like, surviving them at least. So, you know, that's something. Well, I think that was all for this batch. We're just gonna see here. Come on. It's like... It's always in the proximity. Well, enlisted and commissioned officers in the army of GMODIST. Special thanks to all our commissioned officers out there, and if you want to join the army of GMODIST, if you're not in it already, just self-assign yourself Matros 3rd class and you can climb the ranks by participating in challenges like this. And if you rather want to be a commissioned officer, Patron is your friend. And mine. In any case, hope you enjoyed this little blast here, and we're gonna get back with back out there and test the next batch in the next episode. So I hope you enjoyed it. This is your host, Lord High Admiral, signing out from this particular little episode. I hope you have a great one, and AOG Invictus. Also subscribe. That would be pretty cool. You can also like the video. We got merch, you know, and... It's a tactical Lord High Admiral GMODIST was just out on a camo mission, as you can see, in my very discreet merch today. In any case, we're gonna get back into the AOG trials for the Bomber Challenge. And because I have this very stealthy, beautiful hat here, I'm sure we're gonna get extra good results this week here. Don't you think so as well? We're basically we've done 2 batches. We have 2 more to go. There has been 6 submissions in each batch, and yeah, welcome to the Sean Reed episode. We're gonna start out with Rush, then we're gonna have Sean Reed, and then we're gonna end off with Shotgun. So that's the agenda for today. Well, let's turn on tactical mode and get out there. So here we got the Rushes. Beautiful little submission. I don't know, but I kind of feel this one is gonna excel very hard at this challenge. So we're gonna spawn a Sidewinder and another one, and we should let it go. It has some fast fire guns, which I'm sure is gonna end up being a really good choice against these Sidewinders. Having a fast fire gun like this is probably gonna be anyone's best idea for dealing with a situation like this. Man, these ACB... Whoa, interesting. Alright, we're launching missiles. No, we didn't hit. I'm kind of surprised. Alright. Getting it, bam, interesting. Dropping some of those. Alright. Okay, what's happening there then? Well, wow, we're trying to lock on with the lasers. We're just not able to do that in a good way, it seems. One thing I never really noticed here is that, ooh, they are actually on spin blocks. I see. Interesting. Because you can make them control pitch and stuff and yaw using ACBs, but I guess this is maybe some breadboard magic. I'm not the best setting up stuff using spin blocks. I have done that before, but it was some time ago. Well, anyways, let's let this go. Alright. So our machine gun is trying to lock on there. Desperate, trying to get the lock on. Okay. Ah, it can't stay. it can't stay locked on for long enough, it seems. Well, I guess I shouldn't jinx craft by saying I think they will excel well, because every time I did that, they didn't. Right, okay, come on, lock on now. Ah! It ain't doing it. These are more likely to collide with each other to kill, maybe. Who knows? Okay, let's see here. If the machine gun fire it can boast can solve some issues. Oh, no. It's like so close. Close but no cigar, as they say. Another lock on, another miss. The only thing that's shedding block is, sadly, Russia's design here. This lock-on really needs to get its game together here. I think this craft would have been much better if it just had some lasers that could see in any direction. I think it kind of lost control up there. Not sure what we're doing. We're not having the best of days up here. Alright, here we go. Another little fresh respawn and see what we can do. It has like optimal chances of hitting the first blast here. So let's hope it can really provide some serious damage there. We took some fire though. Alright. Lock and load. Where is even the targeting laser? No, I think it gets stuck on the guns. It's getting stuck on the guns. Yeah, the guns are full blocks. I didn't realize that was the issue. They're getting stuck on the guns. The guns are full blocks. They will block the laser. Well done. Well done. Come on, come on, come on. Yes, no, it like locks on for a second and it's gone. It's like, only fires at targets that are very stationary then. I think this is also maybe together with almost all the other crafts in the punching upwards class. Yeah. I kind of thought those machine guns would kind of, you know, deal enough damage to make it like eventually take him out, but it seems more that it's able to deal a pretty good job at just staying in the air and not get shot down, but it just seems to not be able to deal any damage towards them, except maybe sometime by extreme luck. Like, you could see it almost locked on and shot dead. But it's really, it's only that, almost. Well, it looks cool doing it, and it ain't getting shot down. That's something, but we're gonna move on. Right, so now we're in Sean Reed Land, and I just remembered that we are having some issues with the crafts when they're trying to start from ground here. So we're gonna see if we need to... Oh well. I think we need to help it a little bit there. It has some real issues, but for getting off from land, but that we already covered in the efficiency video, so that's nothing we talk about here especially. All right, and of course, a contestant that wins this challenge will have the accepted will of course get the chances of improving the design so it can fit in the fleet in its optimal splendor. But until we are deciding how we're gonna do with the winners, dependent on how we decide, we're gonna of course deal with that when it comes closer to that time. Yeah, kind of self-explanatory. So far, so good. I'm very interested to see Oh, are they gonna go towards them? Oh, they're getting dragged, but they're so slow. Oh, yes, that buckshot, man. It's like not a joke. Look at it. Oh. Will it despawn? Will it? Come on. No! Come on. You can't despawn now. Come on, mate. Are you kidding me? Yes! Beautiful. That's maybe that was a little bit luck based too, but that was awesome. I just love to see that. Okay. So, Sean Reed's first submission, the Daggery. So far so good. Alright. Yeah, we're actually hitting some shots there, I believe. Wouldn't it be pretty cool if we had some like COD hit markers in from the depth? So you could see from a distance if you hit. Like from your AC-130 you could just see the machine gun shooting or missing or whatever. I don't remember it climbing this high, but maybe it did. Well. Sir. Why are we at 1,700 meters? I think we may have lost control. No. It dropped down on the ground before it detected the enemy, so it just... Welp. Okay, we're doing this. Alright. Load vehicle. Sean Reed, Daggery. Get on there. There we go. Spawn from air. These mines are large too. Man, that's some serious damage. Alright. I don't think those mines are gonna... Ooh, they might hit the car afterwards. No. Oh! No! So close! Oh, damn. They live for a while though, so that's nice because they're large. Where are they? There is the menace, but they are too far away. Well, damn. I just love to see them ride on top. Oh! Nah. Man. That would have been beautiful to see. Right. The Daggery is... Are we getting out of orbit again? Come on. Are we losing control? Why is it doing this? That's the question. This is some proper deep water guard maneuvers here. We're completely lost control. But why? That's the question. But why? It just seems to be extremely confused when fighting really fast targets. I just spawned another one because I don't think our friend up there will come down. Well, it's able to survive. That's for sure. Now we just need to check and take a decision if it's reliably able to deal damage to the targets or not. That one time with the mines, you know, I don't know if that's more luck or that's like... Because... Yeah, we're having some issues. We're having some issues here. We're not able to maneuver really at all at the land-based map. So unfortunately for the first submission for the Daggery, we're having some issues when faced against the Sidewinders. Moving on, Sean Reed has 3 more chances of the designs to excel, so, you know, many submissions. The Sean Reed episode, as I said, not only. We have a shotgun, and we had a rush as well, so that's nice. Next out, we have the Sunspot. Beautiful biplane design. I just like it a lot. Alright. Let's spawn a couple of Sidewinders and see what it will do towards them. Wait, what? Hello. I think we may need to help it a little bit, not sure. Has it not detected the enemies? Okay, now we're detected enemies. Alright, there we go. Into battle! I just love the look of From the Depth biplanes flying into battle. I know biplanes are like worse in every regard, but not in the aesthetic department. Oh! Bam! Firing some of those revolting blast guns. Love to see that. Okay. Next sweep, popping in there. Come on. So if you're wondering why we're having 4, that's because I didn't limit submission, because we got more submissions than I expected, which is really cool. I'm very happy about that. But it will also mean that I will probably limit submission to 1 per person in future challenges, just so it doesn't get, you know, I kind of calculated we would have like, I don't know, 8 submissions or whatever. So I kind of thought that, yeah. So this series has become a little bit longer than, like, we have a little bit more episodes than I first anticipated due to the amount of submissions. But you know, that's on me, and we have been blessed with a lot of beautiful designs thanks to that too. So people who have been a little bit unsure of which of their designs they would choose, chose both, and that made us really put to the test which one of the designs is going to be the best. And I'm sure that for those who have submitted several designs, they're just going to learn so much from this little series, because they can clearly see their designs compared back to back in an amount of different challenges, and should really give a very much proof on the difference between their design choices. Now I'm very confused why the revolting blast guns ain't shooting, because they deal some serious damage when they do. Alright. Man, this is so cool when we're just diving down. Unfortunately, they're not very maneuverable, so those missiles tend to kind of just miss, but yeah. All right. Bam. We only shot like 2 blasts. Why? Why not just dump that mag on them? Alright then. Oh. Are we intercepting? Wow, that was a pretty smart move, except it didn't work. What is really cool with the Sunspot is that its landing gear are folding in and folding out, which is really cool. Alright. These missiles has issues hitting. And I'm very surprised that the revolving blast guns are not just killing these crafts, because I know they they should be able to do that pretty easily if they just fired. I'm not controlling any weapons, am I? No, because I'm not in any of the vehicles. I made sure to not be in any of the vehicles. Also, I should turn off my repair in case I was close to any of the vehicles. Anyways. Come on now. Oh. Dive down, deal some damage. You know, what I really like about the Sunspot is that it's super cool to stay on it and just watch it fight. It's a joy to see, but I'm gonna see if we can restart this battle. It has one thing, it's darn hard to kill. It just flies there in like close distance to them, and it just isn't getting hit enough to actually be killed. It's flying so close to the ground, and it's not taking damage. So that's pretty impressive, but unfortunately it isn't dealing damage, and I don't know why, because these blast guns really should. There we go. Oh, you haven't detected the enemies yet. Come on, mate. There we go. There we go. We're getting a frag flak cloud incoming there. Bam! That was a bad hit, wasn't it? No? Missiles, fire away! Blast guns. I know we got a couple of shots in there, but I don't know if it tore any block off. Probably not. If so, a very surface level, not important one. Come on now. Blast gun them. Blast gun them. It's really behaving the exact same as last time. I think we kind of know how this will go, actually. It will not be able to deal damage to the targets. It seems to be so extremely unlikely. They are consequently being too slow. And now we got an unlucky hit too, but you know, we looked at it for so long and it didn't die for like forever, so it seems to be pretty good at staying resilient, except, well, this unlucky time, but you know, that's something, but it ain't dealing damage. Here we have the Jinn, also Sean Reed. This is Sean Reed's second design. They're not in order. They're first, fourth, second, third. Because that's how they're saved. Alright. It's gonna be really interesting to see this UFO popping in there. It's staying really out of fire. That's nice. Alright. It's going pretty quick. I don't remember if it drops bomb or if it's shoot down missiles. I kind of remember it shooting down missiles. Let's see there. If it will. We're getting like showered in tiny frags. Hello. Welp. I know I'm not on it. I was just making sure because I was a little bit scared at it. Huh. Well, I guess I'll just stay with it for a while and see if it deals damage ever. Oh. I spawned a friend too, just to see if we could get some faster results that. And one fired. One just fired. Alright. Unfortunately, what are we doing? Alright, they're magnets. Alright, oh my god. Is it gonna drive into this cloud? Oh. That was close, but really no issues there. Well, I mean, it fires, but it's also not dealing damage. It even got a friend to make it, to try and do the same test, but twice the speed. Because he dropped down here, and there was just, okay, well, I guess we're chilling here then. Well, now we're just sitting here, and oh, look, something came by. And then it went away. So my conclusion is, well, it won't get damaged. The Jinn, it won't take damage. That's nice, I guess, but it ain't dealing damage either. They're just too quick for this type of weapon system that we're wielding. So we're gonna move on to the next design, which is the Aspirant helicopter. And this nice design has some nice things like the sniper cannon there, which I do expect might be able to be pretty accurate. Alright, we're having targets. Spawn away there. So let's see. We're getting... did one of them... Why did he blow themselves up? And what are you doing now? Okay, so, right. The Sidewinders just decided to self-explode. Let's try that again. We spawned 2 fresh Sidewinders. And hopefully they won't insta-die this time. I do think our Aspirant helicopter, which is Sean Reed's 3rd submission, haven't seen them yet. Okay, we've seen them. Alright, this is gonna be very interesting. We're having a lock-on. We're having a lock-on. Alright. If those missiles are maneuverable enough, I think we can probably do it. No, we lost the lock-on. Okay, we got a new one. Alright. And we got the sniper cannon there. And I think we're bobbing too much up and down. We're just not hitting. Huh. We're gonna see where our missile drop. Oh, yeah, okay. Let's see our... And now, oh no. It seems to have trouble navigating this type of space. Huh. Oh no, that was incoming missiles. Come on. We're having a lock-on. Oh, it's just... Man. It's just a tiny little bit too slow. Well, slow in turning, that is. Well, the missiles look cool, so that's something. Pew. We're just gonna make sure we get the same results if we do it again. Sidewinder is detected. We're having a visual on the enemy. Target locked. Nope. Well, the Sidewinders seem to have a pretty good day. They seem to be feeling pretty untouchable. The Aspirant is staying pretty safe though, so I guess that's one thing, but I mean, it also isn't dealing damage. So yeah, unfortunately not. Well, next out will be Shotgun's Dart. So we're gonna spawn a couple of Sidewinders here, and we're gonna see how Shotgun's design are doing this. Man, it's just surrounded by shields. Alright, machine guns activated. We're having a very focused lock-on. Bam! We're just machine gunning this thing. We have a... Wow. That's like some proper ground support action. Missiles popping in there too. Alright. Which one was that? Oh, one blew up. Or we're just putting so many missiles in the air there. That's nice. Alright. We're pretty maneuverable too. Bam! Nice. Nice. It seems completely untouchable. I'm just spawning 4 sidewinders for fun, because I wanna see what happens. So far, so good. Alright. This is of course unfair towards it, but it picked them off so quickly. I just want to have more in the air at the same time to kind of see what it's doing. And these are like passive ones. Oh, look at that. Are they gonna drive over them? No. Could have almost. Bam! Look at that. That's some pretty effective firepower, I must say. Beautiful design from shotgun here. Oh yes. Beautiful. Yeah, it's really acing this. Come on. Look at that. A machine gun, yeah. It even has taken some damage, but it's still online and fighting. Wow, that's so cool. They're just chasing him, come on, wow. This is the joy of the episode. Very, very, very impressive. Definitely top results dealing with these cars. We've already taken out 3 of them. You know, I just tested them against 4 just to make sure it's actually, you know, we could actually see when it takes them out. Very, very, very impressive. The Dart by shotgun is excellent results. Excellent results indeed. And a very much joy to see. And that's of course mostly thanks to my tactical glasses and tactical hat that we got such luck. Isn't that true? In any case, if you enjoyed this episode, do leave a like and do subscribe if you haven't already. You can join the army of GMODIST via our Discord, self-assigned third matros, third class, yeah. Or join the commissioned officers at Patreon. You can also do if you want to be a commissioned officer instead and get some stuff for it. In any case, I hope you enjoyed and I'll see you next time. Thanks to all our current supporters, of course, especially Admiral Super Dave, Admiral Scoobrox, Captain Y, Lieutenants Asteria C2, Cravey, powered by Greed, Talaras, and Vincent Veritas. See you next time. This is your Lord High Admiral, officially signing out. Oh, I didn't see you there. I was reading my important notes in the Army of GMODISM logbook. In any case, it's nice that you are here because you're just in time for the 4th of the Bomber Trials Quick Wheels Challenge, or Quick Wheels Sub Challenge. So I think we should get out there and check some stuff. You know what? I think we'll need this. See you out in the wastelands or desert or whatever that is. As I'm sure everyone knows, we're gonna test your designs against the Sidewinder. So the only thing we're missing, well, that's 2 Sidewinders. So here we have the beautiful design, the 3-Val, because it's a narwhal but with 3 horns or something. which is very cool. First out. So Scoovimation's first submission this is. So we're gonna see how it deals. We're taking some incoming fire. It looks pretty meaty. I do not expect it will be taken out. That diff blast kind of missed its mark, I think. But we have some machine gun action going on there. Alright. Diff rods. Not activating. Oh, hoo, hoo. Oh, damn. That's some damage. Wow. Look at that. We're gonna see if these diff rods are gonna reload anytime soon. Well, the narwhal, I mean the Trival is not joking around. It had made that very clear already. If they'll just get more ammo sometime. Well. I think these machine guns are doing a pretty good job at just doing some passive damage though. There seem to be an interesting lock. BAM! That's some damage. That's a really good result. We need to run that again. Here we go. They have been summoned, the Sidewinders. I think we have a visual on the enemy. Oh. Close, but no fatal damage at least. Those guns are taking out some stuff too, coming in too, which is nice. Man, can deal with some of those missiles. We're able to withstand the barrage of tiny frags. Alright. We're lining up for a shot, I believe. It's more like ground support type of role. Alright. No. That's some damage. Alright, and last one here. Second one. Popping in there. Can't escape. Look at that. Ooh. This is a joy to see, or what do you say? If we just get those... Is it diff guns? I think it is. I think I remember it's diff guns. Or it has outloaders. No, Captain Y has outloader. No, that was a secret. It's a Army of GMODISM secret. No, it's not. Or maybe it is. What? Hey! Bam! What happened there? Damn! That was spectacular. That was just some beautiful action. I just wanted to see it from the perspective of one of these poor Sidewinders. Oh, and it has cram bombs too. I kind of forget about that because it doesn't get to line up to even use them. It's so versatile, the 3-wall. It's so versatile. Look at those poor Sidewinders trying to run away. Or basically kill us, but, well, I think we have the upper hand using this craft. It's a very nice design from Scubimation there. I like how the game doesn't even believe we're in a danger, so we're getting like pretty chill music. Yeah, that's a really versatile weapon setup. We're gonna move on to the next one. I just wanted to see if it could crit this thing lining up, because we have enough to know that this is a very competent design, and it definitely is dealing with this situation. Bam! Very beautiful. Next up we have Scooby-mation's other submission, D Pigeon. So let us spawn a couple of sidewinders then. There we go. And I think this is kind of heavily relying on its crams, so we're gonna see if it uses the machine guns at all to defend against incoming fire or not. Because I think they are mainly set up to deal with missiles and such. Well, we're slowly zooming in there. Oh yeah. We took that missile out. Oh yeah. Nice missile defense here. Now I think this pigeon can stay here all day and doing this. I do, however, think that its bombs are kind of unlikely to line up to get a good hit. Most likely. Alright. Well, I guess we'll probably need to chill a bit and see if stuff happens, but generally, oh no, we're taking damage. I don't think. Oh no, we can't stay up here all day. Welp. Ooh. Oh no. Sad times. Well, we spawned him again, so we're gonna see if we're getting the same results this time. I really like the missile defense though. I have to say that. It's a really cool little smart mini defense for a cheap craft that's just makes it take so much less damage. But I can't say it's lining up to get a nice shot. I think it could have possibly been doing a lot better if those machine guns actually were targeting the sidewinders instead of just trying to save us from missiles. Because right now we are going to let through a missile at some point, and at that point we're gonna have a bad time. We fired crams. Oh no. To no avail, I am afraid. This is a pretty nice screenshot though. That had to be said. Maybe it even is the thumbnail you clicked on, I don't know, we'll see. Yeah, and it eventually kind of gets damaged and tilts over. So it's not really survive. Yeah. We're not. Yeah, it doesn't exactly excel at this challenge at all. It's like doesn't hit the target, doesn't survive the light fire, and it's not doing the situation better with those crams there. Well, I think we know enough. We can move on to the next submission. It looks nice though. Here we got American with the AOG bomber plane, which is a very interesting and unique design we haven't much seen before. So let's pop in a couple of sidewinders and we shall indeed engage. We're going pretty quick too. Did I accidentally give them like bumpy hell over there? Alright. They seem to be fine. Hopefully not for long. Alright. Oh. Damn. Oh. Is it gonna blow? It's gonna blow. Yeah. We EMP'd that sucker. Sidewinder 1 down. Alright, engage Sidewinder 2. Oh man. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Nice. These are some real good results there. This American's AOG bomber is delivering. Let's try that again and see if it wasn't just luck. All right, here we go. Let the battle begin. So it's rolling in there, firing those beautifully pop-up missiles. Getting shot in the side. Oh well. Fluctuating those fat flaps. Bam! That was a real explosion, man. Oh, yes. Oh, wow. Well, America's build here is definitely a top performer. Look at that. It goes so close. I'm kind of surprised it doesn't kill itself doing this. Do you see this? It EMP killed it and it just detonated. Yeah. I think this might have like top results so far. I'm kind of sad I only can give it 5 as max because this is like another level. This is good. Alright. I'm very happy we had like already 2 really efficient designs in this little last batch here. It's amazing. Well, next up we'll have the Cringe's first submission, which is DMB4. 2 Sidewinders have been popping in there. Oh, I think this is a case where these was it explosive rounds? I think it was. Pure explosive. I think they can do a real good job. Alright. Firing beautiful bursts there. Bombing bay opening up. Oh hoo hoo. Oh no. I don't think they will be coming up near. Man, what's dropping here though? Oh no, we're losing engine parts. Well. Oh no! We're kind of falling out of the sky. Did those engines only have like 1 connection point? Damn. That's kind of surprising. I thought it was going to shred these Sidewinders using its explosives. Welp. It didn't. For the first try at least, so let's give it a second try. The cockpit here is really cool though. I like that a lot. So we're having more burst high explosives popping in there. They should really be able to detonate some real volatile targets. Alright. You can see it, like, it hits pretty well. I'm kind of surprised they're not blowing up. Like, how much damage do we need to do? Too bad for these bombs. They're just... yeah. I think if you're gonna be able to hit a fast target like this, I think your bombs have to be dropped real close. Maybe it's not even possible, actually. Oh no. Our engines are shot out again. Oh well. This ain't the performer for this challenge, man. Yeah, exactly the same thing happened. Engine parts raining everywhere. The gun isn't able to take him out first blast and it just get finished off on ground. Well. It's technically fighting. It's like this isn't really enough to kill him though. I think we'll need to go to the Cringe's next submission because I don't think we'll get different results out of this. Here we're having the MB5. And we're having another front-mounted, kind of spinal mount APS. I think this one is not explosive. I kind of want to check that now. Yeah, it's like... it's armor-piercing explosive. That must... This is tiny... It's like the smallest armor AP HE I've seen. Whoa. Oh, man. That's a good hit. Look at that. Oh, and we are locking on those missiles here, man. Yes, yes, yes. That's amazing. That's really cool. All right, all right. We're just gonna test that again. Make sure it wasn't just luck. There we have it. It's popping in there. I just spawned an extra one because it finished them so darn quickly. And it just was not taken out by those frag clouds or missiles last time. So I kind of want to see what's gonna happen. Look at that! Bam! That's some serious firepower. It's really good at locking on that laser missile. Yes, yes, yes. Look at that. It has no chance whatsoever. Beautiful. This might be the most... Oh, bam! I think this might be the most efficient. I think this might actually be the most efficient Sidewinder killer out there. It feels like we can like pop in, I don't know, an insane amount of them, and just let it have a go. It's a joy to see. We may have overextended itself a little bit here. It's like an insane amount of them now. But it's really smart. The propeller is kind of back mounted here. It's much less likely to get damaged. Alright, I don't know how that blew up, but okay. I'm also not sure. I'm starting to think something was damaged. Because we didn't lock on anymore. Yeah, our detection was kind of damaged. Well, with 6 of them, that's very expected, so... Look at that. Bam, we're hitting. We're just hitting and hitting. Very impressive indeed. Yeah, I already know what to give this in terms of points, so I will continue with saying very impressive with this last batch of bombers for the quick wheels challenge. I didn't expect, but like most of the strongest designs being in the last batch particularly. That's really amazing. Look at that. Bam. I kind of thought it would die. It almost did, but it really didn't. In any case, we can confidently say that this thing is a very efficient Sidewinder killer. I think all of them are picked off now. One left. Oh no, there it goes. Bam, bam, bam. Quick action. Very efficient. Yeah, I'm certainly very happy with this. For this challenge, it really excels. Alright. We actually only got one ship. No, not ship. We only got one plane left for the last batch of the bomber challenges. And that is our Captain Wise. The commissioned officers. And it looks absolutely gorgeous. So it will be interesting to see if it also delivers some gorgeous results. Well, we have visual on the enemy. We're taking some frag flak popping in there. Ooh! It seems our decoys, maybe radar decoys too, maybe? No? Oh no, we took a hit. Alright. And now the APS bombs. See if they will lock on. Alright, we're having a little bit problem here. BY409 seems to have some issues to be able to move quickly enough to get over them. I just wanted to check that I'm not... Oh, now he tries to use some sonar buoys. No! Did we get stuck? Did we? No! No! Did we kind of mess up and get stuck in the ground? What happened there? Interesting. Well, we'll just repairing it from the ground there and see what happens. I haven't fired those APS guns yet. Those diff guns. Mostly. But that's an army of GMODIST secret. Oh, look at that, look at that. We're closing in, we're closing in. No! Damn! We're so close of getting... It should have had 3-meter mantless, I can tell now. Then it would have a much larger window of actually aiming at a quick target. Well, well, well. That is not the case. I wonder if we harpooned ourselves to the ground again. I don't think so. Maybe we could do this, like having an actual harpoon into something and do that as a way to maneuver quicker around in a circle. I'm not sure that would work, but if it would work, that would be pretty cool. Well. We're firing flares on stuff, but now it seems... Oh no. Oh no. We'll see if it gets in some type of order where it can actually deal some damage. We're doing this beautiful chase now. We really should be able to line up for a shot. Come on! Ah. Will you not? Isn't this... No. Ah, it just escapes. I think we'll need to try and restart this little run and see if we get some other results. Alright. For some reason we dived low a little bit there. Taking some incoming flak. I love that the game doesn't seem to think this is a real battle. We're getting the chill music. God, this is a perfect lineup. No. Oh well, oh well. I don't think it's like this seems to be the perfect. But it will not fire. Look at that. This is like, yeah, it seems to be kind of having bad timing in its bombing routine, so it just doesn't bomb. This golden trim is very beautiful though, around black. Well, in any case, it's, you know, it just won't line up. Where it, you know, it has one thing. It's pretty sturdy. I think we can stay here for a good while and we're not taking a lot of damage. Or like taking pretty surface level damage. It is pretty resilient. It will have that, but it's not able to damage the vehicles here. It's just not possible to time up the bombs and anything like that. And we don't have a backup system getting used there, so I know, what can we do? What can we do indeed? Well, I guess that's that. It's looking very cool doing it though, which is nice. But well, you know what? That has been it for this episode. The last batch of the quick wheels. Next time we'll be coming back with checking some tanks. So, huge thanks to all of the enlisted in the Army of GMODISM, and extra thanks to all the commissioned officers in the Army of GMODISM, because you are making the Army of GMODISM stay strong. So, with that said, AOG Invictus, and I will see you in future challenges indeed. Oh god, we got a fatal hit there. Well, time to bail. Bye bye. Well, hello, this is your Lord High Admiral in the Army of GMODISM. You're welcome back to some more trials, of course. In here, we are beautifully listening to the Waltz of the Builder by our own composer Vestrets. So it's absolutely fantastic, won't you say that? Well, anyways, this time we're going to have the next batch of, well, what should we say? Brave contestants. We're gonna battle the Onyx Watch Oxen. So we're gonna get into that, and here we got my beautiful scoreboard, which I just calculated how many scores I have written down here. When I'm finished with this scoreboard, I have written down 325 times some different scores here. So when I'm gonna calculate this together, I'm gonna sum up these 325 different scores into 25 summed up scores, and I will be able to give a result, basically. In any case, this is of course some really cool thing here, which we definitely need to, let's see here, sorry. We definitely need to thank the commissioned officers in the Army of GMODISM who are supporting the channel every month. Which is, most notably, Admiral Scooberox, Captain Wild, Lieutenant Dinosaur Boy, Lieutenant LCG Canyon, Cravey, Parbagreed, Talaras, and Vincent Veritas. Thanks a lot for supporting the channel. We're gonna get on with the next batch, starting with Netrameira's design. So, let's get in there. Let's get out of the planning room and get out to the testing range area. Netrameira's design is the beautiful humming bird, an ornithopter, which is very amazing. It seems to have some struggle with altitude, so it doesn't want to land. But anyways, we're gonna spawn an oxen, and we're gonna see what it will do to it. Hopefully it's gonna do a lot. I like this little door in the back. It feels a little bit, you know. So. We're gonna drop some diff gun bombs there. And unfortunately, it seems they missed. It's gonna be interesting to see where those cran shots land. They didn't land anywhere, which is good. I wonder if our anti-missile missiles will be able to take out some stuff, though. I also kind of want to see these guns firing. Maybe they won't. They need some more time to reload. Well, next time. Somehow, we are seeming to have some time of trouble getting lined up to fire the diff guns, which is weird. Oh, now we're firing. Let's get here. Oh, damage. Yes. Oh no. Carnage. No. Oh no. That ain't too good. Well, they were just chilling for such a long time, not shooting at each other. Something is obviously very damaged here. We have our vertical launch missiles, but I think they only provide some superficial damage. So yeah. Oh, wait, what? It launched? The wings are not flapping. But did you know that it's not actually a ornithopter? It is actually a thruster craft disguised as an ornithopter. The horror. No, it's very cool. Of course you can't make... I don't think you... Can you make an ornithopter in from the depth? Huh. I might have to try sometime. Well, this battle obviously needs some respawning. Go, go, hummingbird! So we're gonna see here how Netameda will perform against the oxen here. The cramflax are not too dangerous. I think this has a potential to basically snipe the target. If it just gets a little bit lucky with these shots. Which should be coming out of here any second. No? No? Yes? Huh. Well then, I guess no action. It just has some issues getting these to fire. Oh my god. It actually fired. It fired shells. I was starting to think it would never fire shells. They've been circling each other for like 2 minutes straight, by the way. So that's why that's cut away. Alright, let's see here. Bam. Man, if this was... It hits this time, this area again. I wonder why. I wonder why it doesn't hit like more further. Yeah, well, the VLMs are working very well. But they just won't penetrate deep enough. Alright. Oh! Bam! We have a hit! That's a lot of damage. A lot of cram parts. Well, it does have some nuking ability. It really does. But it also goes super close. And it's kind of easy to shot out of the sky with crams like this. Well, it does deal damage. That's one good thing. But it just doesn't survive. It just is too easy to hit with the crams. It can circle around for like 5 minutes without doing anything. So yeah. We're having some issues, is the short answer here. But it's not, I mean, it works. In any case, I think we're gonna move on to the next battle, or the next contestant. Here we have Nilden's Invader. And this little invader spaceship type craft is going in for the kill. With its pack, let's see how it does. I guess they will be able to match it with speed. Look at that. And it's just gonna sit here. The only thing is that it's it's an explosive pack. So while it can do this all day, it might take large portions of the day to kill this thing. But due to the crams being limited in firing arc, as almost all crams are, It's probably never gonna shoot back. Look at that. Isn't that cute? It's just does this forever. Well, I'll guess I'll see you in a while. We're down 4%. We're down 4%. I think this would have a tiny bit of better results if it was like Pierce pack. Yeah, I think so. Would be worth a shot to change it to Pierce pack in case this is ending up as a winning contestant. But yeah, it's absolutely completely invincible. That's great. It deals damage. That's great. And I think we can do this all day, actually. So it's pretty impressive. It's a tad bit slow, but it's still pretty impressive. Just staying right above it and just shooting down those packs forever. Oh! We've been sitting here for so long and it hasn't been damaged yet. It still reliably provides hits and just grinds this down piece by piece. And it hasn't received one bit of damage either. So it's just a matter of time. It will grind it down. It really will. 84%, 83. Well, we're going down alright. That's good. It's a little bit slow. It would need some more punch. Like, seriously, it would need some more punch. If this had... I think if it had a slower pack, it would deal so much damage. Or if it had a Pierce pack. Or why not a smaller pack, but a couple of auxiliary diff guns or something. But in any case, it doesn't get shot down. It reliably just stays here and will grind this down to dust. So it's still pretty good, but we're gonna restart the battle and see if it was just lucky that it didn't get shot on its way to its superior position, or if it's pure skill. You can see this. It's gonna take some time to blow down this, especially this. Ooh, this heavy armor is gonna be hard to go through. But in any case, it's gonna do it eventually, and it won't get shot down. All right, let's go. Cram shots incoming. First volley, 2 inaccurate. Ready to rumble. Oh! Oh no! Oh no! Well, it can clearly get hit. Poor thing. Well, then I know what score I'm gonna write on this thing. The first run went a little bit better, but if it doesn't get shut down, I think it will grind down any target that's it can stay above, that it won't get, you know. So that's cool. Any case, moving on. Poor penguin, I spawned it too close to the surface. This is our favorite penguin of this challenge. The favorite penguin, popping in here. This is Netramada's third submission. It's trying to get shot by flag crams. And it's gonna drop a lot of bombs. And this thing is real quick. I don't know what happened with those bombs, but... Oh, we are getting some blocks shed off. Well. And it's so quick, I don't think it's gonna hit it very often at all. Drop those bombs! No? Wait. I'm not sitting in it too good. Oh no, it's shooting down it. Really weird. I wonder why. Why doesn't it... Is it not able to aim or what? No? Why? Why are the bombs not dropping? Huh. That's so weird. Now we have entered terrain for some reason too. Okay, come on, penguin. Everyone's favorite penguin should be able to... What's going on? Hoping that was some kind of glitch. Or spawning the crafts again. We're gonna see if it drops bombs at all. If it drops bombs, I guess it was a glitch. No. Why? That's so weird. It's not dropping them. Why? We're not sitting in it. We're not blocking it. What's going on? Hello, penguin? It's just taking some light flak. Like, seriously? What's going on here? If we repair this thing? Do you have an issue with materials? No? Still not dropping any bombs. I had high hopes for the penguin, but it's getting shot by crams. But most importantly, it's not trying to drop bombs. So weird. Anyways, we're gonna move on. That's not gonna be the best score for this sub-challenge. It just won't drop the bombs. Just try again, I just wanna see if it... No. It never drops them. I wonder if it has some altitude bracket or whatever. But why? But why? Well, whatever. Here we got Nilden's B8 bomber, the last submission from Nilden. Because of course, 3 of them is Rhinos, Nilden's. So this is the B8 bomber, the main submission. And we're gonna see how this fares. We're closing in on target. Oh no! We're getting wing clipped there a little bit. This thing has the glorious bomb cam. We gotta see it. Look at it. Oh! Here we go. Yeah! That's so cool. Well, it indeed took out a lot of surface blocks here. It's really sandblasting this thing here. It's gonna be interesting to see if we got in the second round. There we go. Oh, no, it stopped? Why? Oh, we're having trouble aiming those crams, have we? And it's pretty maneuverable. It won't get... Yes. Oh, bam. That's some damage though. Ha. Mostly armor part still, but what we are getting there. It's just not able to shoot at us very much. This is going pretty fine. Oh, next rain. Bam. This thing's days are very much counted. Oh, it's dead. Wow. Wow. That's efficient. Okay, let's redo that then. Let's set it up again. Nilden's B8 bomber acquiring target. Alright. Target locked on. No. There we go. There we go. Bam. Pretty efficient damage. Yeah, it works great. It works great against a design like this one. And it's really staying out of the way. It's not getting hit at all. Just some flags close by, but nothing to really worry about. Bam. That's pretty nice. We're getting another one. Bam! Oh, no. It just has no chance of winning this. I mean the oxen. Look at it. Bam. That's so good damage. Yeah, we're perfectly being able to tackle this challenge here. I just want to see when it fires. Look at that. Bam! Excellent. Excellent. We're just too quick. We're not staying in angles it can shoot at. We're just staying safe. Continuing with those bombing rounds there. Look at that. Wow. And another little swarm is popping down here. I think this is just lucky it isn't taken out yet. When they hit the right position, they're just grinding through. These missiles are pretty darn scary, and it won't be intimidated by these crams at all, basically. 3 pop downs there. Now the rest counts. Confetti all over the place each time. It's so spot on too. Another one. And it's graciously staying in the sky. Well, we know if it aims properly, if it aims at the right spot, not much is needed to take it out. And it just continues to stay safe like that. So, yeah, I think the B8 bomber here is doing a great job of just avoiding the crams and just delivering pretty decent damage to a tanky target like this. I don't think I would have expected that. You know, if it aims at the right spot, it gets through. These are not small missiles, they are doing some serious damage. Next swarm. Well, I know enough on how to grade this thing, so we're gonna move on to the next battle, why this thing is grinded into confetti. Oh, I think the AI just went there. Yep, it got through to the AI. And there it goes. Really nice. I'm pretty impressed by its ability to not get shot also. Just staying in these narrow sweeps and not such predictable patterns of movement make it a lot more survivable than some of the other designs we've seen that are moving at a similar speed. Here we have the white phosphorus bomber. So that's Ovo's submission, and this thing I wouldn't expect hit very easily, but it may, I don't know. It's a surprising design, and it goes for these interesting dives, where it just goes really close and fires a really scary diff rod. And then it has some pretty decent missiles coming in from there. So due to the design of it, I kind of thought it would do pretty good against the very light target, and it didn't. But wow, seeing this damage here, I kind of understand that it is indeed more bomber-like, that it's really wanna punch upwards. Wow, okay, it's gonna be interesting to see what we're gonna do. Bam! Is that explosive only? Who knows? Here we got a little... Bam! Are you kidding me? Are we... Did we almost detonate the AI or something from beneath it? That's pretty impressive. Right, now we're moving at terrain too. Whoa. Bam! Bam! That's some blocks. It surely deals some damage. Ha! It's so quick, I don't think it will get shot by crams very much. Whoa. I think it's more likely it kind of accidentally breaks itself. And these missiles, it feels like they're fired in any direction. Whoa, 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 whoa. Wow. Do you also see a thumbnail? I kind of do. Anyways. I'm kind of scared it will crash into it. Bam. It's like a proximity fused explosive round or something. But why? It's so inaccurate at times too. Well, these missiles are a good bit scary though. We're loading up for another one. Ooh, that's a nice little missile insert. Deleted some heavy armor and everything. Yeah, I don't think it gets hit. It will get hit at least. We're perhaps being a bit slow. Not sure here. Because I do think we have diff guns, so I don't think we have any more shots coming in there. And this, the shot type is probably not optimal against something like this either. Well, it has missiles, and those dealt the most of the damage anyway. Oh. Did it actually? I think it got some flak damage, perhaps. Ooh. Missiles incoming. That one went away. Like, we dealt a lot of damage, but we are seeming to have some trouble with penetrating the armor here. We've just been chilling by and the missiles are just shooting off in random direction and we're not getting any more shots in here. So I don't know really what's happening. I think we might need to restart this little iteration here. This little... to the second test and see if we get similar results or what's happening. There we have it. The oxen is spawned. I wonder if we're able to reach it. I think so, because it doesn't have lambs. Bam! Doing some pretty good explosions. We're diving in here, dropping 2 more. They kind of lost lock-on. Those diff guns ain't firing. Guess they need better accuracy. No? Now then. No. Ooh, that was almost a collision. Well, I wonder if we have some issues with the diff gun. Because this is like a new craft, right? So it shouldn't have any like issues. Whoops. Can you like... Maybe it got damaged at some weird part. Like, most of the damage is done by the missiles anyways, but I'd still like them to work since they did in the first test. Oh! Well, damn. Well, damn. It's going a little bit too close there. Too close to the sun. We almost had an incident like that in a previous little test. Or this previous test, to be certain. Well, it's not great to drive into the target you are going to shoot at, but it was able to deal some pretty decent damage at first, so it ain't terrible. Well, in any case, we're gonna move on to Pizza Summoner's AS Sardalk, which is looking absolutely gorgeous. The oxen is spawned in the distance. The Sardalk is preparing. It's locking on. Bam! And it's dealing some damage. That's for sure. Ooh! These crams are really scary. I think they are very capable at one-shotting this thing if it aims at the right spot. Alright. It is a tanky design. Alright. One thing we just have to do. Bam. Oh man. Oh wow. That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. 85%. Man, it's so powerful. I think we just have to go and warp to this position. Make sure our repairs aren't online. Just so we can experience this lock-on. There we go. Alright. Target locked. Oh! Hoo-hoo! That's what I'm talking about. That's so cool. I'll just have to go with another one here. Let's see her. I think it's so cool to sit in this. We're going down for another one. No, not yet. Now we're going on for a lock-on. Look at that. Amazing. Alright. So it's gonna do this all day. We're providing some serious damage. This thing is pretty doomed to die. The Sardalk is very much delivering at this little challenge here. There's some really, really good damage going on there. And I really feel like if it just aims at the right spot, this thing is like one-shotted. You can see that on how it penetrates, how it deals damage. Oh, and there we have it. There was the AI. Somehow, not the entire AI. Wow. Alright. We're going in slow motion. Sardalk is in the air. And we're firing crams. Oh, bam! Here we have some damage, and it's gone. Well, we obviously need to try this again. Spawn an oxen. And I'm standing on the ground here. I wanna be in this. Look at that. We're locked on. Fire! No? No! Well, okay. Unlucky, I guess. Couldn't get enough accuracy. Are we getting shot at now? Holy moly, we are actually. That's Cramparts. That feels like an unlucky. I wonder how much mimics this has, because I don't see any oh, there we have visible damage. There we go. Bam. Oh, wow. Yeah, wow, okay, that's amazing. That's amazing. Yeah, I was right. It can just crit it on one shot. It just aims the right way. Very cool indeed. We have indeed tested the challengers for this run, so we'll be back next week with the next little batch. So I hope you enjoy that. Huge thanks to the commissioned officers right over there. You can join the ranks if you want to support the channel. If you just want to be in the army of GMODIST and support us like, I don't know, with your services to the AOG / commenting on the video to increase our algorithm score. Well, you can join the army of GMODIST by self-assigning yourself the Matros 3rd class in our Discord, and you are enlisted. And by winning challenges like this one, you can rise in the ranks within the enlisted ranks. Yeah, because the commissioned officers is obviously pay to win, because that's how it is. In any case, huge thanks for watching here. I'll see you next time. I hope you did enjoy it, and really cool designs. They're really good results from Nilden's first design in Pizza Summoners. I really like that one. Anyways, it's gonna be super cool to see the next batch, how we're performing there. Take care. This is your Lord High Admiral GMODIST, and we're signing out. Welcome back to the Trials of the Army of GMODIST Season 1. Thanks to all of you commissioned officers, your help helps a lot each month. And without further ado, we're going to try the 3rd batch of bombers against the different types of foes. There is no different type of foes. This is the tank part of the challenge, and we're of course continuing with the oxen, not the oxygen, oxen. First out is the Butterfly Wasp by Rush. So let's get in a oxen here. There we have the oxen. Missiles are getting prepared. Machine guns are warming up the target. Crams are exploding nearby and shifting us a little bit in with the, well, area of explosion thing. Bam! We got some good damage going on there. We're here, we have some detection for sure. Seems we're producing smoke. And that's because the missiles are pretty smoke guided. The Butterfly Wasp is locking in for another go. Missiles popping in here again. Bam! They kinda didn't hit very well, did they? Whoa. Well, it's being quick enough to not really get hit. That's good. All right, those. Ow! Bam! That deals. It feels like it deals a lot of damage, but it's also most of the important things are pretty unexposed, so the damage is limited. All right. Damn, those laser guidance is just too limited in where it can aim and not. I understand you need to protect your laser guidancing system, but oh, that's a little bit unlucky perhaps. Bam! Oh, sadness. Russia's butterfly wasp has been reborn, and we are going and engaging the target. Machine. They can't possibly do anything, right? It was like, no. Oh yeah, they're not basically doing anything. If we're lucky, we can shoot off some detection, perhaps. Oh, and the first swarm of missiles came there, which is nice, but... That's the thing with the butterfly wasp. It's like unexpectedly stable, so it's unexpectedly easy to hit. That's one of its design issues that could be improved. Well, they kind of graze above it a little bit. It feels like it doesn't really penetrate deeply. It's just really surface level damage, it seems. And it's so stable and weak that the Cram's area of effect explosion might really like mess it up. Where you can see. Now it's really stable and it got like 3, 2, 1 super good opportunity for the Crams to hit them. Oh, bam! Yeah, based on this first little results here, we can be pretty sure that the butterfly wasp will end up as confetti sooner or later every time. It just doesn't deal enough damage. And it's not evasive enough to avoid the Crams to be able to, like, not die. Not terrible at dealing damage though, so that's something. Welcome to the Sean Reed episode. The Dagger is out next. Sean Reed has 4 submissions, that's what I say that, because we just did Rush. Now we have Sean Reed 1, 4, 2, 3, and then we got Shotgun. So yeah. Now we're gonna see how the Daggery deals with it. Alright. It's doing good evasive maneuvers against those cram shells. It's good. But why don't we shoot any of the real deal against this thing? That's my question. Alright, here it comes. What? What's going on here? Can you like... How hard can it be? Thank you. Why? It's so weird. Okay, we have loaded. Oh, look at that. They are loaded now. What happened with them last time then? There we go. They dropped them somehow. Oh, there they are. Look at them. Okay, never mind. I thought they kind of didn't work, so I just wanted to check that a little bit. Right. Magnets... Yeah. They're just not dropped close enough, so they don't do anything. Oxen is still at 100%. If we're lucky, it will drive onto them. Look at that. Oh! Magnets start to appear. There we go. Look at that. No, come on. They're gonna despawn in any second. Oh, they actually did damage before despawn. Beautiful. Oh. Ooh. That's not nothing. Now we got 2 new of them. 2 more. Man, it feels a little bit lackluster here. It should be able to take out the wheels. It should be able to grind off those wheels sooner or later. Maybe they just have too much health. And there are a lot of them too. Well, we're keeping to drop them at least, so that's something. Well, we're down 3% for the oxen. That's good, and it hasn't been hit yet. Oh, was that a blast gun? I hope it didn't shoot itself this time, then. The oxen is pretty cool. I think it looks pretty cool. Ooh! Nice. And where do we have the bombs drop there? Man, they're a little bit off. They should it should be a dive bomber, this thing. It feels like it's more or less lucky that this thing drives around in circles so that the bombs actually deal damage. So it's a lucky coincidence, but it feels like it should be dropping those bombs a little bit closer to the target. You can see those magnets are not really keeping up with our speed here. They're too far away. Oh no! We had a hit. Well, I think we'll need to restart this battle indeed. The dagger does kind of have this little issue where if you spawn it on the ground, it will have issues taking off at all. So you have to spawn it in the air. But that's of course something that could be fixed with a simple balloon start maneuvers. But of course we're not allowing any changes after submissions, because that would be a hassle, as Adnicrius pointed out when I was talking with him if that would be a good idea or not to allow. Right. Wow, okay, let's see here. Alright, homing on our cramps. It's pretty fast. It ain't gonna be hit by cramps any moment. It does deal damage, which is nice, but it's not dealing a lot of damage. Oh, we're getting hit again. Oh no! Oh no! I repaired it in the air, so that accidentally actually killed it. Alright, I just wanna see it perform a little bit more to be able to set a good score. And it decided to go up into space instead after a while. Well, it deals damage, it's just not enough. We are having the maneuverability issues and stuff like that. I think I'll know how to grade this thing. It's able to deal some damage, but we seem to not be a really good matchup against a tanky target like the oxen here. So we're gonna move on to Sean Reed's 4th submission. Yes, they're not in order. Why is that? Well, it's because of my strange naming schedule. F comes before S. That's why. I think we'll need to spawn the oxen before we spawn this thing. Go, go, Sunspot! Now we're having some really interesting guns. I think the Sunspot will perform a much better action against this thing. Right. Whoa. Ooh, going close there. Oh! Damn! That's some scary action. Oh, we got hit on the side there. It's just a little flak. Nothing scary. Ooh, really going close. We're having some balls. Yeah, you can see it's blasted away some. It's definitely performing a good bit better here. And it's so fast and it's going so close that the cramps have trouble having time to aim. So it actually seems to be a little bit less chance of it getting hitted, strangely enough. Ooh, but it's grazing the ground. It's so close to getting just messed up by itself. Alright. Man, those missed real bad. It feels like it has potential to deal a lot of damage, but I think it would be a good idea. Perhaps if it aimed against at hot blocks or something. Alright, we're coming in for another dive. I think it's doing pretty good so far. We're taking out detection and stuff. We're slowly blasting away the surface. Those revolving blast guns should do a pretty good job. Ah, we accidentally touched the ground there. I actually think that's its own maneuvers. Well... I think it provides a pretty cool toe-to-toe type of action. The revolving blast guns really do work well against sniping off detection. I never really thought about that, but that's actually a pretty genius design of them. Bam! We got hit! Right. Popping in there. Alright, alright, alright. We get flown away by the area of the shockwave of the explosions from those flags. Damn. I guess flak isn't, you know, it feels a little bit World War II, kind of old technique. I guess we're mostly doing missiles now and shit. But anyways, it must have been really horrible to sit in a plane and hear the flak around you. That shockwave must just shatter windows and all sorts of things. In any case, this is this battle is definitely moving in the favor of the Sunspot, but it's going pretty slow, and we're having some maneuverability issues. Oh, that's some close action. Coming in for another attack. And another one. Oh, yes. Ooh. It's doing some scary stuff. Oh, no. I didn't see it getting hit, actually. It looked like it... It almost looked like it did that to itself. Anyways, we're gonna restart this battle. It managed to pick down the Oxen with 6% at least, so that's something. Folding in the landing gear. Very beautiful. Oh no! Alright. We'll just have to slow down time here. Look at this. Isn't this pretty cool? You can see the propeller blades coming in there, and bam! The missiles popping in here and shedding off a lot of blocks. Well, I think it's cool. Biplanes are always a little bit cooler somehow. They have an extra coolness factor. It's just... Look at that! So many detection components and stuff getting shot off. Oh, it was a little bit vulnerable this time when getting in there. Look at it. What happened there? I love that we can't... Oh, no, okay, now we could repair it. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. This is interesting. Oh! Oh, oh no, it's getting run over. That's so sad. Well, I think we know enough to know how to grade this thing. It definitely deals better than the first submission, but it has some issues. It's not really able to punch through. I really got out of ammunition for after a time there, it felt like. Or I guess the revolving blast guns had to reload. But, well, it got killed within that time frame. And the second time, well, it just got shot down. Next up, we're having the Jin. So we're going to throw in an Oxen here. And we're gonna see how this is doing. I think it actually has some pretty good opportunities for this battle. I think this might be the strongest of Sean Reed's design for this particular tournament, this particular challenge, I mean. Because if I'm remembering correctly, it will just stay on top of it and shoot down stuff. And the oxen should probably not be able to hit it using its crams at all, actually. Here we can see them popping down like that, like dead fishes. And then just chilling here and waiting to get activated someday, today, or another day, or not at all. Well, we shall see indeed. It just shoots them a little bit off target. I really feel like it could have been a good idea to have them steer against the target from the beginning, maybe. Well, they at least get there. And they're able to take out, but damn, they're only doing so small surface damage. I kind of forgot how weak they were. I think they're smalls. I think these are smalls. So yeah, smalls don't have a good lifetime either. That's one issue. And they just do tier 2 little damage. Yeah, so like one medium does more than 4 smalls. The swarm is coming in. No. Now another little swarm is trying to get in there. Look at that. Oh my lord. The damage we're just dealing against this thing is so minuscule. We've been kind of chilling here. Just... yeah. It just takes too long time for it to deal any sort of damage. And it's really superficial too. Or just for the sake of it, we're gonna respawn this battle and just see again. So we're closing in and starting to fire again. And it's still firing off. And the small missiles are gonna get here eventually. And rinse and repeat. Well, it isn't shot down at all. It's impossible to shoot it down, so it will get an extra point for that. But it basically deals no damage, but it deals a little bit damage. So I guess it's technically I think this would win eventually. I don't know how many hours that would take, but I know how to score this thing. So we're gonna go to check out Sean Reed's third submission. Yes, they're still not in order. And they never will be, by the way. And the third submission is of course the Aspirant. And this has some pretty big guns here. So I think this might actually be doing some decent damage. It should pack some kind of punch, I think. So let's see if those crams will cause an issue or not. Whoa. I think these looks like real tank busters. Oh, did you miss? Come on. Oh, you too. Are you kidding me? Well, we shall see. Maybe it won't. This laser just has issues locking on. I wonder if that's because of the smoke. Oh, crap. Well, that's bad. Well, we just respawn them and see if we get some different results. See if our laser will be locking on. I mean, it looks so cool when it's getting dropped like this. Yes, we got a hit. I kind of expected more damage, to be honest. There we go, that's some damage. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, mate. Okay, good. I don't know if they're the same loadout. Maybe it was just a bad hit location. So it's already down 4 percentages. Are you gonna miss? No, you didn't. Good. Well. Well, the short cannon is picking up one block every now and then. And most of the missiles unfortunately miss. I think that the Oxen's smoke kind of confused the targeting a little bit. So it kind of has issues, to say the least. It kind of has issues. Well, we can basically sit here all day. Most of the missiles actually miss. We have real problems with its lock-on function. And it isn't like damaged yet. So it's just a matter of time when it's getting shot out of the air by now. So yeah, the Aspirant didn't do very well, but it was able to deal some substantial damage at times. So I mean, it's something. But we're going to move on to this little section/submission, which is shotgun's design. Which is the shotgun's dart, of course, and it has loads of missiles. I think this one is gonna provide some decent damage, to be honest. It's flying pretty stably though, so we're gonna see if it will have issues with getting hit. Look at that, and we're having the bombs drop there too. And we're so fast, it's gonna be difficult for the tank to shoot at us, I think. Right, anyways. It's... Oh man, no, no, no. We lost 10% and they lost 1%. Huh. That's not optimal. By the way, where did we go? What the... Where are we? Huh. Oh, we entered space. I guess we'll need to respawn this battle then. There we are. New dart. And new target. So you're just following these missiles. They looked kind of cool, I think, like. And bam, we're dealing some damage towards it there. I'm like thinking, are these AI parts or are they just from the scoop? And I just, every time I see it's just the scoop, I'm like a little bit sad. Like, we're dealing some decent damage, we're just not penetrating very well, are we? Alright. Oh no! I guess we're doing this. There we have it. A little quick revive to counter bad luck. And it instead goes into the ground? Why? Huh. It feels like it's... It feels like the dart is pretty able to deal a lot of damage. It just has these issues with randomly dying. Like, what the hell? What the hell? You were just repaired. Why did you do that? That's so strange. Oh no. Oh no. Come on, lift up. Okay, there we go. Are we able to provide damage here? Oh man, it feels like it should be able to deal more damage than it actually does. It looks very formidable, but it just doesn't pack the punch that's required. You know what? I think that will probably be it. Like, obviously, we can't really control everything like that, but it's able to deal some decent damage, but it's not getting through. Like, yeah, what can we say? Some of that damage is getting through, but it tends to drive itself into the ground a little bit too often. So it's like, I guess it's a-okay, but we also haven't seen this thing win anything yet, and we've been trying to give it a chance. Yeah, we stayed with it for a while here. We had to repair it several times and just give it some more materials, and it just doesn't pack a punch enough. It looks like it should be able to deal a lot of damage, but it never seemed to leak through to anything important. I think these missiles may be a little bit bad against heavy armor, and this is exactly what the Oxen has as internal heavy armor. And it just decides to smash the ground. Well, it deals damage, that's something, but yeah, not top scores maybe. So there you have it. The third iteration with the third batch. We have the fourth batch, this is the last one, it's gonna come up next week. So hopefully you're gonna join in for that, and you'll see how all of the, and when you have seen that, you know how all crafts are dealing with the tanky target. I don't know, what do you think about the tanky target? Was it a good choice or a bad choice? Write me in the comments what you thought about the choice of the Oxen as a target. In the case, thanks a lot for watching, and I'll see you next time. This is your host GMODIST, and I'm signing out. Welcome back, commissioned officers and enlisted in the army of GMODISM. And other GMODists. If you're just a GMODist, you should enlist or become a commissioned officer. About commissioned officers, I will just say a huge thanks to our supporters from Lieutenant and above in the army of GMODism, which is of course not the enlisted, the commissioned officers. This is not the great score book with all the scores. It's actually here, but I will pretend it is here because then it looks much cooler. In any case, you know, gotta use my own merch. So we are here with the last iteration of the battles. So we're gonna pitch the last batch, which the last batch actually performed insanely well in the previous sub-challenge, which was of course the quick wills. So it will be very interesting to see how the last batch of designs will perform against the, what should we say, the tank, the Oxen. I keep thinking it's called the Oxygen, and I don't know why, but it's of course the Oxen. It's gonna be really interesting to see how they all perform, and we're gonna get back out there and do some tests. Here we have the Thrival with 3 horns. Narwhal has fewer, which means this thing is better. It's also better because it's covered in Army of GMODISM decals, which is always a lot of plus points. Anyways, not this shell, not this one, however. What's gonna be next one? What is gonna be? Oh god, yes, next time we're actually going to care about that a lot, because next time we're gonna look at aesthetics. We hope that we'll fit all of the last batches in this little episode here, so this is the time to check that. And the Thewal, bam, it got really badly hit by that cram barrage. Holy moly, the Oxen is only down with 1%. Like, this is a pretty meaty design. I would have expected this to not get completely devastated. I guess that was a really unlucky hits for it. Well, we need to restart this one. Here we are. Another run. So hopefully the missiles will aim in there. Alright. We're just gonna hope that the crams won't annihilate us. I'm gonna see how these missiles do. We got our diff gun hits there. What? That didn't do much damage. And that's only surface level blocks. Interesting. And I believe we got pretty badly hit by these crams here. That's not great. Alright. So our frontal cannons get taken out by that cram barrage here. So this bomber is a little bit slow and predictably moving, so we're having real issues against those crams here. We do have some cram bombs, however. I feel like I want to just repair this thing a little bit. I need to probably refill some materials if that was destroyed, I don't know. I just want to see what type of damage it deals when it's able to hit those. Yeah, those cram bombs are a little bit underwhelming here. It does deal damage, don't get me wrong. It's delivering acceptably. We need to remember that this is 113,000 materials and our bombers are 30. So as bombers, they should of course be able to punch upwards pretty good. Those cram bombs just miss a little bit, which isn't great. Huh. Interesting indeed. I think the pigeon is gonna get completely annihilated. That's the Scubimation's second submission. But we're gonna see about that later. I don't know, it feels like these cram bombs... Oh yeah, that was actually pretty spot on, but they were a little bit underwhelming, to be honest. I think we would need some more spunk in those bombs. Alright, well, we're dealing damage alright. But we're like slowly grinding away, and it's just a matter of time, and not a lot of time, before these crams probably shoot us down. Look at that. Yeah, that just misses. Now the diff rod, it deals some damage, but it's not like a lot. Okay, and now we lined up the crams, and we're probably able to take it out pretty reliably at this point. Look at that, bam. No, it stands up a little bit tougher now. I don't know what kind of luck-based system steers if it gets a lot of damage or not, but look at that. Look at that. Pops in here and oh. Yeah, or pretty done. I mean, it does deal some damage, it's just a little bit slow. It's kind of delivers somewhat acceptable damage, but yeah, it's getting destroyed a little bit too quickly. I think I'll know how to judge this thing, so we're going to instead spawn as Scubimation's second submission, which is a personal aesthetic favorite. I think it looks so cool. Why are our anti-missile guns not shooting at those crams? I do wonder, however. Maybe they will. Alright, this is gonna be very interesting. I just love this aesthetics. I think it's so cool. Oh man, oh no. Yeah, we're moving so predictably and so slowly. We at least have a shit ton of blocks, so we're not getting critted too easily. Right, but these bombs, they are really, should we say, lackluster. It's kind of already crashing, and those the cannons are not even trying here. We need to repair this thing here. Let's just do this type of thing. Come on now. Come on now. I want to see those cram bombs hit a little bit. Look at that. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Like, they're like, there's like nothing inside of these cram bombs. I don't know. At this point, I'll just spawn another one. I think it's gonna perform like really bad. I don't think we'll need to spawn, like, we can give it a little bit of an advantage as a benefit of the doubt, because I don't think we are going to be able to dodge any of those cram shells, and if later we are able to hit with our crams, we're dealing such ridiculous low amounts of damage. I really wonder, like, this has to be a small cram system. This like really needs some more firepower. I think the most amount of damage we'll be able to deal against a tank like this is probably if we accidentally crash on it. The Pigeon may be a personal design favorite. I think it looks absolutely amazing. But for this challenge, its performance is pretty horrible. Will not say the exact score we're getting here, but I will say we're gonna move on to the next design, and that is American's very interesting space type plane, which is definitely more min-maxing than the Pigeon. It feels so min-maxed in its design that I'm kind of surprised that American has made it look good anyways, because it's obviously not it's not looking like a real world thing. It's looking like its own thing, and it's set up to perform. And yeah, and it still looks pretty cool, which is nice. Anyways, not bison, thank you. Oxen. Here we go. And we're moving in erratic ways. And you can see cram shots are far, far away. Oh, it was managed to hit us somehow. Damn. Oh, the damage. That's serious business damage. Wow. Well, one of their diff guns is taken out. That's an issue, but the missiles keep on giving. See if we shoot or line up one of those diff guns here again. Nope. Saw that. We just EMP'd this turret out. So its weapon controller was not EMP protected. So this turret will not ever be bothered again. So that's basically disabled. That's good. Good stuff. Oh, no. Well, thanks to its erratic movement, the cram shell seems to not hit it much at all, which is good. However, it is kind of compromised, it's damaged, so it still does damage here, but I'm going to restart the bath just in order to check it a little bit when it's in full capacity. I feel this will be a little bit too draggy otherwise, but it's performing great. Alright, we're closing in to the oxen again. Missiles are popping in there. Bam! Dealing some damage. Ooh! The AOG bomber, I think is what it's called, from American is not scratched. Diff guns diving down and bam! Dealing some damage, putting in some missiles there. We can see some stuff is dropping. Bam! No, wait, what happened? That's interesting. I don't know what happened there, but I guess it got hit. Oh, when it's diving down like that, it seems like it's getting hit pretty often. Is it? Come on. Thank you. There we go. Just wanna check. It deals good damage, it really does, but it doesn't deal deep penetrative damage. It's more like spread out surface damage, it feels like. I don't think it will have a good ability to crit the Oxen. Those diff guns, they're like good, but they're like rarely hitting the mark. We seem to be having some such issues. So yeah, when we're going down for the deep, we're a little bit too unsafe when it comes to movement, so we're getting just point blank and getting shot down a lot of the times. You can see the diff rod is dealing good damage, but it doesn't feel like it's super penetrative. I don't know. I think I'll know how to judge this thing. I think it's pretty decent, it really is, but it's not the max performer. So we're getting a pretty average score there, I think, which is good, because a lot of folks, a lot of the submission had really low scores for this tanky challenge. It's apparently really hard to design weapons that can deal armor that deals good damage against deep penetrative capabilities. Because in From the Depth, the power of explosions in general seems to be pretty, like, nerfed. So, yeah. When it comes to like real bombs, you just put a bomb and like you blow up basically anything, but here it's just like bombs just fall. They're just not doing anything if we have some proper armor there. Explosive damage is not all here. So yeah, that's how it is. We're gonna move on to the next contestant, which is the cringe's first submission, which is the MB4. And to go with that, we need an Oxen. I think this cockpit is really cool designed. I think it looks great. This thing has a weird... Actually, thank you. I think it's heat. Nah, that's hash. Or is it? No, that's a high explosive head. It has a tiny high explosive blaster. I think. Oh, we got scratched by the crams there. We're trying to bomb it. Oh, that's just sad. Oh no! About sad. I don't know exactly what happened. I suppose we actually got hit. Yeah, that's not too good. We obviously need to restart this. I don't know where we are either. Ta-da! Nothing happened. So, next run. I just like this little bomber tower here. It's so cool. Alright. The explosive machine gun is going and going. And we're getting in a nice angle. I think the bombs have a great chance of... No. They're like much more designed to hit a completely still moving target. These bombs are not guided. They really could be guided. I'm just gonna repair this thing because I wanna see when it gets damaged at least. To know if it does that to itself and it's like just staying too much in the same predictable movement for the crams to hit them. This is so not set up to deal with ground targets like this. Oh. I think we have some pretty light armor in this thing. And they're just off shooting. Right. I want to remember, do they have magnets or not? I don't think they do. Is this a hill? It's probably is. Yeah, well. Are we gonna hit? No. Yeah, so we're not able to hit with anything and we get shot down all the time. I repaired this, I don't know, 5 times already. It's just not doing it. It's too easy to shoot down and it's not able to deal any damage. So, yeah. Not too good results on this particular challenge. We're gonna move on to the Cringe's second submission, which, by the way, did get a full score in the latest in the previous sub challenge. So we're gonna see how it deals with some really like slow, stronger designs compared to the super quick one. So, oxen it is on the menu. We have ox menu here with the Bearnaise sauce. Maybe not. That's if you. That's only if you win. It has a laser targeted system, but if we are to differentiate from every other laser targeted system, this one is actually good. It actually is able to lock on most of the angles. Oh no! We're getting hit by those crams here again. We're just circling around there. We won't ever, like... We're just gonna help it out a little bit. The missiles are there, they're spawning in, coming into a swarm. And it's that... I mean, it's not doing a lot of damage, it isn't. But it's doing some damage. So, I mean, it's doing something. If it was not getting hit, it would be able to take this thing out. Which is good. Alright. We got hit again. Right. Putting on some small misses there. We're really doing surface level damage here. We have such a similar issue here. If this was heat missiles, maybe it is, I don't remember. We're just getting killed every time. We lost the materials too. Oh, and I just want to see here. Yeah, that actually is heat missiles, isn't it? I suppose that this design is pretty well armored against heat, so there is not much we can do there. Yeah, well, in any case, I do think I know enough to be able to leave a little score on this. It certainly did better than the first submission. This is the MB5, yes. Which means we are here with the last design for this batch of the tank tests for the 4th iteration. This is Captain Y from the Army of GMODISM, Captain Y. Yes, he is graciously supporting us every month. In any case, Captain Y has built this absolutely stunning BY-409 bomber, and it looks fantastic. However, it's also rated to have the lowest firepower per material, so I kind of expect this to perform absolutely horridly against the tank. But we're gonna see how it does. We do know one thing, and that is whatever it's doing, it's gonna look cool while doing it. Next time, we're gonna look at aesthetics. If you didn't know that. There we go. Diff rods popping in there. We got some detection, laser munitions, stuff like that. It's pretty quick though, so it's not getting shot down by those crams the first round. Alright. Ooh, it's getting affected by the shockwave. Bam! It's taking damage. Nope. What? Oh! An entire wing got shot off. Well, we're just gonna spiral here forever. So we're just gonna repair this thing and see what happens here. Alright. We reached altitude again. Guess we can count this as a new thing. Maybe we should we usually restart everything, but yeah. I'm just patching it up a little bit here to see. Because I want to know. So what I'm seeing so far, these APSs that are used as downward pointing point types of damage seem to not be able to penetrate really deep, which is kind of really something I wanted to know there. Who knows? Bam. Like, it sounds really scary, but you can see it doesn't take out a lot of blocks. We don't have a payload of some kind, it seems like. And it is getting hit most of the time too. Well, I just respawn the lot of it. I'm just gonna make sure that I don't hold any weapons. Okay, good. Now I can stay here. Like to, let's hear. Bam. That's some weapon controllers and stuff like that. I don't think it's able to penetrate right through though. It will just get shot down sooner or later. Yeah, okay. So it deals damage, but not a lot of damage. It's probably not able to shoot through any important things. The heavy armor seems to protect against this bomber design well enough. Indeed. We're going in for another little round here. Didn't fire, but it got fired on. Oh no. That's a weapon controller. I guess one of the crams will be completely permanently offline now. Right. And... Huh. In any case, it can deal some damage, it's just a little bit lackluster, so I think I know how to grade this thing for this particular sub-challenge there. Well, there we basically have it. Tactical hat on. We got all the four brackets, or not the four brackets, all the four sections tested off against this tank design. So now we kind of know how they will perform and which one were the best. In this last little bracket, we actually had a lot of 5-pointers in the last section. In this particular section, we actually had no full pointer. So we really had some issues scoring against the tank in the last section. So it was really interesting to see. And if you didn't think that, yes, I am aware that the request for the bombers is unreasonable. I don't think you can make a design that will reach full points in all of the different measurement spectra. I think that's pretty impossible. So, or I don't know how you would do that. I don't think you can actually do that. So that's also the point, because that would make that all of the ones that are participating have to choose what they want to focus on, and I give some hints on what's the most important things are, dealing a lot of damage. So then you could try some different things, and maybe you'll fail in some of the smaller challenges or stuff like that, shooting at the really quick wheels part or whatever. But in the end, the amount of score will amount up to your final points, and you'll see. Can you win being an all-rounder, or can you just win being the thing that deals insane amounts of damage? Who knows? That's up to you, and that's the beauty of the system. I think it's pretty cool. In any case, I should stop rambling on here because I'm rambling on too long, so I'll just say to all of you commissioned officers in the Army of GMODISM and all the enlisted and other GMODists, I hope you enjoyed this video. Your comments do really help us get favorable with the algorithm, so do please comment, and of course like the video. This is your host GMODISM, and I'm signing out with my tactical hat.
We're finally back with the AOG trials, where we will be checking out the bombers against a various mix of foes. So let's get into it. Alright, so here we are in game, and today we are going to continue with episode 19. Sorry for the little delay, but that is what it is. And now we are going to basically continue with testing the survivability of each of the designs. We're gonna begin with Adnikria's design, and we're going to test them all against a specific foe. Namely, the horror I had selected previously, and that's what we're gonna go with. Right, so first out is Adnikria's. I'm gonna start a timer here. So I'm having a little timer, and I'm gonna see for how long and how well they survive. The maximum point you can get is 5. This is a scale from 0. I guess it's 0 to... well, basically it's... yeah. You can get minus points on this one too, of course, if it's really, like, bad. But we've been surviving here pretty well for... how long? It's a good amount of time here. 41 seconds. And we're not much damaged at all. The horror costs 77,000, so it is a tad expensive. It has lasers, so it's pretty nice little design here. Can be difficult. Lasers is one of the most competent weapons you can throw against an aircraft. So lasers is the greatest aircraft zapper. And we also, of course, have what is it? Fire nowadays, so it should be able to start a fire onto it too. I'm wondering though, are we launching missiles from this thing at all? Or is it just... well, it's dropping blocks consistently, isn't it? Indeed. Oh, it got decapitated! Oh my god. So here we are. And it has kinda... it doesn't shoot back anymore. It has basically disabled the enemies. That's a really good. It ain't damaged. It still flies. It's still functional. Yeah. Surviving for almost 3 minutes, disabling the enemy. That's really good. I think it's gonna continue here. So basically, maybe it's a little bit unfair here, but of course, the first ship going up, first plane going up, always kind of sets the benchmark a little bit. So obviously, this is max points. This is 5 points. We survived. This thing, we even disabled it. We survived for 3 minutes. That's great. Now it even dies. Fantastic. Next up, we have the absolutely stunning Manta War from Kovacs. So let us indeed spawn in the horror. And we shall see how it does. Look at it. Now this will probably catch fire since it is kinda flammable. Ooh. I believe that is some critical hits there. Ooh! Oh. Wow, okay. That's very quick and effective. Just want to make sure. Well, taking out the enemy is a really good way to survive, isn't it? And let's see. I'm not. Oh no! Now I spawned in, so I'm gonna make sure I didn't control anything, of course. All right. And even though it shoots on with its laser like this, these fires are just here to look cool. These are not actual fires. It's decorations. And you can see it doesn't cause much of a problem. Taking out the enemy is of course a great way of not getting shot at. If you can just alpha strike the enemy super hardcore, you don't need to worry about that. So Kovacs is also reaching a full point for full 5 points for survivability. Oh, now it's happening something here. Look at that. I feel we just have to check a little bit quickly here. It kind of died, but it also had 2 enemies. So it was aiming at the old enemy. And this is not testing survivability against several enemies. No, we're just testing survivability against a single horror here. Much more expensive ship, but it can really zap lasers here, so it can be quite dangerous indeed. Look at that, and now it killed it. Ah, look at that. It got EMP popped here. Yeah, so it can get hit by those little missiles here. I just want to make sure that the Adnecreus craft wasn't just lucky the first time around here. Because checking with the Manta War again, we can see that it depends too much on luck there. As you all know, I am coming back to full production here, so I kind of forgot that I tested them several times. I think I tested them 3 times before, but now I tested them only 1, and that's of course not quite right. So we are of course running we're running 2 rounds just to see that it's not a what's it called? That it's not just unlucky like that. Because here we can see that we seem to be performing pretty similarly here. This isn't getting very much touched. Those lasers seems to not hit the Adnecreus ship, Storyhana. So Adnecreus remains with a 5-pointer, but Kovacs ship, the Manta War, it depends a little bit on luck if it gets hit by that first missile or not. So I think I want to run a 3rd run on that one to actually get a gauge on if it's a 3 or if it's a 4. Alright, now we're back here again. It's trying to laser. And how will it perform? Will it hit this volley? Or will it get taken out? Oh no, here comes the EMP missile. And it falls dead. Yeah, so it depends so much on luck for the Manta War if it zaps it in the beginning or not. It can just kill the enemy instantly, and when it does that, that's a good job. You can see it's already despawned, but we're also down here, which is very impressive on some terms and a little bit lackluster on others. So it's gonna end up with a 3 in score. So pretty decent, but it has a serious EMP problem. Next up we have Jonos Isanth 5 from StarMade. So we're gonna spawn the horror here and see how it does. And start the timer, of course. See how if it survives for long. It gets sapped here. It has pretty good health. I think this is the one challenge where the Isanth actually has a decent chance of not getting especially bad points. It's not well armed, but it is decently armored. It has some thick alloy and metal there. It's just sitting there, so it's very easy for the horror to use those lasers. Kind of surprises me that those lock-on missiles don't hit very well. Or doesn't shoot very often, rather. Well, this is going a bit slow. Alright, so here we can see it's still sitting here. We're shooting at the Isanth. It ain't dead yet. It has some decent armor, to be honest. So, yeah. It won't shoot back very much. But, yeah. Here we are. It's been 2 minutes now. Well, it still sits here. It has lost a lot of blocks by now, but it is in no way dead or anything. So it can take 3 minutes, but it's starting to really fall apart. So we're gonna do a little rerun here and see how well it fares. Here we have. Horror spawned some 2,000 meters away. We'll see how it does this time. It seems to have some trouble locking on those missiles here. Don't know. Or they already fired. Oh, there they are. I think. Well, it's just getting hammered standing around here. It doesn't do a very good job at taking out the horror here, which isn't what we're measuring, but it's slowly getting grinded down. It has some pretty good health, so the final score for the Isanth 5 is indeed a 4. We shall be moving on to the next thing, which is Jonos' real submission, the AOG bomber. So let's pop in a horror here and see how well it can survive getting laced like that, and also getting some EMP missiles potentially shot at it, which can be some pretty dangerous business. It's diving down. Well, that's a pretty effective way to deal damage. Alright. It hasn't taken much damage either. Well, its evasive maneuvers really buys it time. From this distance, that laser is not much of a problem. It just doesn't hit very often. Well, it's doing a pretty good job. It's even closing in for its second bombing run. Now we're getting in range to get damaged. And there we could hit a pretty hard hitting shell, disabling the enemy. So By just disabling the enemy quickly like that, we can get a pretty good score. Let's do a rerun and see how it fares. Alright, so here we are, back at it. Oh. Seems like we lost a main propeller this time. Oh man. Very problematic. Yeah. That's just the first 30 seconds. So it did a great run, the first one, and a horrible run the second time around here. Well, I think I'll need a third look at it. Third look, here we go. Can it survive? Those propellers are pretty exposed. So it has a similar outlook like the Kovraks. If it's lucky to take out the enemy pretty well the first time around like that, it's a serious thing. But if it gets a little bit unlucky and gets shot by one of those EMP missiles possibly, or just something else, it just tends to kinda die a little bit. And here we can see we get missiles popping in. Oh. It survived that pretty well though. Now it seems they've gotten better at shooting. We're hitting a lot more often, while the damage at this distance isn't too much. We're losing blocks and something horrible can happen. Alright, detection is getting harmed a little bit. Oh, yeah, there we go. There we go. Yeah, so sometimes great results, sometimes not so great result. Only a few minutes. It's like Kovrak's design, barely a 3 here. I think we'll set the 3 on it because we had such impressive results the first time around there. Next up, we have the kinda sexy Eldrosh Kosh. So we're gonna see how well to survive this is. It's looking real promising with that heavy armor in the center here. I think this should definitely be able to survive 3 minutes by the looks. And I do think that it is a little bit too quick for those missiles to hit. Oh, we have a fire on the right wing. Oh no. The first seconds. Oh no. The wings started to burn. Oh no. That is a bummer. Indeed. We are kinda trying to fly around here, but we are clearly in a seriously damaged state. While we can do some damage to the enemy, yeah, we're just gonna fall down and die here. No, no, no. Not very successful. Let's try that again. Alright. We have the horror in the horizon, trying to snipe our friend, which is trying to go pretty quickly here. And the laser is trying to target it. Not too easy. Oh no. I wonder if we have a fire on the wings again there. Not sure how far away fires are rendered. Missiles are popping down here. Not very well. Didn't cause enough damage, I believe. Those missiles trying to rain down here. Well, it's been a minute now in this battle. So it's looking better, or is it? It seems to have lost control. Yeah, Those lasers do cause too much damage, and the wings catch fire. Yeah. It doesn't die instantly, but... yeah, it seems to not doing a too good job here. If we'll just repair this thing, you can see it's just instantly starting fires again, doesn't it? Well, well. To everyone's defense, of course, the game kind of added a lot of stuff, including fire and stuff like that, which wasn't even announced when the builders built on their projects. So it couldn't really dodge all this. But I think this design has serious flaws against lasers, and it just catches fire. It doesn't seem to have the potential to protect itself by taking out the enemy either. So it's not completely useless, it's not, but it dies a little bit too quickly. So I'm giving this 1 point in score. And we're gonna move on to Light of the Worlds build. Light of the Worlds star drop. Right here. Horror has been spawned 2,000 meters in front of it. Tries to use some decoys here. Using some pack to bomb the enemy there. We're having missiles. They're going for the decoy. Nice dodge. That is definitely going to save the star drop a lot of survivability here. Laser is still able to target it pretty well. And that's why I wanted to test them against the Horror. Because the Horror tests EMP susceptibility. It tests laser defense, since laser is going to be the most normal weapon to use against planes, or most usual. Yeah, so if you're quick, you will be dodged at missiles anyways, and if you have problem with EMP, those EMP will get you, and those laser is the main weapon of the Horror, which is the most competent weapon to use against the bomber. The Light of the World has a pack bomber, and it has been surviving pretty well here the first minute. Not much is happening. Oh, are we gonna crash? No, we're just maneuvering. Very nice indeed. I'm wondering if something happened with the pack or whatever. I just hasn't seen the pack. Did the pack got like updated away or something? Huh. Oh no, there it is. The pack didn't get updated away. That is some confetti though. That's a lot of engine blocks, so we hit it right in the engine. Am I hearing the sounds of a fire? Oh, it got put out. Yeah, those decoys. Good job with them. Well, well, well. We're up to about 3 minutes, and the star drop has so far reached max points. We're going to rerun this little battle and see if we get any different results, or if we should give the star drop a 5. The battle has started again. We're gonna chill here a little bit with the Horror, trying to snipe it with its... Is this Q1 lasers? I think this is Q1 lasers. Or Q2. I always do Q0, so I wouldn't know. Wow. Ooh. That's some confetti. Is that a proper decapitation? Haha, it is. That's a good job. A good job from the star drop there. Headshotting. Headshotting the Horror. Yeah. By headshotting the Horror, the first thing you do, those missiles ain't gonna hurt you, are they? Until it regenerated. So I do believe that that was a good shot that will ensure... oh no. I almost panicked. It got hit by EMP there. And it seems to be pretty safe from the EMP. Wow, that's so cool. Well, the star drop is definitely getting 5 out of 5. Pretty good job there. Pretty good job. So we're gonna be moving on to the next challenger. Or I mean, we're gonna move on to the next challenger next week, because this episode is already too long, and this is the perfect section to kinda end this video. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed this thing, and I have one question for you. Does this look like a piece of ammunition, in case the green screen didn't block it out? I tried to make a piece of ammunition, I thought it was funny. I don't know if it is. Also the green screen won't cooperate, so we're gonna look at that. But from what you saw, does it look like a piece of ammunition? Answer me in the comments. Yes. Oh, and I measured it. If this would be a real ammo shell, it would be exactly 67 millimeters. I thought that was pretty funny. Anyways, this is your host, GMODIST, and we are officially signing out. AOG Invictus. Enlisted and commissioned officers in the army of GMODIST, you're welcome back to another Trials Season 1, where we're testing your bomber designs against my foes I have selected. This time we're testing survivability again, it's the part 2, and we're testing every design against the horror, it's called, from Twin Guard. So, before we start getting into that, I will say huge thanks to all the commissioned officers in the army of GMODIST. Admiral Scooberox, you can see them over on the poster there, yes. Commodore Owen, Lieutenant And-Aw, Lieutenant Creevy, Lieutenant Powereg Reed, and Lieutenant Vincent Veritas, and also all the cadets. So thanks a lot for choosing to support this channel every month, it helps a lot. Anyways, let's get into it. Here you can see the Hummingbird from Netrameira. So we're gonna test the Hummingbird against the Horror. Here we go. Hummingbird launch. And I did a little sad miss here recently. You may know that Discord has said that I ain't gonna be no image hosting server anymore, so you can't use any images from Discord and use those images in from the depth, because the Discord will not allow itself to be used as a external image sourcing platform. So when From the Depth tries to catch that image from the Discord, it will just say no and show you nothing. So I recently switched to Google Drive, so you can have all my decals from Google Drive instead. And just when I have completed that, like 1 week later, Google Drive stopped being a image hosting server too. So now those places doesn't work either. So I'll have to put all my decals and images on gmodism.com or whatever, and you'll have to use those links instead. But I haven't done that yet. But that means for the remainder of the AOG Trial Season 1, all the beautiful decals you have put in with logos from the army of GMODIST and stuff like that will not be present, unfortunately. So yeah, very sorry. Yeah, that was what I wanted to say about that. Back to the Hummingbird here, we have done a pretty good job of not dying. Look at that armor. We even have some anti-hesh armor with some poles. Not the best of the best anti-hesh armor, but pretty darn good enough. We got some cool VLMs with, oh my god, do you have 2 turning thrusters on it? These are agile. Didn't quite reach, or it was the lambs. So the Hummingbird is doing a pretty good job. It ain't dead yet. And me talking for very long does actually amount to about 3 minutes, I think, pretty soon. So it seems we're doing a pretty good job at surviving. But you can see we are getting through here a little bit. But as for the first run, I think the hummingbird has done a great job of not dying. So I think that's pretty impressive. We're of course gonna do a rerun and see that it wasn't a fluke. Man, those lambs are really saving the horror here. Look at that. Poor thing. Well, I think it's really good results that first round. Let's do it again. All right. Test number 2. Laser is lacing in there, but we're having some pretty thick armor on this bomber. Indeed. Nice. Ooh, that's a pretty nasty hit there. Look at that. Wow! It just killed it straight off. Well, that's a good second run, man. Alright, Netrameiras, the hummingbird gets a clear 5 out of 5 there. Let's move on. Here we can see Nilden's Invader and the clear spot where the AOG logo would have been if it didn't, you know. Sad story, but what can we do? Okay. This is Nilden's second submission. This is called the Invader, right? Of course, Space Invaders. I forgot the timer, so I had 5 seconds to the time I see, but you don't see it, so it doesn't matter too much. Right, we have some missiles popping in there. That's EMP, I believe. God, those missiles always miss. Doing some pack damage there. I wonder if it's a good strategy to just stay above it. It man, it just misses all the time. It seems to have some trouble targeting here. Alright. It seems to be surviving pretty well though. For some reason, these missiles have a real hard time hitting it. Yeah. They're just not getting through there. It has a lot of repair bots too. I don't really... I think there is no limit on repair bots possibly. I don't know. I don't remember. Yeah, it took some time. Yeah, between yeah, I just taken this one up, but I went through all the things before and I given that points already, so you know, I think there was no limit. But of course, for bigger battles, there is always limit because I don't want it to be, you know, I don't want it to be. Two slow battles, basically. Oh, look at that! That's some really good survivability. I didn't even notice it has smashed it to pieces. That's definitely 5 out of 5 the first round. Let's do this again then, to just see if it wasn't a fluke or something like that. Right. Invader is invading in here. Pretty good. They're really digging through here. Oh, and there we got some EMP. I think we have some good... it's like 2 meters, it's like 2 layers of alloy here. That's why it has so good survivability, and it regenerates itself. So, yeah, I do think the Invader is a really good... It can really survive that light laser damage and stuff like that. And ooh, we're just hovering above it like this, so it can't quite aim at it. Isn't that quite fantastic? It has a real hard time aiming exactly at it. That is pretty cool. Very nice. Very nice. Even though it deals so little damage, it will like eventually explode this thing. And it just isn't grinded down. That's really good. Very good indeed. That's unless something very crazy happens right now, this is definitely 5 out of 5. That's pretty cool. No, oh no, it actually hit its pack system. Oh, now it came back. Oh well. Well, we can confirm the Horde just can't kill this thing very easily, so the Invader has 5 out of 5. Let's move on to the next one. I'm gonna be so surprised if Nilden's Penguin, which is this submission, won't survive this very well. I think it will provide some great results. So the Horror is spawned in. Unless it manages to start a fire on it, of course. Ooh. Bombs have been dropped. Those missiles just ain't quick enough, are they? That laser it's about never. Yes, indeed. I believe the Penguin is gonna do a pretty good job. Like nothing happens on the Penguin side here. This feels like a 5 out of 5. I haven't checked if it is going to disable the enemy, but that's not quite a big deal either, since we're not really measuring that. We're just measuring how well it survives. And if it survives by just killing the enemy, well, that's a valid way to do it as well, of course. These they just never seem to hit. I think they're just very not good at hitting quick things. Well, we of course need to have a rerun just to make sure the Horror doesn't get some lucky hit with some EMP missiles or whatever. But as for this round, we have survived now for about 3 minutes and it doesn't even seem to be scratched. Here we go. New round. New possibilities. Or ways to die, who knows. Man, what is... I almost thought the Penguin was gonna go low there. Dropping some bombs and yeeting away. Trying to get hit by lasers. Missiles that won't ever hit. Look, the cockpit kinda died. But now it's back. Oh, looks like this thing is kinda disabled. We did some pretty lucky damage to it. Huh. That's nice. Right, so no. Its detection was kinda taken out. That explains it. But yeah, it won't turn the tide of anything. The Penguin is definitely a 5 out of 5. It is confirmed. So let us now check at Nilden's third submissions. You know, the next trials, I'm only gonna allow 1 submission. Because this series is so long and so many episodes, which I hope you think is a good thing, but maybe you don't. Just because we have so many submissions since, you know, Jonah has 2, Nilden has 3, Sean Reed has 4, Scuimation has 2, The Cringe has 2, you know? Anyways, let's move on. Next up, we of course have Nilden's submission, the B8 bomber, which I think is the proper bomber. This is the one with the cool bomb can. I think we need to watch this bomb cam because it's so cool. It kinda seems like it's locked. Well, maybe that's a good thing, but whatever. Or no, I don't think we were there either. Anyways, it's kind of hovering very much above. Those decoys are doing a pretty good job. That's smart. Those missiles are really... Oh, man. Oh, wow. Alright. We're gonna do a rerun. That's a 5 out of 5. Alright. Round 2. Laser is trying to laser. But we have some pretty thick blocks on the bottom here, so we are decently safe from incoming fire. Ish, maybe. We'll see. Oh! No, the cam is online, oh. Look at that. Isn't that so cool? Man. Did it just kill it again? Not quite, but it's... Oh, lord, this is a lot of burning here. So, none of these bombers have incendiary weapons on them. But what they do have is the ability to destroy... Oh my god, that's a lot of damage! That's a clear 5 out of 5. Nilden's 3 submissions all got 5 out of 5 in survivability. That's some pretty cool stuff. It's a good job. Anyways, none of the bombers here have incendiary weapons, but as you might know, when you destroy a fuel tank or whatever, it's gonna cause, like, a fire. Next up, we have Ovo's White Phosphorus Bomber. So let's pop in a horror here and see what's happening. And this one is just so quick. I think it's gonna die if it gets hit, but I don't think it will get hit. You can see here, we're doing a pretty good job of just evading. Look at that. It doesn't even have a chance, does it? Woo. He's just so quick. If it gets hit, however, I think this can end quickly. So it's really up to the agility and quickness of the White Phosphorus Bomber here, what score it's gonna get. Man. Yeah, it seems... Oh! We fired, okay. I think we got hit, maybe. Maybe not. We didn't quite damage it, but man. Like, one wonders, how quick is this thing? Really fast. We measured the top speed and stuff before. I don't know if it was possibly under the efficiency or whatever. I don't remember what category. Watch the series. The series is online. You can just go and watch the previous episodes. If you haven't watched that, if you're new to the channel, I do recommend it. The entire series. It's nice. Some nice entertainment. Well, it's just so quick. It just doesn't really get hit very often at all. So we're gonna test this again, of course, but right now it's definitely a 5 out of 5 in survivability. Most planes have been much more survivable than I would have assumed. Alright, round 2. There we go. We're trying to use those lasers, those missiles, not hitting them. Look at that. Sometime Here and there, the laser does score a hit, but it's not very often. And it's not often enough, that's for sure. It just doesn't know where to target. It's just too quick, man. Those lasers hit here and there, but man, this is a great design to evade. I was worried that like it would get hit by a laser one time and it would just insta-die, but that hasn't happened. It just gets hit so extremely rare that, I don't know, it like lost a block, I don't know, 2 maybe. Pretty cool. It doesn't cause the most damage to the horror though, but we're not even measuring that. We are measuring its survivability. And while it might not be the one that takes out the horror the quickest, man, it does indeed just stay alive and stay alive and stay alive. Staying alive, it does really well. And now we have reached a time limit where we can safely say that it's definitely a 5 out of 5 here. Right, so last for this little video we have Pizza Summoners AS Sardalk. This beautiful little cram bomber. The horror is spawned and we're trying to evade it. Right, we're popping in here. We're staying pretty far away though. So we haven't gotten hit very much, have we? Oh, now we're getting some hits there. Do you remember this thing? It kind of locks on and stuff. But we didn't shoot there. Oh, what? What did it do? What happened here? Well, let's stay inside this cockpit for 1 second, just to see if we can do a proper lock on this time. So it seems the timing went off completely wrong there. All right, target locked. There we go. It did its firing round there. Very nice. That's the art we like to see from it. All right, here we are. I kind of lost them. It was so far away. All right, so the timer is running. Blocks are popping down there. Missiles are missing out there. The horror is kind of damaged. The Sardalk is a bit damaged too, though. And I am not controlling anything. Good. We're locking target. Oh. I just love that locking on sequence. It's so cool. Alright. It is down to 94%. So it's losing some blocks here and there. Not the biggest deal, but we'll see. We're not up to 3 minutes yet. Right, it's coming down for a dive. And when it's getting that close, it kind of gets... Oh, and those missiles just turned around. I don't know what the missiles are trying to do. So weird. They are just so weird. And we have some EMP missile or whatever there. They seem to not reach it. Let's see the health of this one here. It seems to be pretty decent. We're still very functional. We're dealing damage. Yeah, we're not dead yet. So definitely 5 out of 5 the first round. It survives 3 minutes here. So we're gonna do another test round, of course. Alright, so here we go. Pizza Summoner Sardalk is getting shot at by lasers. The missiles missed there. Some of the missiles seem to No, did they? No, they missed too. They're popping in here after it, but oh, that's just a lot of frags, but no damage dealt. Seems to be hitting pretty consequently there. And we can see here it's gonna go in for a new dive. That looks scary. And oh, those missiles looked like they were going to hit, but that was a lucky one then. And oh, the EMP missiles pops in after it, and no, maybe it wasn't that missile, but it was quick, so quick they couldn't catch him. All right. It seems to be surviving pretty well this time around as well. So it actually looks like everyone on this little test, everyone during this rundown of the survivability actually gets 5 points here, because we are closing in on 3 minutes for the second round here, and Pit's Summoner is completely functional and survived and hasn't gotten any hit or problem with that EMP or laser either. So that's great. Very nice. Well, well, well. Very nice indeed. So 5 out of 5 for all the contestants in the well, second section. We're gonna be back next week with the third section. So huge thanks once again to the commissioned officers in the Army of GMODISM who are supporting us every month at Patreon. If you want to join the Army of GMODISM, you can do so too by joining the commissioned officers there, or you can just join the Army of GMODISM on Discord for free, without benefits of course, but if you want to be in Army of GMODISM and participate in our little challenges and stuff like that, you need to join the Army of GMODISM. Instructions on that, I have a video of that, short video too, and it's on Patreon too. If you want to see the instructions to just yourself